And good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. What conditions we have had so far. We've had day one and day two already all the way starting off with the quarterfinals today. There has been some huge heats. We see 9-point rides on the men's side, and then on the ladies all the way up to the eights. There has been some absolute bombs throwing down here in this beautiful location in front of the Westpoint Hotel, one of the longest right-hand waves in the Atlantic. Day number one started off a little slower as we had about 3 to 4 foot waves. We saw the guys and the girls getting used to it. One of the things that Dakhla has is you can really see those local riders. We've seen it with Ali Bakali who know the location, and some of our international riders that have been here, have been training, have been putting in the hours. You can really tell they take off on the good nuggets and they turn it into gold. The idea today is to go all the way through to the finals, and looking at the conditions out of our booth here, it is looking good. The tide is already on the way up. It's going to be high tide around 3:30, as we've seen in the previous days, around 1 to 12 o'clock, a couple hours before the tide, and on the high tide is when those best conditions are. So we're saving that for the grand finales. But to talk a little bit more about the conditions and see what is happening down on the beach, we're going to go down with Liam Dredge, our beach commentator.
Okay, so here we are down on the beach in Dakhla, Morocco. Conditions-wise, it's looking tasty. The wind is definitely strong, probably one of the strongest mornings it's been. Waves are building, and I'm joined here with Tom Hartman, GKA Tour Manager. Tom, give us a little feel for how the event's run so far. You've been in Morocco plenty of times. You must be pretty happy that we've managed to fire through some competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Liam. No, it's amazing. I would say this is the best Dakhla I've seen since ever I come here, and we had competition. You know, to hit as well right on the beginning of the competition window couldn't be better. We had amazing conditions the first 2 days already, and it doesn't stop firing. We, like you said, we expect the tide coming in, the wave's going to push even more, and we really can choose the best time to run the finals with the best guys and the best conditions, and I think everybody's pretty amped. The riders, the crew, I hope the spectators as well, for a good show today.
And just talk to us a little bit about the level of competition. You've obviously been on tour for a while now. You've seen, you know, the guys rise up, the young guns coming in with a little bit of fresh talent. Yeah. The level's pretty high, right?
Level is super high. You can see still, I mean, the veterans, I will call it, they're still in the mix. They're there, you know, the solid performances. We're all riders that's been on tour for a while. I mean, it's a lot of experience too that you need for competition, but there is a couple of really hot young guns that come in. We have strong Moroccan riders too. Yeah, a couple of newcomers that are in the mix, and I'm looking forward, you know, to see more of them in the future events too.
Yeah, well look, we're amped, the riders are amped, we can't wait to start competition. I'll let you get ready for the day, it's going to be a busy one. And now we're just going to go and check out day 2 highlights which happened yesterday, because the action was jam-packed.
There you have. So Liam and Tom there giving us a little bit of the information, and we are going to look at some of the highlights of yesterday, because as we said before, incredible to see the action out here, and we're going to be enjoying some of those beautiful hits that we had on the beach. The Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour provides a platform for the world's best riders to push the limits of kiteboarding, but it's also shined a spotlight on many outstanding local riders who can dominate the world's best spots. Brazilian Sebastian Ribeiro has given us several high 9-point scoring waves in his career. His round 5 heat performance was once again from the top drawer with 2 high 9-point rides. However, it was perhaps local Mohamed Ali Bakkali who delivered the individual high performance of the day as he fought back impressively through the losers round 4 to meet Gabriel Benetton in round 5.
I still have a lot to throw in. Want to get to the aerial sections and stuff. I'm just being safe at the moment to make it to the 5th round. And obviously we're going to have to push it more.
With each wave, the Moroccans' riding became more and more fluid, especially against Benetton. Bakkali's free-flowing frontside rhythm is so in tune with this break, it was simply too much for the Brazilians' lack of water time here. Bakkali and Ribeiro were among a handful of riders that included Ayrton Cosolino, James Carew, Matthew Lopez, Reese Myerscough and others, who combined instinct with ability to accelerate around the long, hard middle sections of the wave and then to make it down to the bottom of Westpoint where it gets hollower and they can start to hit it a little bit harder. In other words, they were ripping. So, Ribeiro is on course through to the quarterfinals and explained just how much he is anticipating every chance to get on the water over here.
I started surfing when I was 6 years old, so I think my way how to read the wave is kind of different, you know. It's just, there's no right or wrong, it's just different. So I'm trying also to position myself in the right pocket of the wave. So I think that's what I'm getting all the scores from.
On the women's side, Brittany's Zoe Bazil came out charging to set the tone for the ladies. But it was Maria Kessiani Rodrigues, yet another Brazilian talent on the show at this event, who blew the field away. Scoring 15.73 from 2 waves, she demonstrated beautiful flowing turns and vertical hits on the biggest available sections. Capucine Delanoy, Marcela Witt, Camille Lassaran, Frances Kelly, Joanna Katarina Edin and Susanne Swartstraber are also through to the quarterfinals coming up tomorrow. Thursday's forecast is looking solid once again for an amazing climax to the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla for both the men and the women. And welcome back, everybody. Wow, Liam, what action we had out there yesterday. It's incredible to see how much the level really has risen, and some of the ways that came through were definitely some good sets. You were down on the beach. What was the vibe during the day?
Yeah, I mean, the beach has been awesome from start to finish. These riders are amped. They just can't stop talking about the conditions that Morocco is providing this year. The waves are, the waves are cooking. Riders just want to be on the water. They're so jealous when they can't do their heats, and it's great to see. And when they do go on the water, you can see that they just, they're amped, ready to go, and they just want to compete.
Yeah, you can definitely feel there is definitely some energy out there, because let's not forget the best of the best down here of all of the world riders. Everybody has come out here. We've seen one of definitely the powerful fleets, the Brazilians.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, tell me about those boys and girls, because at the moment the 2 biggest combination heats of the whole competition is Kessiani Rodrigues, Brazilian rider, and Sebastian Ribeiro, Brazilian rider.
They're getting their beauty sleep, that's for sure. They're just coming off, they're tearing, and sometimes during the competition, the wave, it's quite tough, to get that first section to the 3rd section, but these Brazilian riders, they're choosing the right wave. They're going from start to finish. They're ending in front of the judges, multiple turns, getting the fins out of the water. The experience, maybe this is the Brazilian waves. I don't know what's in the water there, but they are ripping it up.
Oh, they definitely have. And one of the things that we're also seeing, and what has actually been said throughout the whole contest and past editions, is that experience really is key here.
For sure, for sure.
This is definitely a beach that you need to know it. You need to feel it. And you can see, probably the underdog, the up-and-coming story here of the past few days, Mohamed Ali Bakkali. This guy, every single wave he takes off on is a potential scorer. It's as if he's just got a little iPad there going doot, 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 and bring it to me. You can really tell that he is playing here on his backyard, and it definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's just knows the wave inside out. We grabbed him on his first interview, and you could just see the knowledge that he had. He knew exactly what wave to choose. And what was really surprising about him was that he rides so many waves in his heats. He is just going on everything. He knows exactly where to go, what wave to pick, and he's still in the competition. He's a force to be reckoned with, and I think these big guys, these James Cruz, these Ayrton Cosolinos, Sebastian Riberos, they should be worried.
Oh, they definitely are, and I can guarantee you, they would never admit it, but they are a little concerned because obviously they can see the potential there. Talking about, let's say, some of the bigger guns out here, but hey, you know, GK Kite-Surf World Cup, every heat can be a final. We have current world champion James Cruz, who pretty much all he said this morning is, I got this, mate.
Confidence.
Then you have Ayrton Cosolino, the winner from last year and a multiple-time world champion himself, who's hungry. He was not the biggest of fan of not getting that World Championships title last year. Went off with a win here, but you can definitely tell that he has that fire, the fuego, as we would say back home. And then, of course, we have Pedro Matos and Sebastian Ribeiro, Reese Maesco and Matthew Lopez. Those are probably your top 6. Who's your pick, mate?
It's super, super tough at the moment. You know, the Brazilian guys, like you said, they're ripping. Pedro, really fortunate to get through in yesterday's heat. There was no sets in his wave. He managed to get the last one against Camille. Just edged it through. Right now, I've got to say, the performance for me, Sebastian Ribeiro. He is ripping it up. Every single wave he chooses is a big score. You know, 18 plus as a combo yesterday, the highest we've seen in the competition. For me, I'm putting my bets on him. What about yourself, Joe?
Wow, it's a tough one. I mean, obviously, James is always one of my favorite riders out there. I've known him since he came onto the tour and, you know, Aussie all the way. But I want to see Ayrton because one of the things that we did see from Ayrton yesterday was that on a medium-sized wave, he placed above an 8-point ride. One of the things here in Dakhla is if you can link those 3 sections together, because let's not forget you've got that top section, then goes down to the hollow, and then comes down on the inside. Those are the 3 parts. If you can link all of those together, you are tending to get the bigger scores. But when you also have the ability, and he has the strapless freestyle, but another rider who has the strapless freestyle over Sebastian Ribeiro is also James Cruz. So I reckon we might see some flips and some spins and a couple of little secret cards they got up their sleeve.
Well, the conditions, you know, it's shaping up to be good. I can't wait to see what happens during today's heats.
Absolutely, and there we can see it. So welcome one more time to the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour. This is the GK Kite-Surf World Cup Dakhla 2022 Morocco, day number 3. And I tell you what, it is on, and let's get the action out there as we can see some of the riders starting to get together, and we can see that the beach vibe and the tunes are coming. So Liam, thank you very much for joining me in the booth, mate. I will be sending some of the riders your way and get those interviews.
Please do.
Get the dirt, mate. That's what we want to see.
I'm going to dig deep on this.
All right, well, if you're just joining us, everybody, welcome to Dakhla for day number 3 of competition. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending where you're tuning in. And first out on the water, we have from Canada, Francis Kelly is going up against the highest scoring athlete at this event on the women's side, Kessiani Rodriguez. And wow, how incredible has it been? These girls. Tell me a little bit about the girls there, Lim, because talking about the Kessiani Rodriguez here at the beginning of this heat. Kessiani yesterday, out of nowhere, talk about throwing down.
The girls have turned up, that's for sure. We can't forget about all these athletes out here. They just know exactly what to do, and it was great to also see Zoe Bazil, who was tearing it up on the first heat. The North rider, came out of nowhere. She's currently on the water now, warming up, but to be able to beat Kessiani Rodriguez, it's going to be super, super tough. She is looking dominant out there. So we're going to join on the water now with the heats that's going down. Really, really excited to see how this one plays up. The women's still open, so really excited to see who can take the win on that.
Yeah, and obviously also we have some of the girls. We saw Zoe Bizali as well. She is first time at this event. She comes from a surfing background from France, from Brittany. Obviously, France has a very, very big history in surfing and was very fluid out there. Kessiani, a little bit more powerful, but I will say, I think when it comes to fluidity, Zoe was definitely had a little notch up. Definitely 2 big potential finalists there, but let's not forget we have Capucine Delanoy from France also, who came first here, joint first last year with Marcella Witt, and she also has the old strapless freestyle mix in there. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
I don't know. It's a tough one. Capucine definitely does not want to share the win again. Let's get that straight. She wants the win here. She wants to take it all for herself. She's amped. She's pumped. A little bit disappointed about her heats yesterday, though. So excited to see what she brings to the table today, but the women's fleet's still wide open and anyone can take it.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, boys, watch out, because these girls are coming with power. So there it is, the start of the day. 18-minute heats. Top 12 waves are allowed. They then have the top 2 waves are the one that are going to count. And what are we looking for? We are looking for 100% surfing. We're looking for the power, for the flow, linking those sections, joining, comboing, and linking maneuvers, and hitting the wave in that beautiful thing that we call the sweet spot.
Oh, we love the sweet spot, Joe.
We definitely do. All right, so we are off. So on the water, we have Frances Kelly from Canada. Great to see her back, the Ocean Rodeo rider, and she is going to be going up against Kesiani Rodriguez on the right-hand side. So there it looks like Frances is going to take off on the first wave of the heat. Let's get into the action. Day 3 here, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. All right, so starting off the morning, Frances Kelly is going to be dropping in. Waves are a little smaller at the moment, but let's not forget the low tide is there. It's probably about mid-tide, as we are going to have a full tide around 3 o'clock today. So about 4 more hours, so just under halfway probably, and it does look like the tide is coming up fast. There's quite a lot of coefficient at the moment, and the period is there, probably about 12 to 13 seconds from what I looked at the forecast. We've got about 3 to 4 foot is what they are predicting, so hopefully we'll be able to have some of those golden nuggets that we did have out there yesterday. This break definitely does work better on a high tide, and we are waiting to see. That's where we're aiming to have our grand finales, because the idea for today is to push through and make it all the way to the big finals here of the Dakhla World Cup. And what a beautiful way to start off the morning, nice and sunny. The wind, I can see the girls are on 9s and 10-meter kites. Wind is looking a little lighter out there. And hopefully as it picked up, because as we saw yesterday afternoon, some of the guys ending up on 10s, and they were lit. So day number 1 at the moment, it looks like Frances Kelly with 2.16. And there we have that lady out there, the highest scorer of this competition, Kesiani Rodriguez from Brazil. And let's see if she's going to be able to start on her way, because Frances here just taking off on a couple of little inside ones to be able to start to get a couple of scores on the board. Kesiani having a little bit of a trouble staying in the impact zone. So let's see if the wind starts to increase. But it does look like here on the inside, where we have that little bit of a wind shadow when it gets lighter, it's starting to affect them. But let's keep going on, as it does look like we have some swell coming our way. So if you're just joining us, let's talk a little bit about the format. We have a dingle elimination format. Now we are already through to round number 5. So it is man on man, woman on woman, gladiator versus gladiator, warrior versus warrior. So whoever loses will be going home and packing their bags a little earlier. This is the quarterfinals here, day number 3 in Morocco. And at the moment, out on the water, we have Frances Kelly from Canada versus Kesiani Rodriguez from Brazil. Top 2 wave scores count. Each athlete can have 12 wave attempts, and they have 18 minutes to perform the goods and to surf and rip and slash it all apart. At the moment, you can see there's a little bit of a wind shadow, and some of the athletes having a bit of trouble staying up into that impact zone. Francis Kelly already putting in a couple of numbers, getting a couple of base scores, and now it is time to start improving on those as we move through. And now it does look like both of them are able to get all the way out the back, as you can see them starting to tack up wind. Wind is very offshore at the moment. It goes a little bit more side shore in the mid-afternoon and then goes offshore once again. So as we've been mentioning throughout the days, you do have to know the conditions here. A lot of the athletes have been coming out a week or 2 weeks earlier, and those are athletes that have even been here on past editions. Local knowledge definitely does play it off. And let's see how these two riders are going to do now, because at the moment it is only Francis Kelly who has some numbers on the scorecard. And it is a beautiful sunny day here in Morocco, about 25 degrees. It is definitely going to be hard to go back to the chilly Tarifa weather. I've been seeing it's been raining a little bit, getting too used to this sunshine. Shorts and t-shirt all the way. And what a location we have for this competition, because we are pretty much about 10 minutes from our hotel room. And I'm saying 10-minute walk. You pretty much can see the wave from your shower, and you just have to walk down to the bottom part of the beach to be able to enjoy the action out there. So no excuses to be missing this third day of competition. And once again, Francis Kelly right back in the spot and coming down on a better looking wave. You've got to keep that kite low if you want to stay on it, as that wind is quite offshore. And there you can see edging against the power of the Ocean Rodeo, but managing to get a good ride here. Kessiani is going to have to start to get some numbers up there, because I reckon Francis might be increasing her score a little bit again. As you can definitely see, wind is quite tricky out there. And it does look like, if I'm not mistaken, Kessiani is on a smaller kite. Let's see how she does at the moment, because she has still yet to land another wave. And I reckon she's going to be running back up the shore. All right, and I can see there coming onto your screen, Kessiani Rodriguez running back into position as she needs to get back out there, because already Francis Kelly has a 666. That's an interesting number. And she is staying right upwind in position. You can see the experience there definitely paying off. And as we stand and we coming up on just a little bit less than 9 minutes, she is pushing forward. And once again, coming down on another wave, back to the power zone. Let's see if she gets up. Early face turn. Want to get that kite low to be able to get the yank, the pull, and start to get those turns and letting that board loose. But just at the moment, you can see just getting into a groove, getting loosey-goosey, as Mr. Josh Angulo would say. Getting the juices flowing. The eggs are broken. The omelettes are coming out. Adding all the vegetables. Let's go. And we've got some good tunes coming down here on the beach with our Red Bull Morocco sending us the DJ and all of the sound system for this event. A big thank you to them, making sure that everybody down here on the beach is vibing. And there we can see going back onto the water, Kessiani Rodriguez. Looks like she's got a little bit more power. I reckon she's up to size. And Frances Kelly is wave after wave, just stacking up some of the points. But as you can see, as she's getting pulled off the back of the wave, you can really see that the offshore conditions are even more offshore down here at the bottom edge of the competition area. So they really have to get that kite low. This is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for those backside riders. But Frances here, front and center. Nice little hack. This wave is opening up nicely. Can she get past the foam ball? Yes, she does. Down again. Watch out. Oh, Canada. And just gets closed out right in front of her there. But the Ocean Rodeo athlete throwing down from early days here in the heat, as she has just a non-stop landing wave after wave. And this is where Kessiani has to make a decision. She's either going to have to mingle here on the inside and get some of these little inside whammies, or she's going to have to go out to the back and wait for the set. 6.5 minutes left on the ticker. Hard times. Patience is definitely going to be a virtue out there, because we can see it is gusty. But obviously Frances Kelly there proving that it can be done. And just waiting to see if some scores are going to be updated after those last waves to see if she increases. We did miss just the first turn there. So it is the Brazilian Kessiani Rodriguez on the F1 all the way back. And she is definitely right in position. Sets are taking, I give her an estimate of about 5 to 7 minutes. Let's say 6.3. Every time the waves are coming through is about 3 foot at the moment. They say that with the push and the swell is increasing ever so slightly, maybe we'll be seeing some bigger waves. I know the boys and the girls are very excited of the conditions we have had so far. It always is great where the people who win, and they are able to push. They are able to push each other. You know, we want to see a battle. We want to see a fight. If you're going to go out, you might as well go out kicking, because you've got to have a few scars if you want to go out on top of the podium. And I tell you what, the knife is in between the teeth at the moment, and the Brazilian is waiting to see if she can land a first wave of her heat. She is definitely in position, and from what I can see outside of the streaming booth as we come up on the last 5 minutes, Kessiani Rodriguez is going to be dropping in for the first time. Instead of being like this, which can look a little bit too much in the stream, you just go like that, and then you land on the top of your spine, and you feel it here, or that. But you can. This is why sometimes it's better to be on the surf. You see, you go floppy, but you're not floppy here. You land on your spine, and you're in tema. Yeah. But the good thing, mate, is you notice it. Yeah, because if you're too like this, it looks like you look like a monkey. But if your shoulders are forward, but the way is that you close your spine, and your spine drops on your back. This is tight, and you can do that, obviously not for hours. And one more time, Frances Kelly is throwing down the hammer. I reckon this girl has some Viking blood in her. And let's see Kessiani having a very hard time in this heat. She still has yet to link a wave together. And she needs to start to do so, because at the moment she needs a 6.67 if she would want to take the win. Both of these athletes are in position as we approach the final 3 minutes of this heat. And Frances Kelly definitely showing the experience. And there is the beautiful eye in the sky. Eye in the sky at the moment. And let's have a little look and see what is going to be happening. Luke, you want to watch? You want to watch? You're good?
Looking at the time, must be nearly over there.
All right, just 2.5 minutes left on the old ticker. 2.5 minutes. I can see Luke Millard out here getting a little bit nervous. He's starting to make an old hole in the sand. Luke, we don't want you to land in China, please. Stop circling. Stop circling. Frances Kelly, one more time, back in position. She is definitely in sync with this ocean. She's right there in front of Kessiani Rodriguez. And now it is definitely go, go, go. Because as it comes down, you can see Kessiani really having trouble getting on to a wave. And she would need a big number if she would want to take the win in this heat. Quarterfinals of the competition. Quarterfinals. And there is the beautiful Westpoint Hotel we can see there with the drone view. Those hotel rooms right on the spot, right out there, where you can pretty much see the action from every corner of that apartment. This beautiful hotel where we have the one of the longest right-hand waves of the Atlantic. And at the moment, Kessiani Rodriguez really having a hard time with the conditions, not able to stay in the impact zone, as she needs a 6.67 if she would want to take the lead off of Frances Kelly in the closing seconds here, as we have 20 seconds left. The winner of this heat will be making their way through to the semi-finals. And there it is, that's it. Making our way through to the semi-finals of the competition. Put your hands up for the Canadian athlete, Frances Kelly. Kessiani Rodriguez, unfortunately, not being able to deal with the conditions out there. And now we continue on as we will be continuing through the quarterfinals of the women. And coming up next, we will have Camille Lassaran is going to be going up against Joanna Katarina Edin. So those are the next riders that are going to be coming our way. But before we do so, let's have a little look at some of the action that we had out there. But before, let's take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Kelly, look at the smile on that face. You've just knocked out Kezian Rodriguez, who yesterday had a really good day.
Thanks.
How do you feel? What an amazing performance to start the day off.
Thank you so much, Liam. I'm super stoked. That was so much fun. The conditions felt perfect for me, so yeah, I just had a blast out there. It was really fun.
No, it looked like you were fully in control there. And, you know, you chose the right kit. You didn't have to come in because the conditions, it feels windy on the beach here. Is it this windy out there?
It's holy. There's a lot more wind on the outside, but on the inside it's definitely lighter. But then, of course, when you get on the wave, the little offshore, it really juices up the kite. So you want to be a little under, but you have to feel comfortable being a bit under to make the most of the waves.
Well, look, you're clearly having a good time. It's your birthday tomorrow. You told me yesterday it was your birthday today. You don't know what's going on, but look.
I don't even know what day it is.
You're through to the next round. Competition is going to be running today. You must be really excited for what's to come.
Oh man, I'm super excited. I can't wait. Thank you everyone for setting your alarms back home to tune in Canada. Thank you so much. It really means the world, and hope I do you proud.
Well, there we go. Frances Kelly really, really fired up. And now we're going to check out what's going on right now.
It's always good to see a smile. Always good to see a smile. Frances Kelly there, definitely showing the experience, staying up there. Had taken a little bit of a bigger size kite, and unfortunately, there we could see on the other side, Kezian Rodriguez did not get it together, meaning she is not through to the next round. Great riding out there, and coming up next, we have Camille Lusseran from Switzerland versus Joanna Katarina Edding from Sweden. All right, so now back into quarterfinal. Getting excited here for semis. Quarterfinal number 2 here of the women's fleet. Camille Lusseran from Switzerland, living out of Tarifa, hometown. And Joanna Katarina Edding making her way from Sweden. Joanna took a year off of competition, and she is back for the first time, having a very good time out there yesterday, getting some very nice waves. I think she totaled out at 9.5, if I'm not mistaken, of her last heat. And as it stands at the moment, we can definitely see smiles from Frances Kelly for taking that heat. And it is very offshore here on the inside. You can pretty much see the athletes are going parallel to the rocks. So wondering what the waves are going to be doing. This is the most offshore we've seen it over the past 3 days. But when those sets come in, it is picture perfect. And talking about picture perfect, just take a little look at our beautiful competition area that we have here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. If you're just joining us, welcome to Dakhla, Morocco. We are in the quarterfinals of the women's elimination. And currently we have quarterfinal number 2 in between Joanna Katarina Edding from Sweden versus Camille Lusseran from Switzerland. All right, so here we have Katarina coming down. Just getting her speed together. She needs to get past that first section. Dropping in, here's a better one. Oh, just going off her back edge there. Unfortunately, looked like she had a little bit too much speed. And went down hard. And now, here we can see Camille Lusseran. She was riding backside the other day. I don't know if she's going to switch it up before she does the turn. Yes, she is. There it is. There's the switcheroo. So, Camille at the moment, still yet to get a bigger score. Oh, just getting the board taken out from underneath her. And a 6.76 there for Katarina Edding. Already taking a command and lead in this heat with the highest score of the day so far. with a 4.94. And both of our athletes making their way back out to the top. And it looks like here we can see Qatar. Looks like she's seen something that she's going to take off on. But waiting for a set to come through. Camille Lasharan out the back. 1.38 in that one. Just under 12 minutes. Let's not forget, top 18 minutes of heats. We have top 2 waves are the ones that count. And you have 12 wave possibilities. You can have 12 waves is your maximum. And as we continue on, here we can see both of our athletes. And that is a beautiful shot. But it is at the moment Qatar, the Swedish athlete, who is in the driving seat with that golden jersey on so far. Had a good day yesterday, and looks like she's starting off already today with some couple of good numbers up there. But I know all of these athletes, as the day goes on, the numbers just start getting bigger and bigger. And with the push of the tide, forecast says that the waves are going to get a little better, which is where we're aiming to have our grand finales, because the name of the game today is 100% waves. We are looking for the power hacks, the drive, the flow, linking those sections together, using the power of the ocean and the motion of the ocean to get those judges on their feet and give you the extra kudos and the extra love. We have a judging panel of 5 judges. Top score and bottom score are scratched, and then it's the average of the 3 medium scores is the number that will be coming up on your screen. And it is the top 2 scores of each athlete that they can perform in that each 18-minute heat, is which will give them the yay or the nay, the thumbs up or the thumbs down, live or die. And who is going to be making it out of the Coliseum alive, we will find out. Quarterfinal in the water, Katarina Edin and Camille Lassaran. And Qatar on another nice wave. This is opening up nicely. So you can see that offshore wind just combing the back of it. This is that bottom section that sometimes it does get a little hollower, and it looks like we have 3 nice turns here from Katarina Edin, and just out on the shoulder where it does die off. And behind her we can see Camille Lossaram edging hard, as you can see. As it gets further down here, the offshore really does start to pull. That's a better couple of turns there from her. Very talented strapless freestyler, starting to get in on the waves. And at the moment, it looks like Qatar is looking to increase on that 1.82 backup score. And I reckon after that wave, she will do. And there it is, a 4.84, meaning that she's totaling out at 9.42. So definitely, Katarina is starting to get her rhythm, starting to get in touch with the ocean out there. And looking like She is starting to flow nicely. Still quite low scores, let's not forget. Some of the top riders getting around 7 points, but the first big upsets there, getting out of the quarterfinal. Kessiani Rodriguez is out of the competition after putting on the biggest combination heat score and the highest wave score yesterday. And coming up very soon, we're going to be seeing the second athlete that put the biggest numbers up there, Zoe Bizali from France, the surfer from Brittany, appearing for the first time on a GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And I tell you one thing, it is all guns blazing. She was firing very, very hard yesterday. And the North Kiteboarding rider really putting on a solid performance with linking the maneuvers, having the power and the drive. I'm very impressed and looking forward to seeing more action out there. But let's not forget athletes like Capucine Delanoy and Marcelo Witt, the two joint winners from last year, have the knives are sharpened, and let's see if they can defend their titles. All right, Camille Lassaran, this is a better wave. You've got to get that kite down. Stay on it. If you go too far out on the shoulder, it really does die off. You've got to be right on the old foam ball, right in that impact zone. And here you can see getting pulled off the back there, unfortunately, due to the off-wind conditions. You really do have to stay right in it. We've seen some of the male athletes stay on the white water to the right and then just power through it. Very hard conditions there for the backside riders, and looking forward to seeing probably one of my favorite backside athletes coming up very shortly, which will be Macho Lopez, Mr. Tropical, El Torito representando. In between him and Kiahi de Boites are my top all-time favorite backside riders, and the Cape Verdean representing Spain definitely hungry for this event. He got a 14+ average score yesterday, getting a couple of 7s up there. And now it's, well, as we said, he's going to start to separate the girls from the women and the boys from the men as we coming up. Winners of these rounds making their way through to the semifinals. All right, Camille, freight training it down. And just, you can actually feels like just getting a little bit of the old wind through the studio here. It looks like the wind is starting to pick up and the waves are coming our way, as it does feel like it's starting to fill in. So hopefully we'll be seeing more action out there. 4.5 minutes left on the old ticker. And here we can see Katerina Edin starting to come down yet another wave, your current heat leader. But Camille making her way out to the back to try and apply some pressure and get our way through to the semi-finals here of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite-Surf Kite World Tour and the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here, the beautiful location of Dakhla, Morocco. All right, coming up on 3 minutes. And it is a beautiful, sunny, warm day down here in the desert. And it does look like the waves on sets are starting to increase ever so slightly. The forecast says that around 3 o'clock, so probably from about 1, that high tide is going to start to push, and we're going to start to see some bombs coming down here. At the moment, you can definitely see that his experience is paying off, as all athletes have to make the most of these little inside nuggets to make their way through to the future rounds. And here we can see Camille starting to go down, just waiting, but it is Katarina Edin is the athlete that is being able to grab the most amount of waves, even though at the moment this one is turning in to nothing. All right, looking like Kata taking off on one of the set waves, as it looks like we have a final set coming through. Let's see what both of these athletes can do with it. So look at the numbers. So Camille would need a 7.27 to be able to take the lead. And Katarina Edin, all right, starting to get a little bit of a better hack there, even though the wave is completely flattening out, which is one of the problems you have if you're a little bit too far out on the shoulder. You've got to stay close to that impact zone. You can see Kata there looking back, knowing that there's not much that she can do in this one, as it is already pretty much over there for this wave. And there is the buzzer. So making it through to the semi-finals of this competition. Coming out of Sweden, Joanna Katarina Eding. And a big congratulations also to Camille Losaran, putting on a solid performance here on the waves, but just not quite enough. So coming up next, we will see as we will continue on with more action out there on the water. But before we do so, let's take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground. Reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
So down here with Catherine Edin, who's just come off the water with a win. You seem tired. You've just told me it's hard. Talk us through that heat. Why was it so challenging for you out there?
Oh wow, it was such a hard heat. I was really struggling to find good waves and find a rhythm really. I felt like I didn't really have a good wave. I was just turning but didn't have like a good momentum, to be honest. And then I was pretty nervous coming up to the new junior world champ Camilla. So yeah, it was tough, and yeah, it was just a little bit all over the place, and I think I just have to gather myself for the next one. But yeah, super happy that I'm through, and yeah.
Well, there you go. Win under your belt. You're through. You've got those cobwebs out of the way.
Yeah.
You were on a kite camp with Jalou Langery beforehand. The prep that went into that, are you hoping that all those sort of knowledge and things will come onto Dakhla, Morocco for you?
Yeah, for sure. I was actually, before I had a camp, I was in Brazil training for a month in similar conditions like this, and yeah, then having the camp and just connecting with such a cool girls, and yeah, we had such an amazing week, and it was just like charging me with new energy. So yeah, it was definitely helping.
Well, there we go. We're through to the next one, ready to go, and we'll see you this afternoon at some point.
Thank you.
Joe, we're going to head back to you now in the studio.
Thank you very much, Kata. Thank you, Liam. Yeah, great to see. Definitely looks like that Brazilian training has paid off, taking the win there. As we can continue on in the water with the next heat. Let's have a little look at our athlete graphics to see who are coming up. There they are. Zoe Baziola versus Marcela Witt. Zoe putting on a very solid performance yesterday, the second best total score, and she is up against Marcela Witt from Brazil, our Brazilian superstar, and also joint first last year here. Has a very big surfing background. And now let's have a little look-see and see who is going to be making their way through to the semi-final. Big heat on the water. So 18-minute heats here for day number 3 of the Moroccan leg of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here with the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Let's not forget that our tour has 4 different disciplines. We have the kite-surfing discipline, where it is all about the waves and the strapless freestyle. We have the twin-tip freestyle discipline, where we will be going very shortly to Saudi Arabia, Neom, for the next stop of the freestyle twin-tip wake styling tour, where we will see the handle passes, the power, the grabs, the moves, and the spins. Then we have the hydrofoil freestyle, where those guys and girls go out on very light conditions, and it is incredible to see how high they can go. We saw it there in Tarifa, where we had the Big Air World Championships, and we could see them going pretty much on 12 knots already to about 15 meters high. Incredible to see what they can do. And then let's not forget all about the extreme and the wind touching the skies with the Big Air discipline. Well, what we are looking for, you are looking for height and you are looking for extremity. All different actions of the kiteboarding and the kitesurfing world. And what a way to start off here, day number 3, as we have more action out there on the water. And currently one of the newcomers for the first time on the tour, Zoe Basile from France, who yesterday put on a very solid performance, and looking forward to seeing more action from her. All right, so dropping in Marcela Witt on probably the first wave of the heat, but going over. That was a shame because that was actually looking like it was going to be a nice wave. And now we can see Zoe Basile also going off the top. All right. Both of the athletes making the same mistake out there on the water. As we're just under 12 minutes, still yet to score a wave. Okay, so here on the inside, that is Zoe trying to start and at least get a little bit of a surf, as it is early days here in this heat. All right, going off the top there on this little inside roller, making a couple of check turns, nothing special, but enough to start to get some numbers up there. And pretty much just riding this one out on the flats, but still there will be scores coming up on the board, meaning she is going to be moving through to first position. And it looks like Marcela Witt there is going to be dropping in on a wave. Let's see what she has for us. But no, deciding against it and turning around as she wants to stay in position and wait for a better set wave. So just under 10 minutes at the moment, and not quite a lot of action happening out there. It was a 4.68. You can definitely see the judges taking into account the conditions. And here it does look like, one more time, Zoe Basile making her way down on yet another inside wave. And this one does look like it's forming nicely. You can see the offshore. It is very hard to stay on that face. You've got to be right in that sweet spot if you want to be able to continue surfing it. And she is pushing as hard as possible. And that's a better turn there. As you can see, just going off the back. But still getting numbers up on the board, as Marcela is still yet to get a decent wave. Zoe has decided to come a little bit further down here to the bottom section, and we can see her there surfing just a little bit to be able to get some numbers up and get a secure place, because sets are very far and few between there at the moment. Okay, so Marcella deciding probably to come a little bit further down, and I can see her making her way here to the bottom side of the competition area. She's seen that Zoe had a nice wave there in that section, and it does look like the top corner is not working quite yet as we approach the 7 minutes left of this heat, of both athletes circling around to see if some energy will be coming their way. But at the moment, only being able to grab a couple of little nuggets. Zoe Bazil from France in her first appearance here on the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And here we can see a little bit of a drone shot or bow-oof of our athletes. They've made their way back up into position, and hopefully we'll be able to see some set waves coming at us. But it is Zoe there totaling out an 8.28. Let's not forget Kat had about a 9 point something, 9.5 if I'm not mistaken, in that previous heat. So very similar scores out there at the moment, but it does look like maybe this is going to be making something of it. You can see her powering back towards it. This is looking like a better wave. Let's see what she has for us here. The French surfer from Brittany. Oh, unfortunately going over the edge there, as she just couldn't quite keep it together. Here you can see that replay. Little bit of a wobbly first turn. Got in there a little late and just came down and front-sided it. And it looks like Marcella Witt is going to be dropping in on a wave as well. Let's see what the young Brazilian has for us. And nope, once again turning around. As you can see, there isn't a set wave. Definitely wave selection is going to be key here at the moment. We've seen it time and time again in these early mornings of the competition, that you really do have to pick off the good ones if you want to be able to produce those scores, because if you can perform on one of the bigger set waves, you're going to get at least 1.5 to 2 points more than putting that same performance on one of the medium ones, because it shows the selection and it shows the risk factor, because you are hitting a bigger wave. Quality versus quantity, girls and guys, ladies and gentlemen, Manuel, monsieur and mademoiselle. Keep it together as we have 4 minutes left of this third quarterfinal. And let's see who's going to be making it through to the semi-finals here of Dakhla, Morocco. And here comes a set, probably one of the first sets we've seen all day, and it is. Marcella was almost in position there, but just getting pulled off. And I can see out the top of my screen also that Zoe has just turned around. Both of these girls looking like they're going to try and go for this set wave, but it is the French athlete here on the front. But it really has flattened out again. It kind of jacks up and then completely flattens out. Marcella behind does look like she has a better wave, but once again falling off of her board there, unfortunate. That's definitely going to cost her. All right, Zoe Bazil coming down for yet another little inside wave, but again just not being able to put anything towards it. You can really see they have to either get on the wave early or they're not going to be able to make any moves out there, unfortunately, as we approach 2 minutes left in this heat. All right, here it is with the beautiful drone shot here on the downside. Zoe Bazil just grabbing that front edge there, unfortunate. I do love these drone shots. It just gives it that extra perspective. Eagle in the sky. Rah! Looks like it got a little crazy there with just coming off of that shot. But now 1.5 minutes left. So Marcella's going to need a 7.74 if she wants to overtake Zoe in this heat, as it looks like she is on a decent wave. Switches it to backside. Let's see what she can get for us here. Coming down, starting to put it together. Okay, nice little check turn there. Keeps on. This is where you want to be, right next to that foam ball so you can get that face. It speeds up again. Now she's going to probably release. There it is. Another turn there. Turn number 2. Keep it together. Wobbled out, unfortunately. And going over her edge. That is going to be a very costly error there for Marcella, as she is 30 seconds out, needing quite a big score. She is going to improve on that score, but she's going to need quite a big score if she wants to take the win. And as we're coming to the closing minutes, closing seconds of this heat, and here it is, the final 10 seconds. Okay, so it is official. Making it through to the semi-finals. Zoe Bazil taking out last year's joint winner, Marcella Witt. Very tough conditions out there at the moment. Hopefully we will see a little bit more wind and a little bit more waves. But as we continue on, we will have more action coming your way. We're going to take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
So down here with Zoe, who's just come off the water, taken the win. Zoe, semi-finals.
Yeah, I'm so happy. It's incredible. Against Marcella Witt, a dream.
Yeah, Marcella Witt, you've taken her out. She made the final last year. The wind, strong, light. What's it like?
Very light. Very, very light. So light. Too light.
Well, too light. Hopefully it gets windier this afternoon, but well done. Congratulations. And we're going to see the last heat for the ladies before we head into the semi-finals.
Thank you very much, Liam. Yeah, congratulations to Zoe putting on a solid performance out there. Really, really pushing down, but the waves are very hard. It's pretty much just grabbing a couple of little waves and making some turns. We know she can throw down definitely some bigger ones. And there we can see Susanne Swartstraber and Capucine Delanoy. Capucine Delanoy, the other joint first. Both of these ladies out in this heat. Let's see the action as we have already started. All right, so Capucine Delanoy is going to be on the red North out there on the new carve. A very nice kite by North Kiteboarding. And we can see, if I'm not mistaken, looking like Susanne is out there on the Nexus by Core. Just can't quite see it from over here. They are out there on 9s and 10 meters. And as it stands, Susanne with a 3.12 and Capucine Delanoy with a 2.74. All right, Capucine Delanoy making her way through. And just getting a little bit, not getting the timing quite right on that one, but it's good to see the girls. It looks like the waves are increasing a little bit, and we have some more action, as the Mr. O'Brien Tower would say down there from Barbados. Action, 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 ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, welcome to the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. It's definitely got to be 5 o'clock somewhere. That's what I got to say. As we are in heat number 4 of round number 5. So the last quarterfinal. Who will be that semi-finalist? We will soon find out. 18 minutes of action. The top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count and give you the love and the scores up there on the board. And you have 12 wave attempts to be able to impress the judges and make you through to the future rounds. So as we continue on, we are going to be making it all the way through to the semi-finals of the ladies. And then we'll be moving over to the men. That is the plan at the moment, but that can change depending on conditions. As we stand here, we are now right there, waiting for more action to be coming our way as both of our athletes are making their way back up into position. So all the way through to the semi-finals of the women, and then we change over to the men. Also all the way through to the semi-finals, and then it's time for mini-finals, finals, grand finales, losers, finals. Pick your poison, pick your poison. We have waves, we have wins. And it is looking like it is going to be the final day here with the main event of the Dakhla Morocco event. And I tell you what, the sun is shining, the wind is blowing, and the waves are starting to go, go, go. As some of the guys and girls were saying yesterday, it is starting to fire. It is firing out there. And someone has definitely lit the ignition and get those pistons and engine roaring. Let us start. Let the games begin. As here we can see Capucine Delanois dropping in. Because at the moment it is Capucine with a 7.26 in the lead. But Susanne Schwarzstraber is just about to drop in on another wave. And here we have the French athlete coming down one more time. Nice little hack. Getting that kite low, staying on the wave. You can definitely see that Capucine has been training here for probably about a week before the event. As we've been saying all the way through the stream, it has really taken an advantage. Those riders who know the break, those riders who have the experience, because you've got to pick off the good nuggets if you want them to turn into gold. Diamonds in the rough out there. And it does look like Capucine is starting to mine and find them, as she is comfortably in the lead with a 7.26. But Susanne Schwarzstraber currently in second position as we just come on 11 minutes left in this heat. All right, there it is, there it is. We have Susanne Schwarzstraber dropping in on yet a set wave, making her way down. And both of these athletes are taking off on one of these waves. And it is looking very, very nice out there. All right, turn on the inside for Capucine, turn on the outside there for Susanne. Great to see, really like. Here we have them. Synchronized surfing, synchronized surfing. As we continue on, so it looks like the wave down on the bottom for Capucine has dropped off a little. Let's continue here with Susanne. Turn for turn, move for move of both of these athletes. And they are not leaving anything in the tank. Here we have Susanne, good hit. This is going to be a good score for both of them. Boom! Really good surfing here from both of our athletes. And now they're going to turn around and continue back out to the break. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, so action happening out there at the moment. Capucine de la Noire, 7.50. Just waiting for the add up there on the scores. All right, yeah, there's the refresh show, a 10.04 versus an 8.26. Very close in between these two girls. This was definitely one of the heats to watch. We already had the first upset with Cassiani Rodriguez being kicked out, not being able to pull off a decent surfed wave, as the conditions were hard, and you really do have to stay up there on the point and wait for the good ones. But here we have Susanne Schwarztraber, the German athlete representing Core, trying to improve on that backup score of a 3.12. Let's see what action she has for us here, as she is dropping in on yet another wave. All right, so we can see her taking off on a wave, but it's really flattening out at the moment. You can see it's going a little bit easy, not being able to get that one. But as she makes her way back out to the edge of the competition area, she should be able to get another wave and be able to make her way through. But watch out, as we are just coming up on the 6 minutes. Little bit more than 6 minutes left in this heat. Both of the riders already have some decent scores, as Capucine is only leading by 0.68. I reckon this one is definitely going to come down to the wire. All right, Capucine de la Noire. There does look like there are some little waves here on the midsection of the competition area, and it does seem like the wind's a little better there. We can see both of these athletes really using that part of the wave, and to be honest, they have the top 2 scores of the competition day so far here for day 3 in Dakhla, Morocco. So they're definitely doing something right, and it looks like Susanne out the back is also starting to pick up on another set wave. But Capucine there, making her way back out. All right, here we have Susanne powering through. Out there, if I'm not mistaken, on a 5-8 board. All right, getting it off. Need to get that kite a little bit low if she wants to get those more vertical hacks. And this is where some of those waves just completely flatten out. It's pancakes out there, as she will be returning one more time. She really only needs a 4.91 at the moment if she wants to overtake last year's joint winner, Capucine de la Noire. And we will have to see who is going to be making their way into the semi-finals, as this is the last quarterfinals of the women's discipline. And the waves are really starting to come together here for Capuzin Delanois. All right, off the top, better carving, bottom turn. Oh, you can see the frustration there. She was not happy with that little yank. And Susanne here starting to drop in on a better wave. This is opening up nicely. This could be an opportunity here for her as she needs a 4.91. Can she make it happen? Staying together. Here we have another turn. Still quite flat turns out there. She needs to get a little bit more of a hack at the top if she wants to be getting those extra scores. A little bit of a reform here at the bottom. All right. Once again, mid-face. She's got to get up the top. Here he is, starting to get some speed. You can see it is gusty and it is yanking her left, right, and center. But managing to stay on the top of her board on that one. Going to be interesting to see how the judges score that, because those were mid-face turns. There wasn't really any verticality to them, but she did get quite a few. And just waiting for the verdict. Is that going to be more than a 4.91 to take her through into first position? We will soon find out. And just coming up at the final minute. And still waiting to see if that last score is going to be dropped in. As Capuzin Delanois out there. And she knows time is crucial, so I reckon she's probably going to maybe try and take off on one of these smaller waves, but that is looking very, very small. All right. 30 seconds left. And I can see Capuzin trying to get herself in. Oh, just missing out on that wave as we have the final 20 seconds. Ten seconds left. As we are going to be coming to the end of this quarterfinal and making it through to the semifinals. Capuzin Delanois, big congratulations to her. And a big shout out there to Susanne Swartstraber for putting on a solid performance. All right, so we continue on and waiting for more action out there on the water. But before we do, let's grab a short commercial break and we'll be right back.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground. Reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
So down here with the previous heat winner, Capucine Delanois. Talk to us. How was the win there? We're through to the semi-finals. Conditions, how do they fare from yesterday?
I'm super happy to go to the semis, but to be honest, I struggled a lot in my heat. There was not that much waves, and I was struggling to go upwind, but yeah, it was still fun, and I'll try to do better in the next heat.
Next heat, you've got Zoe. She's been performing quite well. How do you fare up against that? Have you been watching her heats previously?
No, I didn't watch what she was doing. Just gonna do my best, do what I can do, and then we'll see.
Well, there we go. Good luck. I'll let you get back with the kite in the air, and we're going to head back to Joe now, who's going to catch the first of the men's heats.
All right, so we have action out there on the water as we're going to be continuing on. We just had a quick change as we're going to be continuing on with the women. Women's semi-final, Frances Kelly going up against Joanna Katarina Edding. Watch out because we have a battle. They are both out there to see who is going to be making their way through into the grand finale. As we are starting off with semi-finals. And straight off the beat, there we can see Frances Kelly coming your way. Okay, so here we have one more time dropping in Frances Kelly, who has already once again put in the work early. Already has 2 scores up there with that total of a 4.98. But Katarina Edding has the better wave score with a 3.92. I tell you what, this is definitely going to be an interesting heat because both of these girls, they do scavenge. They are very good at finding those little inside waves. And we're really going to be looking forward to see what is going to be happening out there as this is the first semi-final of the competition.
Okay, so here we are. First semi-final, like Joe said. Frances Kelly, absolutely raring to go. She's so happy just to compete, and you can see her here on a wave. Not quite the wave maybe she was hoping for, just sort of riding the foam ball at the moment, waiting for that wave to peak up so she can really start engaging those turns. And here she goes. There's one. Gets caught in a little bit of foam. Moving on through the wave. Another second one turn, but goes down, unfortunately. Going to go and track back upwind at the start of the heat. Coming up to 13.5 minutes, but still leading with 2 scores on the board. And we're going to go and see what happens with Katarina Edding.
So if you're just joining us, welcome back to day number 3 here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. We are currently in the semi-final where we have Katarina Edding versus Frances Kelly. There, front and center on your screen, we have the Swedish rider, Katarina Edding, just coming off of a camp with Jalu Langare, one of the top kite surfers on the planet. And looking forward to seeing her coming back to a competition someday. And also she has been putting in a lot of training in Brazil, as you mentioned there before in your interview, Liam. That definitely looks like it's paying off. But I tell you one thing, Frances Kelly also hasn't been on tour for a couple of years. She's throwing in the surfing. Doesn't get the big numbers, but she's consistent. So always consistency sometimes definitely does pull off.
Yeah, the consistency is definitely showing. That's why she's here in the semis. Just here, unfortunately, didn't manage to drop into that wave. So not expecting a big score there. Chasing now. Needs a 3.27 on the next wave to take the lead. Now coming up to 12.5 minutes. Here she is. First wave, it looks like a nice one. Doesn't quite get high enough there. Let's see what she can do on the second turn. A lot better, but as you can see there, with an offshore breeze, slightly getting pulled off the wave. No hands on the bar there. Maybe she's a tad overpowered. We're going to carry on here with the wave. There she is, riding the top, dropping down, definitely getting yanked a little bit. Continuing with this nice wave. It's starting to open up a little bit. Coming now in front of the judges, but just can't quite get high enough on the wave. But still, a nice ride into the beach.
Yeah, that was a nice ride, but one of the things we see with these offshore conditions is you really need to get that kite low to be able to avoid that yank, like you said, getting pulled up. So if the athletes that actually can produce those goods are the ones that are getting the better turns. As we stand, 5.94 there for Katarina Edin. Let's see how this heat comes out as we are just 11.5 minutes left. Still loads of time. I reckon we got time for at least 1 or 2 more sets here of action as the tide is starting to push and the waves are starting to increase. And we're back, and it still seems yes, Frances Kelly now taking a little bit of the upper hand as she has a 6.20. Just a little bit over halfway through this heat. We've got past that meridian, the halftime, the Ecuador. One half of the heat. And we're now looking for some sets to come through. Wave period is about 12 seconds from what I saw on the forecast. High tide is going to be around 3 in the afternoon. And as we saw yesterday, Swell's direction is still the same. That high tide is when the better waves come. We've already seen some decent sets come through, but as that push, as they would say, comes up, we are just going to see it getting better and bigger and bigger and better over here in Morocco. Idea is that the grand finals will probably be around 4 o'clock in the afternoon today, if all goes according to plan. At the moment, 18-minute heats, and now dropping in, that is Frances Kelly.
So here we have Frances Kelly putting in a couple of nice shifty turns on this wave. It's not quite the size maybe she was hoping for, but she's making the best out of it. Continuing to put some nice turns. That was lovely there. Dropping back into the back end of this wave now, trying to see if she can get another one. There she goes, but not quite getting the height there. Maybe slightly overpowered. You can see she was sort of getting rushed around on that wave. Over here, we have Catalina Edin making it back upwind. Not much waves there for her to get some scores on the board. Here we have a lovely view of our location. You can see on the right hand side there, Westpoint, Dakhla, where all our athletes and crew are staying. It's so brilliant to be able to just step out on the beach right from your accommodation, get on the water, make use of this epic condition that we have down here in the Western Sahara. We really are treated to some of the best wave conditions in the Atlantic. And here we join another wave rider. I believe this is Catalina Edin on this one. Yes, that is her. Making use of quite a small wave here. Lovely little turn there. Getting to the peak of that one. It looks to be closing out. It might reform as it comes a little bit close to the beach. There goes the second one. Lovely. And as you can see, riding in the foam now. Coming off the board. And Joe, a tough one here. We can see the highlights. You know, it's not the biggest wave, but still getting to the peak of that wave, getting sort of the back end of the fins out. What's your thoughts on that wave there?
Yeah, definitely the smaller nuggets on the inside, they do form a little bit bigger than some of the set waves. We heard there in day number one, Ali Bakali, the local, saying that sometimes the set waves, they don't quite get the hollowness that is needed. So you can pick off these little inside ones and get some of those scores. You can see there definitely pushing the fins, like you say, getting a few good turns in. And as the waves are smaller at the moment, and also sets are taking a long time in between, it is a good way to get a medium to a decent score. Apply a little bit of pressure to the other athlete out there, because let's not forget, it isn't sometimes about the best athlete, it's about the best athlete on the day.
Yeah, and in these sort of conditions as well, it's about choosing the right wave at the right time. Like you explained, the sets, they're taking a little bit of time to come in, and the waves at the moment, especially in this heat, maybe not the size that the riders want. But here, a little bit of a break. We've got 4 minutes left. We can see Catalina Edin now taking the lead. Frances Kelly needs a 3.71 to advance, and we can see her here on this wave. Closing out, unfortunately, for her, so I doubt she'll get the score she needs on that one. In the back, Catalina Edin looking to advance on her 3.48, which will hopefully make the lead over Frances Kelly a little bit bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very close, only winning by 0.18 of a point. So it is about as close as it gets. Hairline, a needle in a haystack out there at the moment. 3.5 minutes on the old ticker, on the old buzzer. The first semi-final of the women. Who is going to be making it through to the grand finale, as we are going to be doing both of the semi-finals. Then it's time to go over to the men for the quarters, as that tide is starting to push up. Really looking forward to the action out there. There is a lot of interesting athletes, and let's not forget, one of the big names on the women's fleet from yesterday, Kessiani Rodriguez, is out. We did not expect that to happen so early on in the competition. And I know there's going to be a few athletes that are having a sigh of relief for that happening.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first heat of the day, so a little bit tough there in some senses because, you know, the athletes that are after, they get a little bit of a feel for maybe what each other are riding. But there, you know, she took the 9 out, I believe. Under power, was downwind, couldn't get in the top right-hand pocket of the waves, rushed in, trying to fight for the 12, running out of time, couldn't get the scores on the board, and I think mentally out of anything as well, it was just running through her mind. And Frances Kelly, you know, took advantage of that, stayed where she needed to stay, got the wave she needed to get, and was super, super happy that she came out on top, and here she is in the semi-finals.
Yes, I mean, there was one thing about that girl is she has a smile. She was so excited, she forgot when her birthday was. Because yesterday she said it was today. Today she's now saying it's tomorrow. I reckon she's just going to be riding that positive vibe all the way. But I can tell you when it comes to the party for that birthday, she is going to be celebrating high no matter what, making it way all the way through to the semi-finals, as we have said here, and already starting to join some good waves. But at the moment, it is that lady just coming off of your screen, Katarina Edding. But watch out, Frances Kelly out the back with a very nice set wave. This is where they really need to make sure that that kite is not as powered to be able to not get pulled off the back on this flat section. A little bit of a handbrake turn, but this wave is starting to hollow out. What's she got for us here? Big turn off of the top. This is definitely looking like a better wave. Turn number 2, mid handbrake. As she goes again, just trying to keep the speed as she comes all the way around. Nice bottom turn and linking together again. Getting it along, a little bit of a snapperoo there, just going off for the iron, but that was a very nice, good-looking wave as she is looking to improve on that 3.42 backup score. And there it is, 6.02. 6.02 for that wave there from Frances Kelly. She is in the lead as we stand.
Wow, that was a fantastic wave there. She needed it. She's gone into the lead. It's 30 seconds to go now. Really, really tight. Katarina M was probably watching there thinking, I hope a wave now comes my way. Here's a replay, riding that all the way in. Wabam, there's the first one. Drops down, up again. Nice slow-mo shot. Second turn goes in, but does put the handbrake on. Let's see, with the final few seconds, if Katarina Edding can get on a wave.
Yeah, it does look like she was hunting for something there, but unfortunately, it does look like, yes, there it is. There is the buzzer, meaning that is the end of that heat. And we are just going to wait for confirmation because it did look like she got on something there. But I think that Frances Kelly has done enough to make her way through. And look at this beautiful drone shot. And while we enjoy the beautiful location that is here, the Westpoint Hotel here for the first event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour here with the World Cup in Dakhla. Before we get more into more action with the second semi-final of the women, let's take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
So, we're on the beach here in Dakhla, Morocco, and I've got Frances Kelly next to me. The birthday wishes sure are coming true. We're now into the final. This place is getting a little bit special for you.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I've been manifesting this since the first time we came here in 2019, so yeah, super stoked, yeah.
Well, in the other semi-final, which is going to take place now, you've got Capucine and Zoe. I don't know if you've been able to watch any of their heats, but how do you think, what's the mindset going into this? Are you just going to carry on enjoying yourself, enjoying your waves, and just watch the heat that goes down now?
Yeah, exactly, Liam. Doesn't really matter who else is in the final with me. I'm just going to go out there and do my best and have a lot of fun. The conditions are super fun, so this is why we're here.
Yeah, and you managed to grab a wave at the end there. It's quite challenging sometimes to grab the ones that start at the top and end right in front of the judges' tower. You managed to sort of get that one towards the end. You look super, super happy. Just talk to us about that final wave.
Oh yeah, just had to put it all on the line really, and managed to link it through from the top. And yeah, it's all about wave selection really. So yeah, but it's hard when you're out there and you're watching the clock. You're like, oh my gosh, when you just need one more, So I'm stoked.
Well, you've got plenty of heats, plenty of wave selection. The experience is coming through now at this event. Good best of luck in the final. We can't wait to watch it. And let's go and check out the other semi-final.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Frances. Amazing work out there. And as we said there, we are moving through to the second semi-final. We have Zoe Basile up against Capucine Delanois, both of the French athletes. This is definitely one of the heats I've been looking forward to see. Zoe Basile coming out of Brittany and has really been impressing all of the judges with her first appearance on the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And that Capucine Delanois, we know, is one of our champions. Let's not forget she was joint first here last year, and also probably the most talented strapless freestyler we have. And starting off strong, it looks like Capucine, but boom, is already linking on one of the waves. As she's making the most of this little inside runner. Zoe already with a 6.08. This is definitely going to be a very important heat out there, as there is 18 minutes of action to go. Both of these athletes have already had one wave, and there it is front and center on your screen, Zoe Basile. But it is very close in between them because Capucine Delanois just had a 5.82, and this is going to be a battle until the end. We have a semi-final number 2 of the women's elimination, day number 3 here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. And starting to get the vibes down here on the beach as we are starting to get into semi-finals. We've already seen Frances Kelly is going to be one of our grand finalists. And there we can see out there just in front of the Westpoint Hotel there with the bird's eye view. That is Capucine Delanois, as both of these ladies are perfectly in position waiting for the sets. And Zoe with a 6.08 and a 8.98 total. And Capucine Delanois with a 6.04. So very, very close out the moment in between these two athletes. And this is going to be a battle to the very end. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Capucine Delanois starting to link in on to a smaller wave here. A little bit far out on the shoulder, but managing to keep in that impact zone, and she is starting to link the moves together. And one of the things you can definitely tell is that Capucine has been here for about 10 days, and she really is starting to know this wave, gets the kite in the right position, and powers through. That'll be wave number 2 for her. And I have a feeling she is now, after that surf, is going to be moving through into first position. But still a little bit less than 13 minutes out of the 18 to go. Semi-final on your screen. And let's just waiting for that second score for Delanois. Both North riders there on the new calves from North Kiteboarding. Their surf wave specific kite, and it definitely looks like it is putting and producing the goods for here for these athletes, as Kapozin now moves into first position, leading by 0.5 of a point with a 9.48 total. All right. There we can see Zoe looking like she's taking off on a little bit of a medium-sized waves, and it is opening up very nicely. It is that middle section of the competition area that if it can hollow out, you are able to link those sections together, but unfortunately there's Zoe going off a little bit early. So Kapozin at the moment leading the pack. And it looks like she is going to be taking off on another wave, but there we have on our screen Zoe Basile from Brittany, France, as she knows she has to start to get some scores out there. A little bit of a check turn back to the white water, making sure that she stays close to that impact zone so she doesn't get pulled off the back of the wave. And it did look like we could see Kapozin there on the back of her screen. Yes, it is. She is going to start to engage. All right. Check turn. Here we can see the wave is starting to jack up nicely in front of her. What's she got for us? Check turn number 2. Now, this is where, if she times this right, she can get a good hit. Flattens off a bit. Going to have to ride this one onto the inside if she wants to start to get some bigger scores. All right, starting to break. Inside section. Can she hit it? Yes, she does. Good timing. There goes the whitewater. Once again, number hit and letting the tail loose on that one. Getting all the way down. Watch out. Kapozin Delanois. Little bit of a handbrake there for that one. Is going to get past this bottom section. Can she get one more turn in? Yes, just missing out on the timing of that one. But still another wave looking to improve over a 3.44. Currently in the lead. But loads of time, and look at this replay. You can see right on the top there, getting the timing right and linking that maneuver together, getting 2 decent hits. And this is where she just went out a little bit too far out on the shoulder. But it was to be able to keep the speed and get past this first whitewater section to be able to link it up one more time. And there it is, 6.70. Kapozin Delanois in the lead, 12.74, 2 6-point waves. The battle is on, and Zoe is now going to have to look for a 7.05 if she wants to take it. And there looks like a little update there. We do apologize, as it is a 7.08 for Kapozin Delanois, as they are moving through 13 point total. But watch out, Zoe here. Looks like she is starting to link it together. Oh, just unfortunately. There it is, coming through. Yes, big hit there for her. Can she get past it, pulls it together? Yes, she can. Judges are definitely going to be liking that one. And she's already way in front of the white water. A little bit of a mid-face turn to end that one off. That is also going to be a good score. I tell you what, there is action. We've got battles out here on the water. Gloves are off. Let's go, girls. And there you can see, right on the top, powers through, drives through those fins, almost loses it there, keeps it together straight into that second one, and that is good timing. Kite a little bit high, but managing to get through that foam ball, and that is definitely going to improve over that 2.90. Let's see how far it will, because she needs a 7.05 if she wants to take the lead. 8 minutes to go. All right, a 5.88, and now getting back into a A possibility here, still needing the 7.05 as Kapuzin threw her down that 7.08 already on that last wave. But just a little bit under halfway to go of this heat. And I'm sure we're going to see at least 1 or 2 more sets. All right, both of the ladies making their way back up to the top of the Westpoint here, as it is very close, but definitely we knew this heat was going to be a close one because 2 of the top athletes out there, last year's joint winner and the newcomer here onto the tour, throwing down with every turn. Zoe Bazil already to 7 points in this competition. We can see here with that 7.08 there from Kapuzin Delanois in the driving seat at the moment. And here we have Kapuzin one more time. But just getting pulled off at the back of the wave. She has 2 good scores, looking to improve on the 6.04 as her backup. And Zoe looking to improve on her first score, as it is very close in between them, only 0.88 of a point. But hey, this is a semi-final. This is to see who will be joining Frances Kelly in that grand finale, to see who is going to take the win over here in Dakhla. Just under 6 minutes to go. Day number 3 of the competition here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. And what a beautiful day it is. I can see some of the boys starting to get ready to throw down as they're starting to get their stuff all prepped. So they don't need to do any pit stops and just can go, go, go on the green light and pedal to the metal like a freight train. And it's on, it's on. 5 minutes, athletes, 5 minutes. All right, there it is. We can see Kapuzin Delanois on a very good set wave, but also Zoe Bazil out the back as well. This is definitely going to be an important moment for both of these athletes. Kapuzin staying very close to that foam ball. Good moves. Big hack there from her. She is definitely not messing around, putting in the hours. And was able, very good timing there from her, was able to get that turn as she was nice and close to the foam. Nice and close to the white water. And here we can see Zoe just getting pulled off the back of that wave. Kapuzin is definitely has the upper hand in this heat so far. And look at this, you can see, links that first turn. Good off the top, gets completely pushing as much through that back. And this is where she goes, stays close to the foam. And just got yet another hit, so waiting to see. Yes, it is improving yet again. 6.96 there for that score from Kapuzin Delanois, 14.04. Definitely proven she is a force to be reckoned with, and she wants redemption. She is not prepared to be sharing that first position anymore. And we're just waiting to see for those official scores to be dropped. All right, so 7.12. Totaling at 14.20 there for Capucine Delanois. But watch out, here comes Zoe, and this wave is looking a lot better. As it starts to open up in front of her, let's see what she has here for us. The rider coming out of Brittany, France. Getting past the foam ball. Here it has that section. Getting it right in that sweet spot. Not a lot of speed, though. She's going to need to up it if she wants to get some higher scores there. And you can see just missing out on the timing there, unfortunately. So not being able to produce the goods there on that wave. Making it all the way down to the bottom in front of the judges. As we have a little bit less than 2 minutes to go. And as we stand, it is Capucine Delanois in the leads. As Zoe Basile making her way back out to the edge of the competition area to see if she can score yet one more wave. She would need an 8.04. Big score as Capucine Delanois has put in the work early on in this heat. And there it is, the final minutes. Can see Zoe Basile flying upwind to see if she can have the opportunity to get one more wave. Because after this, we will be moving over to the men, where we'll be starting out with the local hero, Mohamed Ali Bakali, is up against Pedro Matos, the Brazilian. That'll be the heat coming up next as we move over to the men's quarter-finals. 30 seconds. And there it is, there is the buzzer. And we just have to wait, because if I'm not mistaken, Zoe was on a wave there, so this is going to be her final wave, the final opportunity for her to make her way through into the grand final. She is in need of an 8.04, and this is looking like a very nice wave. Is she going to be able to produce the goods on this last surf? Opening up nicely, making her way all the way down to the bottom. Mid-face turn there, watch out, because it is starting to hollow out. This could be an important moment. Can she do it on the buzzer? Oh, was looking to try and get a little bit of shampoo there. But getting past this first section and going down. And I do not think that is going to be enough, but we're going to have to wait to see those official scores to come in to see who is going to be making her way through to the grand final here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. And while we can enjoy these beautiful images and wait for those results, let's go to a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Okay, so down here on the beach, the last semi-final of the women's has just finished. Conditions really starting to build now. The high tide's coming in, the wind is pumping, and I'm joined here by Capucine. Capucine, happy to make it through to the final. Last year you did the same. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It was my goal to make it to the final. I'm really happy. It was such an intense heat. Zoe is such a strider, so yeah. I'm really happy I made it into the final, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe's first event on tour. I'm sure she'll be joining again, so a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, she's a really good rider, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Well done. Congratulations. You've made it through to another final. And let's go and see the first heat of the men's.
Yeah, there it is, Capucine. Congratulations, making it through to the grand finale. Up next, we have Ali Bakali versus Pedro Matos. Ali Bakali, the local, pretty much the hero story of this event. Definitely really can see him pulling out some of the moves. And Pedro Matos, one of the most talented surfers we have out here on tour. He has been on the podium various times and still looking for that win as he continues forward. He was in the final last year with Ayrton Cosolino, but Ayrton getting the upper hand. So a big heat coming our way. And now we can see Ali Bakali dropping in for his first wave. Already a 3.33 there from Pedro, but Ali, starting off with a big hit. This is going to be a good one. Already picking off a good wave. Nice open face, leaning into those shoulders, opening up, open arc, all the way down. Two good turns. And is he going to be milking this one down to the end, as it is starting to flatten out? He might as well, as he's there. He's got time. And he said he's going to try and see if he can get a couple of little air sections. Little bit mistimed that one. Can he make it up here? You can see he's just about a second behind as he's just starting to get those set turns. All right, and looking in the background, and Liam, there it is, Pedro Matos dropping in.
Yeah, here he is, first heat of the men's now. Excited to see what's to come. I've just come off from the beach. The wind is building, the high tide's coming, so it's going to get exciting. And here we have Pedro really putting in some lovely, carvy, fluid turns, getting past the white water here. There goes another one. This guy's so stylish on tour. He's a real credit to watch. And this wave, he sure is making the most out of it.
Yeah, he absolutely is. One of the things I love about Pedro is he really does drive. He gets low, powers through those turns, and extends it. I mean, attention to details. You've got to make the extra if you want to get those extra points. And unfortunately, it looks like a kite. Looks like Ali's kite has gone down there. And let's see if he can get that back up, because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it is all right. Is he going to escape that wave? He is, but he's going to want to get that one up if he wants to be able to get back into contention. He is in the lead so far with a 5.90, but Pedro already sticking up a 7 after that very nice last wave.
Yeah, interesting here from Mohamed A. I think this is the first time we've actually maybe seen him, crash his kite, come off his board at all competition. He really hasn't put a foot wrong yet. And here we have a little recap of Pedro, lovely fluid, getting the fins up at the top of the wave. Really, really nice. And here we have again, wow, look at the spray on that wave. And now back to our gorgeous drone shot. It looks like Mohamed Ali has got the kite back up in the air, tracking it back upwind to compete against Pedro's 10.33.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things you really notice with Pedro, if you look at his spray, when he hits the wave, the spray is actually going up and not so much out. So what does that mean? If your spray is going up, you can see it's got the verticality because he's hitting it on that axis. Sometimes you see some athletes doing the old handbrake turn mid-wave. They might release a lot of water, but it isn't in the direction or isn't in the spot that the judges are going to want to see it. So at the moment, 10.33, he's already got a good 7 up there. So he already has one good, decent score. But let's not get too excited because there is still 13 minutes to go. And both of these athletes have been producing more than 7-point averages on their waves all the way throughout this contest. And there we can see it does look like the wind has picked up a little bit, as you said, they're down on the beach. And we can see the guys are on 10-meter kites, if I'm not mistaken. So I can see a 9-meter starting to get rigged up here in front. So wind is up, waves are up. Riding is upping the level, but hey, quarterfinals of the men, it's got to, if you're going to bring it out, you've got to bring it out now.
For sure, Joe, and if you can't handle the heat, you've got to get out the kitchen. These guys are going to go for it now. Everyone's really amped up. The level's going to be through the roof. Some really, really tough heats upcoming. We've got Ayrton Cozzolino against Sebastian Ribeiro, Matt Maxwell against James Carew as well. We're really in for a treat this afternoon.
Oh, we are. And let's not forget Matthew Lopez and Reese Maesco there as well. Matthew backhand, really looking forward to seeing him. He's one of my favorite riders. I always compare him to the Rob Machado. He's just that loosey-goosey, really stylish and laid-back style. But I tell you one thing, when he connects and hits that lip, I would not want to be that wave. Here we can see Ali Bakali picking off a smaller wave, and if I'm not mistaken, there we can see Pedro Matos in the background. Synchronized surfing coming down here in Dakhla.
Yeah, Ali Bakali, really, you can't underestimate this guy. We're sort of 5 to 6 minutes into the heat. He might not have the scores that he wants, but here on this wave, putting in some lovely sharp turns, really arcing himself out. Bit of whitewash here. Might get a little bit more on this wave. He does in the foam. It's not looking like it's going to peak up much more, but there it is, right at the end, towards the wave, coming towards in front of the judges. Nice drone shot here to wrap up that wave. I think definitely going to make an improvement on his 1.77.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice way he hit that, kind of let the fins loose and kind of balanced on the middle of his board. Obviously at the bottom parts are a little bit of the smaller side, but it is this turn here. Look how he gets it. That is perfect timing. Pushes it out, makes his back, and lets it loose, opens his shoulder, and it is this turn here, how he gets right on top of the wave, makes his way through. Good moves out there from Ali Bakali, and already, as you say, there we can see 6.33, so he's put himself back into contention because now he is in first place.
He certainly is, and those slow-mo shots really do give these athletes the justice and the credit it deserves. We really see the spray going up nice and high, the back end of the board coming off the top of the wave. And our video production here with all the drones, all the camera angles, all the slow-mos. Hopefully you guys at home are loving the coverage. We sure are loving the action that's going on down here at Dakhla, Morocco. And here we see both riders tracking back upwind. Pedro's got a little bit of work to do though.
Yes, he does. But let's not forget he does have the highest score of the heat with that 7.0. But once again, now Ali is starting to get busy. He has a decent wave here. He is going to want to improve on that 4.33. But this one does look like it's flattening out. But as he said, we saw this with Ayrton. You can get higher scores on these mid-waves. Boom! Big hack. A little bit mistimed it there. Missed it one more time there. And that's why he went over just a little bit of a second too late. Couldn't connect those two sections. So that is not going to be a high-scoring wave for him. But still, he is not. One of the things I love about Ali, doesn't matter who he's going out against. He has the biggest names in kite surfing out there on the water, and he is not letting go. He is pushing pedal, pedal, pedal to the metal. The Moroccan freight train is out there on the water. Let's see if he derails one of the Brazilians.
Yeah, he might even knock them down like Skittles, but we will see. We've still got 9 minutes left on this heat. Muhammad Ali hasn't really, like I said, put a foot wrong. Yesterday he put on a show-stopping performance, and he's got the local crowd behind his back. When he goes in the water, you hear the cheers. Everyone's rooting for him here, and will that get in Pedro's mind? What do you reckon, Joe? Do you think that will put Pedro off slightly?
I don't know. I mean, Pedro is a very experienced kite surfer. He has a lot of competition experience now. He's been on the tour for a few years, and he knows his skill set. We saw it in the previous heat against Camille. He was pretty much to the buzzer. There were no waves. He didn't get nervous. He stayed out there and kind of waited for the opportunity. And when the opportunity arose itself, he did jump on it. So obviously, he knows how to keep his cool. But let's not forget, we are getting to the bigger heats of the competition so far. And Pedro Matos, speak of the devil, there he is, increasing on his second score. getting a 5.67, putting himself into the lead, because now Ali is going to need a medium 6 if he wants to get back into first position. Pedro just playing it cool, and obviously going up against a rider like Ali, small waves aren't going to do it. You are going to have to pick off those good ones, because both of these guys can perform 7-8 point rides on the decent side wave, but it is timing it, getting those ones and turning those diamonds in the rough to real nice diamonds.
No, for sure. And if it is small ones, it needs to be the ones that start at the first section and end at the third. You don't want to be finding those waves that break in the middle. And here, you know, sort of going for a slight flat section at the moment. The swell's not quite coming through, but here, Ali Bakali tearing up this wave. There's the first turn. A little bit of whitewash, foamy water here. Can he get past it and join the back end of it? Yes, he can. Second one, boom. Really gets up nice and high on that wave. Tracking back downwind. Might wanted to have get a little bit higher on that one. Can he do? Again, sort of putting the handbrake on. Not quite getting the shifts that he wants. Waves closing out, but there he gets a little bit high. We can hear the crowd in the background screaming. That's the one he was looking for. Lovely spray, lovely carvy, fluid turn there. He's looking to advance on his 4.33 to hopefully overtake Pedro's 5.67. Can he do it on this wave? It's coming up nicely. Boom! Spray! What a shower. And again, two lovely back-to-back turns. This wave is opening up nicely for him, coming right in front of the judges. Bada bing, bada boom. He is on the board, not falling off at all. It's still going right in front of the judges. This guy has had his breakfast.
Oh, I tell you what, he has had eggs and he is making an omelette out there. That was a big ride there from Ali Bakali, and as we could see, really hitting it at the tops. He had some very nice carve and open face turns back to the power zone where he kind of lets go, similar Aussie style to James Carew, where he just lets that arm open, completely open his shoulders. And then as he made his way down to the bottom, a little bit more hollow section, he was able to get a few more of those bigger heats. Waiting to see what the kind of scores are going to be coming his way. I reckon he is probably going to be improving on that 4.33, but we did miss the first section of that wave. Ali Bakali, let's see what the numbers are coming up, because he is going to need a 6.35 for that last surfing wave, as he is currently in second position.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it beats all of his scores so far, and it does. There it is, a 7.90. It puts him into the lead with 14.23. Pedro now chasing, and he needs a 7.24 to take the lead. We've got just over 5 minutes on this heat. Joe, you reckon another period of waves will come in and join us?
Well, this is the moment where, as we said, this is where we have to see who is the most patient. Pedro knows after that wave he has to have a good score. Yep. He might, obviously he can't see exactly the number out because he's not going to come into the shore, find it out from his coach Leo out there, but he knows that after that wave from Ali, he needs a big score. So how can you get a big score out there? You can either be on the inside and mix it up, which at the moment the waves don't seem like they have that potential to just do it there. You need to go all the way out the back and pick off a set wave. 4.5 minutes on the ticker, I reckon. This is a moment where he has to start doing the wind dance, the wave dance, the wiggle and the woggle. Got to do everything to be able to make sure that that set comes through. And when it does, you have to perform. Definitely pressure is on his shoulders. Can the young Brazilian put in the performance? We will soon find out. One of the best riders out there in the world on the water. But wow, Ali Bakali, talk about throwing it down early on.
No, he is throwing it down. That wave did him absolute justice. But like you said, Pedro, we can't put him to a side. Yesterday in his heat against Camille, it went down to the wire as well. It came down to that final wave, and he managed to just grasp the win. Here we have a huge score, 7.90 from Ali Bakali. I wonder if he'll improve that wave. But really, we want to see a nice big set come through. Really make it interesting for us at the beach, those at home, and with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the clock, it's getting tense.
Well, you know, as they say down under, we ain't here for a haircut. We are definitely cooking with gas now. The fire is lit and we got ignition. Both of these guys getting ready. 3.5 minutes. It is going to come down to one set. And you know what? Dakhla will pull through. I reckon we're going to see one more set wave because we want to keep this interesting. I am on the edge of my seat. If you are back on the home, on the armchair or on the sofa, it's time to get the popcorn, get the tappers, get the beer or get the coffee. Wake up as we have action coming our way. Quarterfinals on the water. And the local Ali Bakali at the moment giving one of the top riders of our tour, Pedro Matos for Brazil, a run for his money. And that last wave from Ali, 7.90. What a way to start off his morning. Can he make it through to the semi-finals? We will soon find out, as it is getting very close. Just under 3 minutes.
Yes, Joe, super, super close. Here, lovely shot of our beach. We can see the Westpoint Dakhla Hotel on the right-hand side, and that's where that wave starts. Just up on that right-hand side, that's the first section. And then it comes all the way down on the beach in front of our judging tower. Here, if I'm not mistaken, we have Ali Bakali with Pedro Matos just in the background there, searching for waves. It's a little bit quiet out there, a little bit stale. The last set has just come through, so you can see Ali Bakali here pumping his way onto this wave. 2 minutes to go. Pedro Matos in the background there, riding the Neo D-Lab, which has just launched from Duotone. Ali Bakali is actually on a Rebel, Joe, so a little bit more pull on that one. May not have the drift on those Neos, but doesn't seem to be phasing him.
Well, you know what they say, it ain't the bow, it's the Indian. Let's see what they are going to produce. Okay, Pedro deciding to go on this wave. Smaller section, but it is open up nicely. He needs a 7.24. Let's see what the young Brazilian has for us. 3 good hits already as he's starting to make his way down. Boom! Landing it here on that hit number 4. Off the top, and he is milking this. Can he milk it all the way down? Can he milk it all the way down? We will soon find out. There it is, going off the top one more time. It is the smallest section, but he has definitely put it in the work. And, going down at the end of that wave.
Oh, wow.
Going down at the end of that wave. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough? Waiting for those scores to come in. But at the back also, we can see Liam and that Ali Bakali is starting to get ready, waiting for a set wave. Does he know something we don't? Is that going to be enough? 7.24 is what Pedro needs. Final minute, final minute.
Wow, here we go, Joe. I am on the edge of my seat, just as you are. This set couldn't have come at a better time. Minute to go, 45 seconds now. Super, super tense. Can't wait to see what that score is. Here we have the highlights. Wabam, lovely snappy turn. Look at the spray there, meters above the peak of that wave. Ali Bakali, don't think he was on a wave there. Might have gone a little bit quiet, but still waiting for that score to come through.
Yeah, and you can see Ali's going to be using priority as well. He is going to try and probably block Pedro, as Pedro knows he only has 13 seconds, so a 6.50, so that is not enough. 10 seconds Pedro is going to need to get on yet another wave if he wants to have the opportunity to make his way through this round. Ali Bakali throwing down and making it happen. The final 3 seconds. Is it going to be enough? As I can't see if Pedro, so no. Pedro is not on a wave. As he is making his way in, we are just going to wait for confirmation of those final scores. But no, there it is. It is official. Making his way into the semi-finals. That man out there, and look at that. Look at the smile on his face. Our local hero story of the competition, Mohamed Ali Bakali.
Okay, here we are down on the beach in Dakhla, Morocco. What a heat we've just had. Me and Joe were on the edge of our seats. You had that one wave that got you through. Just give us your thoughts now. You look so happy.
Yeah, that was very competitive. We were like pushing each other, like playing a bit of mental game. But man, that wave made... I'm speechless.
I mean, it just kept going and going and going. You must have been thinking, I don't want to fall. I can't screw this one up.
Exactly. Yeah, I got the first one. I was a little bit like, should I throw an air or not? So it was a bit sketchy. Fell down, and then that one, as you said, like just stick it, don't fall, make it all the way through.
Well, I mean, here we go. You're the local Moroccan. Did you think you'd make it through this far? I mean, obviously up against Pedro, it's tough, but you know, you're shredding up there. You really haven't put much of a foot wrong. Your kite fell there. We were a little bit like, you know, what's going to happen? Is it going to get taken out by a wave? But you kept cool. You had to show composure.
Yeah.
And now we're into the semis. Guys, it's nuts down here. As you can see, the support for Muhammad Ali is exceptional. We're going to go and catch the other quarterfinal now for the men's. Muhammad Ali, well done. Let's get back to the action.
It is great to see. It is great to see the smile on that man's face. And now, let's go straight into the action. Probably one of the biggest heats coming up. Ayrton Cosolino from Italy versus Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil, the two highest scores of the competition out there. Let's get into the action as we have waves on the water. All right, Sebastian Ribeiro already dropping in here on this wave, deciding against it. Let's not forget, they do know that against each other you want to be higher scoring, bigger waves if you want to get those numbers. And I can see Ayrton already there at the back. Let's have a little look at the scores to see who is already in position. All right, Cosolino, boom! Starting to get it on, as he starts out. Just waiting for some updates on the scoring graphics to see who is coming through in the first position at the moment. Ayrton starting to make this one work here, all the way coming towards the streaming booth down here. Small little whippersnapper, as my granddad would say. But just making it all the way down to start off the heats as we are waiting for two numbers to come our way. And there it is, Sebastian Ribeiro and Ayrton Cosolino. One of the bigger heats expected here for this event. Last year's winner, and Sebastian Ribeiro, third position last year. The two highest scoring athletes so far. And look at the stoke there with Ali Bakali there on the Red Bull Morocco. What a day, what a ride, what a rider. Our local hero. And it is so good to see him making it through, but wow, Pedro Matos did not make it easy for him, as we are now continuing on and still waiting for scores. Sebastian Ribeiro with a 4.77 coming up on the screen, and Ayrton Cosolino with a 6.23. All right, so Ayrton Cosolino, 6.23. In the lead so far, but there is loads of time, as this is a quarterfinal heat still to come up. We have James Carew to come out in the water. We also have Machu Lopez. Both of these guys, Matt Maxwell and Reese Myersco. We still have two more quarterfinals to come our way. We're seeing a couple of sets. We saw a very nice set wave there from Ali Bakali taking out Pedro Matos in that last round. But now it is the Brazilian Sebastian Ribeiro circling out the back to see if he can drop in on a set wave. But early days, we saw him get the highest wave score yesterday with a 9.57. Pretty much as good as it gets. And let's see if he can start to produce some of the goods. He looks like he's looking into this one. As there he is, starting to engage. Sebastian Ribeiro. First turn, right back into the power zone. Look how he goes right back to that white water, stays connected to the wave. Here we go, starting to speed up as he comes down this middle section of the competition area. Oh, getting the wind, getting in the gust. Perfect timing. Water to the sky. Starting to link it. He has the speed. Foam climb there, letting that tail loose. A very nice wave there from Sebastian Ribeiro. That is definitely going to be a good scorer, as he is going to be going through into first position after that one. And there we can see Ayrton Cosolino having a little look back to see what was going down, as he now has priority and is in position up the top, waiting to see and take off on yet another wave. All right, Sebastian. Here we can see that wave that he took off before. Off he goes. Big hack. Look at that white water driving through the fin. Stays close to it one more time. Little bit of a snap there, but this is what Sebastian does very well. He doesn't lose power a single moment. Able to release the fins, get that board going. And that is a very nice wave there from the Brazilian with a 7.07. So already having the biggest score of the heat. And Ayrton Cosolino still calm, cool, and collected, because he knows if he wants to take out Sebastian Ribeiro, he has to take and go on the bigger set waves. At the moment seem to ones that are getting those higher scores. But early days, just under 12 minutes to go. And there we can see both of our athletes all the way out the back, waiting to see the action coming our way. All right, so both the athletes all the way out at the top of the competition area, just waiting for those sets to come in. There we can see Sebastian Ribeiro and Ayrton Cosolino. Ayrton Cosolino a little bit further down. Looks like he's trying to eye something up here. Is he going to take off on this? No, he's looking in the back to see if there's a better set wave, as he does have priority out there. And seeing if he's trying to decide to go off on something else. No, it does look like he is going to take off on this one. Here we have him. All right, no, it looks like maybe he's going to be decided against it. He is using it. All right, no, here he goes. Okay, Ayrton Cosolino coming down the line. First little check turn past the white water, goes into the second. Another big release of the tail, keeps the speed down. Not the bigger size wave, but he is making the most out of this one. Two linking, big maneuvers there. Now this is where we're going to start to see. All right, airing past that section as he comes down the line. Once again on top, again hitting in that sweet spot. Gets a little wall climb there. Can he make it happen? Yes, he does. Another big one. This is actually turning out to be a nice wave all the way to the end. Letting go of the kite and the bar. Needing a 5.62 if he wants to take the leads after that little inside nugget. And pretty much making the most out of that one. Let's wait to see the scores coming in as we're just approaching halfway through this heat. Just a little bit over 9 minutes to go. And Sebastian, a couple of big hits here on the outside. Looking for one of the bigger waves. This is what we're talking about. Powering through another one, keeping it together. This is a huge wave for Sebastian Ribeiro. Linking it all together, keeping the speed. And unfortunately just breaking out in front of him there. And Ayrton also here in the back. Oh, just getting hit and going down there. Looks like he was going to try one of those air maneuvers he has up his sleeve. But Sebastian absolutely destroying that last one. Look at the power. Look at the drive. Water going to the moon on that last ride there from the Brazilian. And Ayrton just not quite getting what he wanted there, as he is definitely looking for those aerial maneuvers and waiting for the score to drop there. So I definitely think that's going to improve over that 4.77. Yes, it is. Ayrton Cosolino taking the lead there over 6.23, 12.93. But I reckon, if I'm not mistaken, we're still waiting for the score of that last wave from Sebastian. Very close in between these two athletes. Very close. And there it is, an 8.77 for that last wave there from Sebastian Ribeiro, already making it to be a 9.14 if Ayrton wants to take the lead. Ayrton is definitely going to be looking to improve on both of those scores. What a way to have it. Still 7 minutes of action to go. I'm going to say I'm hoping for 2 more sets so we can see these boys throw down here in the desert. First position, Sebastian Ribeiro. Second, Ayrton Cosolino, as it stands here. The quarterfinals of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. All right, Ayrton looking like he's looking for some of these inside gems, as he knows he has to start to up his game. Oh, 360 handle pass there just to start it off. On this wave, what a good way to start it off. Here we have him making his way down, trying to make the most of this wave, as he knew that was a very nice move here from him. We said he would have some of the strapless moves together. Big bang there. Little bit of a check turn. Here he has. Getting a little bit of height. Can he make it down? It does look like the wave is breaking in front of him. Has he got enough speed? Yes, he does. Off the top, making it whack to it. He's got maybe a chance for one more move. And a little air here at the bottom, but a big move to start it off. Ayrton Cosolino mixing up the freestyle and the surfing. What is he going to score? Is that going to improve? We will soon find out. Sebastian Ribeiro. Pure 100% surfing style. Such impeccable timing, this young man. But deciding against that one. And there we have him making his way back out. But Ayrton Cosolino, there we have it. Little air revert handle pass maneuver to start off that wave. Starting to mix it up out there. All right, so waiting for some numbers. At the moment, it is 12.93, 15.84. Sebastian Ribeiro, that big bomb of a wave all the way from the outside with that 877. As we are approaching the final 4 minutes, whoa, bang, whoa, bang! Waiting for another set to be coming our way. I tell you what, we're getting excited down here in Morocco. There we can see Ayrton Cosolino circling around like a shark. Sebastian Ribeiro there, making sure he doesn't draw blood as he is in first position at the moment. They are not letting off. They are not letting off as this is the quarterfinals. I like the action that we have out there already. Two of the best athletes battling out against themselves and Mother Nature. And I tell you what, Mother Nature is throwing us a few gems. As it does look like we might have a set beat coming our way. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Both of them already at the top. They are already at the top. Waiting. Waiting to prounce. Waiting to rump. And it does look like, all right. They know it has to be something big, both of them. Sebastian putting in the work in nice and early. Ayrton making his way out. As he also knows it's going to be close, it's going to be close. As we have the final 2 minutes, there we can see our security team making sure everybody is A-OK. The final 2 minutes here are probably one of the most expected heats out there. Ayrton Cosolino, Sebastian Ribeiro. Come on, Ocean, throw us some motion. We want some energy. I want the last round. The gloves are off. It's knuckle fights out there. Cosolino needing a 9.14. Sebastian Ribeiro winning by 2.9 points. Putting in the work nice and early. 1.5 minutes. All right, there it is, there it is. I can see Ayrton. He knows he needs a good wave. He knows it needs to be a set wave if he wants to have the chance. As we approach the final minute, the final countdown is up on us. Cosolino, Ribeiro, Ribeiro, Cosolino. And it does look like we can see him all the way up there. As I reckon there might be some energy coming their way. All right, all right, all right. So it does look like maybe for the final 2 waves. Ayrton Cosolino starting to go off, having a one hack, making his way down, using a little foam ride. It's small with small. We want to see the action. Come on, guys. As the wave is starting to jack up, there it is. What bang! First hit off the top. Cosolino going back to the wave welder. He knows how important this is. 9.14 is what he needs. How's it going to be? Oh, the head going to the side. He knows that's not going to be enough. And here we have Sebastian Ribeiro turning around, making sure that Cosolino doesn't take it. And that is definitely going to be it. That is going to be it. Making his way through to the semi-finals here in Dakhla. A big round of applause to the Brazilian, Sebastian Ribeiro.
Down here with the heat winner, Sebastian Ribeiro. Sebastian, up against Ayrton Cozzolino there. What was your sort of mental mindset going into this heat?
So the mindset's still the same. You know, as I said before, for sure I visualize myself winning this event, but it's hit by hit. You know, there's a path all the way to the final. So I actually don't care who I'm against with. I'm just trying to be myself, you know, to be the best of me, to go on the water, catch the best things I can, and do what I train for.
Right, the tide's coming in now, waves are looking nice, obviously the wind's been building throughout the day. You're nicely powered up on your gear here. How was the waves forming out there? You managed to get some really big, good scores. Talk us through, you know, how it felt on the wave.
Yeah, that's funny. Usually I'm the guy with always the smaller kite. Ayrton was on a 9, I was on an 8. I really like to be like perfect to underpower to really push my surf style. But yeah, again, Ayrton, in my opinion, was the guy to beat in this event. So for me, it was such an honor to compete against him and go to the semifinal. 2 more steps to the trophy, but as I said, step by step, heat by heat.
Step by step, heat by heat. That's a great mindset to have. We'll let you prep for the semi-final. We now go and check out the other quarter-final that's going down right now here in Dakhla, Morocco.
Yeah, Sebastian Ribeiro put it on a solid performance there. And as you said, pure surfing style, and the judges are liking what they see. Coming up next, we have Reese Maesco from Canada versus Matthew Lopez from Spain. 2 very different styles. Reese is going front hand, and we have Matthew Lopez, in my opinion, probably one of the best backside riders. He is the style meister, but Reese always performs very well out here in Dakhla. Some of his best results have been at this beach, and he is definitely hungry. Took a little while for him to get his groove on in the early rounds, but definitely after those last ones we saw yesterday, it looks like he is on a point, and he has all of the pistons firing. Let's see who is going to be making their way through, as it is going to be the semi-finals will be coming up very shortly. And the winner out of every one of these quarterfinal heats will be the men that will be making it through. Let's go, guys. It's green light. 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. So 18-minute heats. When we change over to the semi-finals, the heats times are going to be increased, so we can just enjoy a little bit more action. And now we will see that will be 22 minutes heats with 3-minute transitions. And as I mentioned before, dropping in Matthew Lopez, Mr. Tropical, coming down backhand side. Nice open face hack right back to the power zone. You can really see how he crouches down and extends that back leg. Matthew, one of the taller riders on tour, so when he really does stretch it out, you can see it from a mile away. I tell you what, we can get the Hubble telescope out there and you will be able to see it from space. Mr. Lopez making his way through, throwing down his first wave. Reese Maesco all the way out, back in position. And there we can hear the beautiful sound of the ocean right next to the shore here, as we have 15 minutes on the scorecard. 15 minutes of action left, and just waiting for that last wave of Matthew Lopez to be scored. And here we have Reese Maesco. Big starter hack there. Really nice coming down. He is out on his 10-meter. Already linking 3 moves. Nice. Little bit of a foam climb there. Comes down. Wave is a little flatter. He's going to need to see if this will reform on this inner sandbank and be able to give him a couple of schmackaroonies. And get in the air. But Jesus walking across the ocean there. So no, unfortunately that is going to be a crash there for him. But still getting some numbers up there. And Matthew Lopez there with that last wave. A 6.27. And here we have Matthew. Looks like he's going to be dropping in on a wave. Coming down. Braking to see if he can stay close to the power zone. Yes, he does. All right, a little air to start it off. Just adding a little bit of flair out there, but this wave is quite small. It's probably not going to be a high potential scorer, but still he has a 6.27 and looking for a backup score. A little smack there, big off the top. Love how he extends that back leg. Even though it is a smaller wave, he is managing to get that board nice and vertical, and at the moment leading this heat for the second to last quarter final of the competition. There we can see our photographer Sveta going underneath the waves there, making sure she gets the shots and gets the white in these guys' eyes. As we continue on with the quarterfinals, we'll be making our way through all the way to the semifinals also of the men. And then it is time to go over to the mini-finals of the women, mini-final of the men. And then it will be final backing up against finals, so you can see the best of the best, the action over here on the stream. If you are just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. And welcome to day number 3 here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. One of the disciplines of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. And we are enjoying the 100% waves of the kite-surf discipline and the best of the best battling it out here on this beautiful right-hand point break off of the Westpoint Hotel. Matthew Lopez already picking up another wave. He has a backup score of a 3.70. And just really gets in on these bottom turns. Smaller waves at the moment. Hasn't picked up on any of the bigger set waves. But still doing enough to be going through so far. Reese Myesko with a 5.50 and a 2.33 backup. As we're going to have to start upping up the game, as we are just a little bit shy of halfway through this heat. All right, Reese Myesko taking off on an outside bomb. Some of these waves are very flat at the beginning, but then as they reach all the way down, they do start to get a little bit more hollow, a little bit more vertical. And this one does look like it's doing the same. All right, Reese Myesko from Canada dropping in. Big hit off of the top, right in the sweet spot. Gets past this section. Can he keep it together? Oh, that was looking like a very nice air. Just unfortunately not being able to keep it in there. And Matthew Lopez flying downwind as this is looking like a better set wave. Let's see what he has for us here. Perfect timing off the top there for the Cape Verdean. And a beautiful backhand, keeping it low, making sure he can keep that speed. Getting past, but just unfortunately going down under the white water of that wave. As it is very offshore here. Reese at the top, right in front of the lens there for Sveta as he comes down one more time. This is that second section. Can he get it? Little bit late, but managed to get over the foam ball nice and easy with a little bit of a wall climb there. And going off the back, not liking what he sees, turns around as he knows, going up against a guy like Matthew, you've got to be on those scoring potential waves if you want to be getting the extra kudos and the shackers from our judges. Let's not forget we've got a 5-man judging panel. The top and the bottom scores are scratched. And it's the average of the 3 middle ones that are going to give you the numbers coming up on your screen. You've got to give the judges the love, dot all the I's and cross all the T's if you want to be making it through to the future rounds. And semi-final prize is hitting up for grabs here as the winner of this heat will be advancing through in the competition. So just a little under halfway through as we approach 8 minutes left. I reckon we got time for at least 1 or 2 decent sets more. Matthew a 10.54, a 6.27 and a 4.8. And now upping it a little bit more. Reese Myerscough there with a 5.50 and a 3.0. Quite close in between these guys, because more than capable of producing 7 to 8 point rides, both of these athletes, if the waves will show them a little bit of love. And hopefully we will be moving forward as the conditions are looking like they are improving heat after heat as we advance through the competition ladder. Just coming up on 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time. High tide is around 3 o'clock. So pretty much at this spot so far, it's an hour before high tide and an hour after high tide where we are seeing those diamonds in the rough appearing. So that's why we've calculated it. So that is when the final is going to be hidden so we can have the best conditions for our best athletes. Who's it going to be on those grand finales? We will soon find out. Quarterfinals of the men so far. And we are waiting. Obviously, on the women's side, Francis Kelly and Capucine Delanois already in that grand finale, which will be coming up very shortly. But who is going to be up there in the men? We're going to have to wait, watch the action, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the show. All right, so Reese searching for a wave as he knows it is quite close out there. He does have the second best score of this heat, but he needs to improve on that 3.0 backup. Siding against that as he knows time is ticking as there's 6 minutes. You definitely want to be staying at the top of this competition area because that is probably only enough time for one set to come through. Easier said than done, because let's be honest, patience they say is a virtue but very rarely is. And waiting out there knowing you are in second position to see if the ocean will throw you a bone to be able to produce the goods and go hard, hard, hard. And one more time, Matthew Lopez, big top turn off of that wave as he looked for that inside section. And this one is looking like it's starting to open up nicely. Check turn, back to the power zone. Here he has this middle part of the wave, just checking it go, making his way all the way back to the bottom. Again, a check turn. You can see that whole middle section of this wave is just completely flattened out. And now he's going to be coming down as this is where it starts to hollow out. He's only got a big turn on this one. Open face hack there for the Cape Verdean, making that board go nice and vertical. And let's see if he can get one more turn here at the bottom, just a little turn. So pretty much a one-hit wonder that wave, but that first turn was a beauty. Looking to improve over a 5.23. And Reese Myerscough out the back, seeing if the ocean will throw him a little bit of love, because at the moment he is going to be needing a 6.01 to take the lead. Elimination round out here. Whoever loses this heat is going to be packing their bags. And I know neither of these athletes want to be folding up those T-shirts quite yet. And we're coming on the final 4 minutes of this heat. Can see the tide is almost completely in. 3:15 in the afternoon is when that high tide starts to hit this Westpoint location here on the Western Sahara, Dakhla, Morocco. The location of the first event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. Out the back, Matthew Lopez versus Reese Mayesko. Both of these athletes waiting for that one set at the moment. Mayesko on the bottom end of the pecking order. He is definitely needing a decent set wave, as he needs plus a 6-point score to be able to be overtaking the Cape Verdean Lopez. And it does look like there's a little energy out the back. We got the stream office right on the shore here. Doesn't get much better than front row seats here in front of the best kite surfers on the planet. And coming up next after this heat, we will have the best rider from last year, our current world champion, the Australian James Carew, going out onto the water. All right, so here it is, Reese Mayesko, looking like he's going to be taking off on a wave here, looking left, looking right, starting to break. This is looking like a very nice wave. All right, the Canadian dropping in, needing a 6.70 if he wants to be able to give Matthew Lopez a run for his money. A first check turn, he is breaking this one a lot. It is not one of the bigger set waves. He is definitely going to have to milk this if he wants to make that happen. Big cutback, late turn, and deciding against it. Just over 1.5 minutes on the old ticker. Are we going to see another buzzer beater, as he said in the earlier rounds there from the Canadian? Matthew Lopez deciding to go on something here. A little bit of a grabbed air on his way down, and now starting to mix it up. Bar release, two-hand turn. And Reese is all the way out the back. I tell you what, he's going to want to be throwing a couple of old quarters in the slot machine to see if he can have a set coming his way. There we can see that air here from Matthew Lopez. Just a little Oli coming here on the beginning part of that wave. But we want to start to see those ones in the critical zone of the wave. 50 seconds left of this heat. And at the moment, Matthew Lopez will be advancing through to the semifinals. But it ain't over until the buzzer. It ain't over until the bell. As Reese Mayesko does look like he's seen something, because I can see him powering towards the Westpoint Hotel. "20 seconds. Are we going to see another wave? We are going to have to see if Reese Mayesko can start to pull it together. It does look like he is on something out there, and there it is. Not much. He knows he has to go with this one because the time is out. All right, so Reese Mayesko is on this little bump, needing a 6.70. Let's see if this opens up nicely. Breaking, breaking, breaking. Make sure he stays close to the fuller part of the wave. But this one is pretty much as flat as a pancake out there. And that is not going to be enough. So that is going to be official. Making his way through to the semi-final here in Dakhla, Morocco. Put your hands together for the Cape Verdean, Matthew Lopez. And while we're waiting, let's have a little look at some of the highlights of that last heat.
thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Going out on the water, we have Matt Maxwell from South Africa and our current reigning world champion, James Carew from Australia. As the green flag is in the sky, meaning let's go straight into the action. 3, 2, 1, let's go, go, go.
So here we go. On the wave right now, this looks like James Carew. Really nice fluid turns there, making use of what looks to be one of the smaller waves. But we've obviously got Matt Maxwell. We can't, put anything past him. He has come through as a wild card in this event. He is revved up, ready to go. And chatting to him before the heat, he sure did want to take it to James. But here, James showing confidence on what was not the best wave to start the heat. But let's see what that first score comes in at.
Yeah, I mean, Carew always is a very confident guy. Talking to him this morning, I asked him, I was like, how are you feeling, mate? And he's like, I'm good, I got this. And that just shows, that is the kind of world champion mentality that need. But Matt Maxwell, like you say, very powerful, putting on some very solid and beautiful moves throughout it. And here we can see Maxwell pushing through on this first wave. All right, so still waiting for a couple of scores to come up to see who is going to start off and fire that first bullet in this final quarterfinal out there at the moment. Then we'll be moving over to the semifinals of the men, and then we start with the finale mingle, as we will have mini finals of both the men and the women, and then the grand finals of the men and the women to see who are going to be crowned our champions over here in Dakhla. And there we can see Matthew Lopez getting his way down here as well, as he just won and has made it through to the semi-final. But let's have a look out there, because watch out! James Carew starting off on another wave. El otro Javi. Here he is, making his way down, slashing it apart a little bit. Smaller wave. Looks like he's maybe going to be going for an air here. Yes! Oh! Big air, just not quite getting the landing there. One of the highest ones we've seen so far. The Australian powerhouse starting to mix it up. He has a 7.57 and just unfortunately missing out on that one. So Matt Maxwell in the lead so far. And let's see how this heat is going to go out, as we are just 14 more minutes of action. And when we turn over to those semi-finals, it's going to be 21-minute heats. So we can just enjoy a little bit more riding on the wave now. Matt Maxwell making his way down, pulling off the top. All right, James. Looking like he's maybe going to be taking on one of these inside rollers. James Carew. Big first hit. Open face turn back to the power zone as this one has completely fattened out. And James airing at the end of that wave. All right, Matt Maxwell making his way forward on this wave, also coming down. And James Carew there in the back. Both athletes pushing very, very hard on these waves. James already in the lead with a 13.57, but whoa! Maxwell all the way down to the bottom here, milking that last section. All right, and while we're waiting for both of these athletes to be making their way out, let's go down to the beach with an interview.
Okay, so down here with heat winner Matthew Lopez riding backside, the guru in that. Matthew, tough one against Reese there. He was shredding yesterday. How did you find that heat played out for you? What were the conditions like? The wind's up. Are the waves there for you, or would you want a little bit more?
Not much waves, but been fire up the whole day. Sleeping rough, just thinking about what I'm gonna do. Conditions, pretty much wind direction is what matters the most for me, and there's some waves. I managed to put a couple turns, judges like it, I'm fired up, I really want to go big, I really want to, on my head, I just want to broke it all. And I'm super hyped about it, and I'm going to go for it, and yeah, I guess next is James. Come on, James, come here.
Yeah, I was going to say the heat going on at the moment, still a bit of time left. Matt Maxwell's put in a great show so far on the event. James, obviously, probably the favourite going into this one, current world champ. You're clearly amped up and ready to give it to him. What do you think you're going to need to do to potentially take one of these two athletes and make it through to the final?
I don't care. I'm going to do what's in my hand, and I'm going to give it all. It's on the hands of God.
There we go. It's on the hands of the wind gods. Matthew, thank you very much. We're going to throw it back to the last quarterfinal before we go to the semis.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Great work out there. And we can continue and see. At the moment, it is James Carew in the lead of this heat, as it's a little slower through the middle part, but just waiting to see another set to be coming our way. Let's have a little look at the scores. And there it is, a 13.57 versus an 11.87. But Maxwell putting in a 6.50 for that last wave, adding additions of style. And looking forward to seeing the next standoff here. All right, Carew making his way. Little bit of an air, grabbing the board here. Looks like he's wanting to try and fire some of these airs. Big open face carving hack. And a smackaroo here on the top. All the way down right in front of the competition area here in front of the stream. At the moment, very close in between these two athletes. We have a 13.57 and an 11.87. Carew in the lead, our current world champion, as we are just past halfway through this heat. 8 minutes left on the old buzzer.
So back to the action, 7 minutes 40 seconds to go. Here we have Matt Maxwell chasing the current world champion James Carew. Needs a 9.57 to advance. He's found a little pocket here. Lovely little snap turn there. Getting nice and low. Back on the water. Looks to be sort of fizzling out a little bit. Riding sort of the whitewash now. Turns around, tracks back upwind. Hopefully going to gain and find another set that comes through shortly. Matt Maxwell surely has put in a solid performance on this event so far, really taking it to all the riders. I spoke to him before this heat started. He's super, super excited to compete after studying for the last 3 years in product design. He's a South African. They get epic conditions out there, big air, waves, you name it, they got it. But right now, the wind is firing a little bit more. Waves going through a slight lull, but definitely still the swell is there, the periods are coming, and it's just a matter of time before we see both these riders shredding and adding to the scoreboard.
All right, so coming on a little bit less than 7 minutes left of this heat, and it looks like Carew already starting to throw down some big numbers. Let's not forget we saw Ribeiro before with a 15 plus, and now Carew with a 16 plus. All of the top riders are definitely very close on the points. 8.50, 7.57. The current world champion definitely seems like he is on point. And now here we have him going for yet another wave. Carew coming up, double pump there to get a little bit more speed. Climbing the foam, giving it all he's got on this wave. And now this is where this bottom section, as that tide is starting to come in, is hard ball. Getting the old trip rope there. Not sure what happened. I'm not sure if he hit something. I doubt it. But just lost his foot there and said a little hello to the old tuna fish and the mermaid. So that's not going to be what he was looking for. But still, 16.07. The Australian powerhouse on top.
So just waiting for some more waves to filter through from the horizon. Great forecast we've had for this event. We've had 2 previous solid days of action, managed to get through numerous heats. The ladies now, the final is set. We're nailing through the last quarterfinal of the men's before heading into the semis. It's all getting exciting. The level is high. Matthew previously excited for the winner of this heat and who he'll be up against. Joe, the level is super high. Like you said, big scores are starting to come in now. I wonder what we'll see as we go into the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that impresses me both here with Sebastian Ribeiro and James Carew, there are big scores, but the waves are not as big as we're seeing. They are performing some of these numbers on the medium-sized waves. As that tide is reaching that sweet spot, that is why we've been waiting for these finals. I reckon we're going to be seeing some very big numbers, but let's not forget Sebastian Ribeiro with that 9.57 from yesterday, the highest scoring wave of the competition. And James there just waiting to see, as he knows he is in the driving seat so far, as Matt Maxwell would need a 9.57, excuse me, to be able to take the win so far. But there are 4 minutes on the clock, and I tell you one thing, the South African has been doing a very, very, very impressive competition so far, and it ain't over until the buzzer, as we say, heat after heat.
No, it's not, Joe. Open minds lead to open doors, and that is exactly what Matt Maxwell has had. That is the mindset he's had coming into this competition, and it's why he's advanced so well. The confidence, he's just enjoying his kiting out there, riding the waves, picking the right ones. And now, you know, that's why he's in the quarterfinals. And really also interesting to chat to James Carew previously yesterday after his heat, saying that Dakhla, Morocco, actually isn't one of his favourite spots, which is really interesting because this event he seems to be connected to the wave quite nicely, getting some good scores under his belt. You were here last year, I wasn't. This is my first time in Morocco. Just talk to me about how James found it last year. The conditions were a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, James, he never really has synced out this spot. He's been here various times, but has not had the best results here. Let's not forget, he was crowned world champion here last year, but it was the work he put in the other events. Here he got kicked out in the semi-finals. This year, He looks like he's finally got the sync with the ocean and the sync with the spot, and he knows it. And there's one thing with James is that he is a warrior. If he has confidence, he's a pit bull. If he's confident, his head is high, and he knows he has it, he is definitely very dangerous out there. And for the first time, we really are seeing him linking the turns on every single heat. It isn't like a one-hit wonder heat where he does really well, and then the next one he doesn't even get scores. Every single heat, he's consistent, he's at it, and he has that confidence. But I tell you what, he is going to need that, because at the moment there are a couple of riders who are aligning their planets, and I know that for the crown of this Dakhla event, there is going to be war, to say the least.
No, you've hit the nail on the head there, Joe. Most definitely war, to say the least. And right now, both riders wanting the ocean to throw them a bone. There's not much swell right now over the last couple of minutes. Just going through a waiting period. But here we have James Carew just sorting the leash out. Will he catch on to this one? It doesn't look the biggest, but it might be rideable as it starts to open up and come to the midsection. Here we go. First one, lovely, getting on top of the wave there. Dying out a little bit, so he's chosen against it, going back to hopefully catch a slightly bigger wave once this set filters through.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Matt Maxwell is now starting to scavenge, because he knows he's coming to the final minute of this heat, and now this really does come down to who gets a set wave. I mean, he needs a 9.57, which is the highest score of the competition so far, if he did get that, to beat James Carew. James Carew at the moment in the lead by 4.20, so has quite a comfortable lead, but you know what? We want to see a little bit of action. We want to see some waves out there. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? As they make their way over, and it does look like we have a set wave coming, and watch out.
Boom.
All of these riders, all right, so James unhooking there. Looks like he was trying to unhook maneuver, but unfortunately going down, so that means he's going to be trying those in future heats to come. That's why he was changing his leash on his side there. And Matt Maxwell also looking like he's eyeing up a bit of a wave for a final surf. He knows he's got to do something pretty drastic if he wants to be making it through to the next round, as we have 20 seconds left on the clock. I think that is going to be it. But once again, it ain't over to the buzzer. Dropping in for the final time. Matt Maxwell on one of the smaller waves out there. James Carew making his way down, as he is going to be making his way into the semi-finals. So a big congratulations there to James Carew, next semi-finalist, and a big round of applause to that man there, Matt Maxwell, putting on a solid performance, the South African, throwing down some beautiful turns. And talking about some beautiful turns, let's have a little look at the highlights from this last heat.
So through to the semi-finals, we have James Carew, who's just knocked out Matt Maxwell. James, conditions are a little bit more tricky than yesterday. You just came in, mentioned that maybe the tide's a little bit funny. The wind's definitely there, but just talk to us about the waves themselves.
Yeah, the waves are a little funky. I feel like we didn't really get a set, but I mean, it's also, I think, a bit to do with the tide. When it gets high tide, it gets a little lumpy. I mean, the wind is fine, but yeah, it's dropping swell, so just got to make it work.
Well, you're going to be up next against Matthew Lopez. I spoke to Matthew previously. He was fired up to face you. How do you feel about facing him?
Yeah, feeling good, feeling good. So it's good to compete against Matthew and, yeah, ready to get the job done.
Well, there we go. You're ready to get the job done. We look forward to watching it. Best of luck. We now go and check out the semi-finals.
All right, so semi-finals coming our way. Action out there on the water as we have these two men. Ali Bakali going up against Sebastian Ribeiro. Let's not forget Ali taking out the other Brazilian, Pedro Matos. And now let's see the action continue as let's go out to the water because they are about to start.
So here we go, 22-minute heats now for the semis. Mohamed Ali Bakali in this heat against Sebastian Ribeiro. Sebastian been putting on some great show-stopping performances. Mohamed Ali, I have to say though, Joe, he has been up there with a competitor that I've really enjoyed watching this event. He had a tricky one last one, but here he is on this wave, looking to take it to the Brazilian. Getting a nice sort of smaller wave here, but making the most out of it. Few nice little cutback turns, a little bit of a pop, a little bit of an air there, but turns around. First score on the board, and you can see in the background there, Sebastian Ribeiro ripping it up.
Yeah, obviously the favourite coming into this heat is definitely going to be Sebastian Ribeiro, who's been throwing down the biggest scores of this contest. But I tell you what, I always like an underdog. I always like an underdog. Ali Bakali firing all the way through, and he has taken out one of the big names, Pedro Matos, the other Brazilian. Are we going to see a Brazilian revenge, or are we going to see the Moroccan coming out on top? It is definitely going to be a good heat, because as James Cruz said, the waves are tricky out there. And when it's tricky, local knowledge definitely does help. But I tell you what, Sebastian Ribeiro is hungry. Like he said, he's going to take it heat by heat, and already a nice wave. All right, nice little bit of a foam climb there as he comes back off, hitting it right again in the sweet spot, past this foam ball. Good, nice little lip floater there, and this one's opening up nicely all the way down to the bottom as he makes another two good turns. But watch out, because in the back I can see out of the corner of our stream Ali Bakali throwing it down, and he's going to be doing this right in front of Sebastian. He ain't lifting that up, boom!
Yes.
That is a very good riding from both of these athletes. I tell you what, I love it. I just love a fight. I love a battle. Sebastian, he has so much style. He literally does not miss a beat. But I tell you what, look at Bakali here. Foam climb all the way up to the top, keeps the speed, looks down, makes sure he has the power, and look at the timing on some of these waves. Cut back turn, keeping the speed one more time, and here making sure that he gets it right on the sweet spot, coming down under the lip. Very good moves here from both of them. Wave for wave, move for move. Who is it going to be? This is going to be a good throw-off to start.
Oh, Joe, I am so excited for this heat. Thank you for the judges to make this 22 minutes, because it gives us more action to watch, and that's exactly what we want to see. Both riders one-on-one wave, Mohamed Ali on the wave behind, showing Sebastian that he's not here for a little bit of a play. He wants to win. He wants that final spot. He's got the home crowd on his side. He's taking it to the Brazilian, and here we have Sebastian Ribeiro, or sorry, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, Mohamed Ali there. Again, picking his waves, getting super high there, fins out the water. The crowd is going nuts for him. And again, wham-bam, right there. But unfortunately, just comes and catches an edge down in the foam. That won't be the wave that he was hoping for. But Joe, Sebastian Ribeiro.
Yeah, we can see him powering down. Oh, I tell you what, there are some waves in this heat. It looks like the local boys put a couple of quarters there in the slot machine and is getting it together. Very good power turning there, just unfortunately losing that front foot there, so that's going to cost him. Obviously, there's going to be an exchange now, so I reckon maybe probably Ali would be moving through into first position due to the fact of that second wave. But early days in the heat, we're going to see them going up, left, right, and center every single time. 7.47 there for Ali Bakali and an 8.03 there for Sebastian Ribeiro. We obviously lost the first couple of turns on that wave, but I tell you what, both of these guys now have two very good scores. This is going to be close because only 0.57 of a point in between those two top scores. It's going to be backup score time. I like what I see, and as you said before, thank you, judges, for extending this just a little bit more. I'm going to get the popcorn, we're going to get the drinks out, get on the corner of our seats, because this is the semi-finals, day number 3 here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco.
Joe, like you said, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so we might have to crack open a cold one because this is so enjoyable right now. 17.5 minutes remaining. Both riders blasting back upwind, like you explained there. They've got some good scores on the board, looking to adapt on that second one. And if they can even get another high one, then it's all about who catches that really good wave. Who is going to get that right set that takes you from the first section through to the middle, right in front of the judges, where you can show off and see what you're made of.
Yes, you can. And Liam, talking about a cold one, the Red Bull team has just brought them in, and listen to this sound. There it is. We are ready to rumble. Energy coming our way.
There we go. Oh, maybe I should do the same, hey?
I definitely think you should. I want to be jumping up and down, left, right, and center in this booth, because already we have 2 very big scores out here. And I tell you what, this is one of the favorite heats I've seen so far, because automatically, Ali Bakali, his highest scoring wave, up against probably one of the best riders here, and at the moment, probably the favorite to take this event. Heat by heat, as Sebastian Ribeiro said, but he has a lot of very strong contenders out there. And Sebastian, being the competitor he is, knows that Ali is definitely dangerous.
Yeah, he definitely is a dangerous one. Here we have Ali Bakali on this wave. Just trying to find something. You can see there pumping along. Sebastian Ribeiro in the background there. Looks to have caught something as well. You can see on the corner of the booth, he is definitely on a wave. There looks to be coming in a set. Here they are, both athletes powering down towards the middle section here. Sebastian Ribeiro looks to be on the better wave in the background here. Muhammad Ali riding a foam ball. Joe, give me your thoughts on this.
Yeah, definitely Sebastian picks up for the second wave of the set here, and still a couple of little check turns. This is going to be a big one. Yes, there it is. Starts the Wamang. This is where it starts to get hollow. Linking it up. Watch up. Sebastian starts to have the speed. He's got the power. Already hacking this wave apart, and it is opening up very nicely all the way down the competition area. Here we can see it starting to hollow out. Is he going to have enough time to be able to get past this first little section to wackaroo it again? It is closing out as he is right in front of the booth now. Sebastian Ribeiro looking to improve on a 6.23 backup score. Unfortunately, Ali there just didn't quite have the right wave selection.
No, he didn't. He was a little bit unfortunate there, but they're definitely, like you mentioned, there was a set that's just come through. Has Ali Bakali managed to grab something? We can't quite see just yet, but a lovely shot here. Both riders, you can see, with 14 minutes and 50 seconds to go on the clock. Still plenty of action to be had, so we can't write anyone off just yet. It's still an open book, and anyone can go through.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely not going to be any Tipex here. We are not deleting any names, because as it comes, this is the semi-finals. And when you get to this far forward in the competitions, any heat could be a final. Any heat could be the finalist, because it is only decimals that make the difference in between these athletes. And it really does come down to, on the wave side, wave selection. At the moment, I'm going to say it, Sebastian Ribeiro definitely has had the better wave selection out there. But here we have Ali Bakali one more time. He's looking to improve on a 5.27. Needing a already 9.63 because Ribeiro with a 9.07 out there. I tell you what, the Brazilian is on fire, and a very nice cutback turn there from Bakali. Let's see what he got. Oh, a little bit of a foam ride. Making it here on the inside. Can he keep it together? Look at the current there on the water as it's starting to get bumpy. And making it all the way down. As you can see, that tide is starting, just getting to the highest point. 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the high point, and you can see some of the bounce off of the rocks there is making that inside section a little wobbly.
Yeah, it's sort of like another wave gets pushed off those rocks and goes into the current wave that, you know, Muhammad Ali was just on there. But going back to Sebastian, it's interesting, you know, interviewing him on the beach, he's got a very different mindset. You know, obviously he wants to win, I think, and he's competitive in that sense, but he's really out there just enjoying his riding, and the person he's trying to beat is himself.
He is. He definitely has that demon inside him, and that he wants to make sure that he keeps in control, and he's definitely doing that so far. And one of the things I love about Sebastian, he has that pure surfing style. He definitely is on a smaller kite than most of the riders. You can see him signaling there, probably trying to find out if he is first or second, as he knows he is going to be first there at the moment. He has that pure surfing style, a little bit more underpowered, so it's a risky business, but when he gets on that wave, he really does use the power of the wave to improve on those moves, and the judges are definitely going to be giving him the extra points for doing that.
Yeah, he did say to me when he was on the 8 and his previous competitor was on the 9, he just feels a little bit more connected to the wave. And Sebastian, you know, he's got a great surfing background, so no one knows the kit decision better than him.
Absolutely.
And clearly, you know, big scores. I mean, look what we've got here. We've got an 8.03, a 9.07. Muhammad Ali, local knowledge, can do the job, but it's big scores to chase, Joe.
They definitely are, yeah. He has to improve on both of his scores if he was to have a chance on this at the moment. And yeah, like you say, you know, Sebastian Rubedo comes from a QS background, so qualifying surfing in World Championship status, so obviously knows how to perform without a kite and adding the kite. What the judges want to see is they want to see you doing things that you couldn't in surfing because you have that helping hand of the kite. So it's how to combine those two elements, add them together, mix it up, Molotov cocktail out there, and make the whole wave go on fire. And at the moment, Sebastian Rubedo doing that heat after heat. As he said on the interview, I'm here just to go heat for heat, and he is definitely the man to beat out there so far.
So just coming up to 11 minutes left of this heat. So just over halfway, really, or just coming up to halfway. Again, sets probably, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but probably coming through every 7 to 8 minutes, I'd say, roughly. Definitely on the smaller side compared to the last 2 previous days we've had. But although the waves are smaller, the wind is definitely a little bit better today.
It is, yeah. You can see some of the guys. Sebastian's out there on an 8 and Ali is out there on a 9. So obviously riders are starting to get more powered up. But yes, I'd say probably the consistency of the wave isn't as good as the other 2 days. We did see more sets coming through. But when the set does hit, it has got a little bit more oomph to it. So obviously, once again, wave selection is very crucial and key out there, as we've been seeing a lot of the surfing events. But now, at the moment, it is the Brazilian with a 17.10 totaling out. So he is definitely the top man on the ladder so far. But I tell you what, Ali Bakali took out the Brazilian Pedro Matos before. He knows this spot like the back of his hand. This is his backyard. Let's see what he can bring to us, as it is definitely going to be very close out there. But Seb is out for blood. And I tell you what, he has the samurai sword ready to chop them to pieces.
And just as you say that now, there looks to be a little bit of ocean movement going on out there. Like you mentioned, these waves aren't coming as consistently as the last few days. It's a little bit like finding a needle in a haystack out there, and which one of these riders is going to get that needle. With 9.5 minutes to go, right now a little bit stale out there, going through a little bit of a lull. So just both staying at the back, a little bit of sort of fighting over priority. Let's see who gets on the next wave and gives us some nail-biting action.
Absolutely, no. Looking for a little nugget here. All right, Ali Bakali dropping in, needing to improve on a 5.27 if he wants to start to get a little bit back into this. This wave does look like it has something to it. He is looking behind to see if there's one better, as he sees that Sebastian isn't on it so far. Is he going to engage? No, he doesn't. All right, so he's decided against it. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. He knows he needs to have 2 big scores. Ali definitely knows that against Sebastian, he needs to be performing on one of the bigger waves if he wants to have a chance. He's not going to win this on little inside rollers. So here we have him deciding on this one. Let's see what he can bring. First turn, cut back turn, open face, pulling that board back, making sure he stays right in that section. This is where the wave gets a little bit hollower. Big turn. Oh! Just let those fins loose and unfortunately caught them on the top there, as it is quite offshore. That was a shame, because that could have been a nice hit.
Yeah, that one looked to be shaping up nicely. Would have definitely travelled through towards the beach. But look, although he came off, he's back on it now. But again, decides to turn around. Here we have the replay. A nice little wave from Muhammad Ali. He knows exactly what to do here. Really, like you said, Joe, gets low, pushes that board away from him, kites nice and low as well. But just on this bit here, maybe it's a timing thing, Don't see that a lot there. Just comes off the top of the wave.
Yeah, it is very offshore down there. It looks like he got a little gust and just got pulled a little bit too much. You know, that is how it is. Mother Nature is boss. And at the moment, she is waiting to send us some more waves as we just approach 7.5 minutes to go of this heat. Semi-final number 1. And coming up next will be semi-final number 2 in between James Carew and Matthew Lopez. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who are going to be the 2 athletes to be going through to the grand finale here of the Dakhla GKA Kite World Cup?
So a lovely shot here of our beach once again. Still going through a slight small period with the waves. It's approaching to high tide. Still not high tide yet until later on in the afternoon. As James Carew did say, the tide is having a slight impact on the swell and what's coming their way. But right here, it looks to be like Sebastian Ribeiro has found himself a little pocket here. Looks like a really good wave. Great start on the wave. Comes down, gets nice and low. Here we go, getting a little bit more speed. Bam! Look at the spray on that turn. Gets past the white foam, comes down again. It looks to be shaping up in this midsection now. I expect another big score here. Really nice, pushing the board away from him. Getting plenty of spray. It's turn after turn on this wave. Joe, talk us through the back end of this wave.
Yeah, really looking nice, making sure that he gets that low, nice surfing style there. You can see doesn't lose power and always goes back to that power zone of the white water. And now he's just going to be riding this. You can see always on that wave. He doesn't go too far out, doesn't lose the power and then use the power of the kite to get back. He really does use the power of the wave, and that's where he's getting those extra points, because pretty much if you took his kite away from him, he would be able to surf it. He would be doing almost exactly the same, and that is where the judges are definitely going to give him a little bit higher scores.
Maybe Joey should just start with the kite halfway on the wave, pull his chicken loop and surf the rest of the wave down and see how that scores.
Oh, absolutely. Hey,
that'd be the first time for everything, hey?
It would be a first time for everything. I mean, we've seen that in the likes of Jesse Richmond going down jaws and just saying, all right, ditch the kite, and I'll just go completely ballistic. That would actually be a good that would be a good finisher. I reckon we should say that to the finalists to see who is in the win, and maybe they can do that to the final wave. We will see, but yeah, incredible to see the level of kite surfing that we have out here. And as we said from the very beginning, the Brazilians are definitely the ones to beat, and it's either going to be Ali Bacali, Matthew Lopez, or James Carew are the last guys to be able to do that, or is Sebastian Ribeiro going to hold out and fight his way through and take the crown? We're going to be finding out in about just under an hour, as we are in semi-final number 1. Let's not forget we have semi-final number 2 of the men coming up, James Carew, Matthew Lopez. And then we have mini-finals of both disciplines. And then the grand finales back to back to see who are our champions.
Yeah, still plenty of action to come, and we cannot wait to watch it all unfold and see who takes the title of the first kitesurf event of the year. Following this, we do head over to Brazil in November, so plenty of points up for grabs here. 2 events to end off the year, exciting stuff. We should see all of these riders pretty much join us out there in the tropics of Brazil. Really can't wait, and we'll both be there.
Yeah, looking forward to the Brazilian vibes. We have the freestyle, we have the sister tour of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour going over there as well, and then we have the strapless freestyle over there in Taiba. So more action coming our way, but before we will be going to Saudi Arabia, to Neom for a little twin tip freestyle for the next event coming up. And now at the final 4 minutes, I can see both of the riders are almost going to have a cup of coffee on the point there, as they are all the way up further to the right hand side, as that is when this tide is high. That's where those set waves start to happen all the way up there. So even the little yellow buoy that is marking that area. And at the moment, nothing has changed for probably about the last 8 minutes of this heat. Are we going to see some change from the scores? We have to find out. But for Muhammad Ali, it is getting close to being D-Day.
Yeah, it's tight now. This with just 3 minutes to go and still needing to improve on both his scores. He needs 2 good waves in 3 minutes, and how this heat's played out so far, and with the swell and the waves that have come throughout the last 22 minutes, it's just not looking too good. But like you say, Mother Nature can prevail. It can give us some swell, it can give us some waves, and let's see with 2 minutes 50 seconds to go if Muhammad Ali can grasp the points he needs to make it through to his first final.
Yeah, and on top of that, Ali Bakali is already comboed out. So he needs to get 2 scores, not just 1, as he is more than 10 points away, because he has a 7.47. So if he got a 10-point ride, that would be a 17.47, which still wouldn't be enough to win. Yep. So he has to do completely 2 new scores at a 17.77 to take the win from Sebastian Ribeiro. 2.5 minutes on the clock. I tell you what, this boy has to start to Speedy Gonzalez in across the Moroccan water, because he is in a very sticky situation. But it looks like here he is coming down on a little inside roller here. Let's see if this wave is going to be able to produce some goods, as he needs to improve on both of those scores. So Ali Bakali, quite a flat section there, a little bit of a cut back turn. Once again, back to the wave. Let's see if it starts to jack up here a little bit. You can see Sebastian there extending his neck, making sure he knows exactly what is happening, exactly what is going down. Stick the old head out of the stream move here. This wave is definitely flattening it off, and he's going out of that one. Less than 2 minutes. It is looking very grim here for the Moroccan athlete.
Yeah, it's a tough one here, but he's just managed to get back on this. Few nice turns. Like you say, there's no...
He is definitely already going to be making it through to the grand final, because Ali would need 2 waves, and as he's comboed out, that is not going to happen. So a little bit of a victory run here. Sebastian Ribeiro first up the top. Just look at his timing. This is one of the things I love about Sebastian. Oh, just almost making that, throwing the board completely off the top of the wave. And as we come down the final 20 seconds, it is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be making his way into the grand final. And I'm going to say it, he definitely is the man to beat out there.
For sure.
It is either going to be Matthew Lopez or James Carew, because next up on the water, semi-final number 2. Let's have a little look at the highlights from that last heat.
Okay, so we're down here on the beach. Semi-final number 1 has just taken place. Sebastian Ribeiro taking out the local guy, Muhammad Ali. Conditions definitely challenging, like James Carew mentioned. The tide is having an impact on the waves. But right now, Sebastian Ribeiro over there. We're going to go and try and grab him for an interview, give him a little bit of a wave down. So bear with us for a few seconds. Here we go, he's coming over now, Sebastian. Okay, he's on his way over to us. We're going to get his thoughts after a struggling heat, but again, showed great dominance. Sebastian, we're live now. We're all good. You've just come off the water, taking out the local guy, Muhammad Ali, who knows this wave probably better than most people in the fleet. Just give us a rundown on how that heat played out for you.
You know, when you come to events like this, of course you are always looking for the big names like Pedro Matos, Ayrton Cosolino, James Carew, but we cannot forget about the locals. And this guy here, he's the underdog. He's coming all the way from the bottom, beating and winning every single hit. Last hit he won Pedro Matos, one of the big names out here. So, but as I've been saying, I'm just focused on myself, really trying to do the best of me, the best as I can, and not focus on who I am against with. And yeah, that's it. One more hit to go. Let's focus for the final.
Yeah, and a big heat that's going on now. Like you said, it's Matthew Lopez, James Carew out there. You're in the final now, super amped for you. Just talk to us briefly about the wave itself. James mentioned to us that the tide maybe was just making the wave a little bit more challenging than from earlier on. Do you agree with that, or was it sort of different?
Yeah, I think the tide is just changing, and always when the tide is changing, the wave stops a little bit. That's why maybe I had 1 or 2 sets on my head, different than there was this morning. So I think it's always tricky when you talk about waves. I mean, it's nature. Sometimes you just turn in a swell out there, maybe thinking that that's gonna be a good one, but as I said, it's nature, and you have to try to be the most focused on the waves and what everything is happening. So looking now, I think the tide is gonna fall a little bit and then start some good waves. But still the conditions are so good, and I just want to go out again.
Well, you won't have to wait too long. You're in the final. Congratulations. We're going to check out what's going on now and see who will be joining Sebastian Ribeiro at the GKA Kite-Surf Dakhla, Morocco.
Yeah, it is Sebastian Ribeiro putting on a very big show. And here now, the second semi-final to see who is going to be going up against Ribeiro is going to be Matthew Lopez from Spain, James Carew from Australia. Those are the two athletes that are going to be battling it down in the dungeons, getting dirty and groovy. Semi-final number 2 here now. And we already started. James Carew landing a last wave there. We're going to have a little bit of scores to see where they stand. And Matthew Lopez already all the way back up the top of that yellow buoy. And James starting off with an 8.27. Bada boom! Away, and a big backside turn here for him. This little wave actually opening up very nicely and just going down there, losing it, unfortunately not being able to get the turn that he wanted because he pretty much was having to ollie the board as the wave was quite small. All right, so 1 for 1 of these two athletes, James Carew, Matthew Lopez, your semi-final number 2 here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. All right, so James Carew making his way through as he is trying to go upwind. It does look as that tide is at its highest point. The waves are a little bit more in the middle of the competition area where we can see both of these riders right now. In the back, Matthew Lopez, front and center, James Carew, the Australian powerhouse. And just pirouetting here on the inside. Two good friends off the water But when it comes to getting on the competition, I can tell you one thing. I know both of these boys just want to rip each other's head off, as it is a battle out there, because the winner of this heat is going to be going through to the grand finale, where their teammate Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be waiting and sharpening his sword to see who he can cut whose head off, as he is definitely the man to beat at the moment. But already James Carew, 8.27, 7.50, putting in 2 big numbers. And let's see who is going to be making his way through. Semi-final number 2, GK Kite-Surf World Cup at Dakhla, Morocco, here of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour of the kitesurfing discipline. Looking a little flat out there. I'm not a fan of the pancakes, so I want to see some bumps. We want to see some movement, as we are at that pretty much that mid-tide. Now it is 100% high tide. So sometimes when that tide is completely high, there's like a little lull moment, and I reckon we're having one of those now. But hopefully sets will be coming our way so we can see some action. But James already throwing down 2 big scores. He is definitely hungry for this event, as this was where he was crowned world champion last year, but he has never won here in Dakhla, and he is definitely in pursuit of that title. Matthew Lopez also making his way across. So much style here, the backhand rider out of Cape Verde, and really liking the attitude he has at the moment. He's umped, he pounced. And both of the boys up at the point as we're waiting for some sets to come our way. Matthew Lopez starting off, first hat, making his way down. Going to be getting this turn. Oh, this is looking like a beautiful cutback turn. And we can see James Carew there in the back. Synchronized surfing for both of these guys. Just a few cutback turns, and Matthew, oh, just going off the back, and he's not happy with that one. You can see him throwing the hand to the sky. Both of these guys on the noseless board, so they have a little bit more float, a little bit more rhythm. And James is going to be milking this one by the looks of it, as he is continuing on this little bit of a section, as now is where it's going to start to form. So James Carew, right next to the rocks, keeping himself low. It's really incredible how he just powers through these turns pretty much on nothing. But one of the bigger boys on tour, very powerful rider, and just look at that. Aiming up, and a very nice stalled air there from James. I tell you what, he is playing. James Carew starting to make his way through here on this semi-final. 15.77, and watch out! There, looks like there comes a set here from Matthew Lopez. Starting to throw it down. Are we going to see it turn number 1? As he makes his way with just under 30 minutes to go. Come on, Mr. Tropical. Bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it. Smaller section of the wave here for Matthew Lopez, but unfortunately you can see it dying out. He has a 4.30 and needs something bigger, as he already has to go against an 8.27 and the 7.50 there for James Carew. So Matthew is already comboed out, as he needs to improve his scores, as it looks like we are going to be having another set wave here. All right, so James Carew dropping in semi-final. Let's see what the Australian has for us. Here he's going to be going for that first turn. Getting the power coming up. Bang off the top, letting go of those fins. Up again, perfect timing. Ah, this is looking like a good one. We're getting excited, we're getting excited. Bringing himself all the way down to the edge as he comes to that middle section. Pushing it away, Matthew in the background there also. And here we have Matthew there. Oh, we got synchronized surfing. They are going for it, both of the boys. James going down there on the inside. Matthew has seen it, using this opportunity. Shabang! Both of the boys are not leaving anything in the tank. Let's go, Dakhla. All right, so let's have a look at the scores. Now it is starting to get more interesting. We have an 8.27 there from James, a 7.5 as well. Matthew Lopez, 9.60. Very, very tight in between these two athletes, but it is that man front and center, James Carew. Look where his kite is. He's making sure that kite is low. Matthew not leaving anything in the back there as well. Synchronized surfing. Both of the boys. But unfortunately there you can see James just going down. And here we have Mr. Tropical. Come on, Matthew. Pushing back. Beautiful style. Just pushes the top turns. And that was a very nice replay there from him. As we continue on, Matthew is still comboed out against this man, James Carew, with 15.77 as we approach the final 10 minutes of this semi-final number 2. All right, so a little lull moment here in the middle as we are just coming up less than 9 minutes to go. James letting go of those fins, going backwards, getting that 180 around, making it look easy out there. Second turn, Matthew looking at the white water from behind. Knows this is going to be another good wave for James. This one's opening up nicely. I can tell you're starting to get out the front, pushing those fins out as they make it away once again. Flattening off down here. And let's see if he is going to be able to have a bottom section. Yes, he is. Here we can see him starting to speed up. Are we going to be seeing an aerial? Yes, we are. Oh, trying to go for the old black flip there, but just not quite getting it. And James Carew, his kite is out and it is down here on the inside. This could be an opportunity for Matthew because it is right in the impact zone. James is going to want this to get this one up, because there is a set wave coming towards him. But Matthew Lopez not leaving anything in the tank. Look at this air. All the way across. And just unfortunately going down underneath there. So Matthew Lopez, James Carew stepping it up. And let's see what kind of scores are going to be coming their way, as we are just coming under 7.5 minutes left of this semi-final number 2. right, so both of the athletes making their way up to the top to see if they can pick off one more set. At the moment, it is James Carew in the lead, and Matthew needs to improve on 2 scores. He has comboed out so far. As we are here in the closing 6 minutes, still enough time. We've seen a couple of sets come through, but Matthew is definitely going to have to step it up if he wants to have a chance of making it through to the next round. And James Carew here on the inside, going in front of Matthew, making sure that he can see every move. All right, Carew, a big hack to start it off with, lining it up with another one, letting those fins loose, just unfortunately going off the edge there. Is it out? Oh, that would have been a beauty. Matthew there on the backside, making his way in as well. And Matthew, knowing that he has to push and push if he wants to get past, but not being able to get past this white water and starting to get a little bit frustrated. Come on, Matthew, you got this. You can do this. Come on. All right, so I reckon we got time for one more set. One more smackaroo, as this is the semi-final number 2. If you're just joining us, good afternoon from down here in Dakhla, Morocco, for the first stop of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here. What a location at this beautiful right-hand point break in front of the Westpoint Hotel. And currently in the water, we have a current world champion, James Carew from Australia, and Matthew Lopez coming out of Cape Verde, a past world champion, who are battling it out here for the second semi-final. Who is going to be making their way into the grand finale? We will soon find out, as there is action out there on the water. James Carew putting on a solid performance, looking like he is in the favourite in this heat so far. Matthew is comboed out, but anything can happen. Anything can happen. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? 3.5 minutes left on the ticker. And both of the boys back in position, waiting for that final set. Are they going to be able to make it through? We are going to have to find out. Is it going to be enough? James Carew in the driving set has that golden jersey on already. And here we have, come on Matthew. Very nice looking wave here. Let's see what the Cape Verdean has for us. Engaging, turn number 1. A little bit of a check turn back to the white water. This wave is looking like it's starting to open up nicely. Big carving, open face hack for both of these athletes. Matthew off the top, letting the tail. Beauty. Looking calm and collected all the way down. Foam climb there just to keep himself on the wave. This is where the wave starts to get a little bit hollower. And he has to open it up as it gets a little bit more offshore. You can see him gaining some speed. Here we have him. Once again off the top, laying it low, keeping that body in it. And looking for the backside air here, and a good landed move there from Matthew Lopez. But getting stopped and using the kite on this one, going for another air. Over, air to river, and a spin out there from the Cape Verdean. Loving what I see. He is definitely happy with that one. 1.5 minutes, Matthew, get yourself back out for another set wave. Is it going to be enough? We are going to have to see what the judges are going to be scoring that one. Loving the addition of the freestyle, mixing it up out there. And here it is, James Carew pushing down hard. Semi-final number 2. We are in the last minute. Ultimo minuto, last minute. Here you can see the highlight of that last wave. He just times it. Look at that underneath the lip. Pushes himself against it. Right into it. Does not lose speed. And make sure he knows. And he lets that wave know who is boss. Waiting for that score there from Matthew. As we have less than a minute to go. Matthew is comboed out. Is he going to have enough time to be able to get another wave? It is definitely going to be tough for him to be able to get another score. But it ain't over until the buzzer, until the fat lady sings. Watch out. 30 seconds, Dakhla. 30 seconds. All right, Matthew all the way out the back. I tell you what, I'm not quite sure where he's going, but I don't think... Is he going to be able to get on a bump before the buzzer as he still continues to make his way out? As we have the closing seconds of this heat. Where it is going to be official. Okay. So making his way through into the grand finale here in Dakhla, Morocco. Put your hands together for the Australian powerhouse and current world champion, James Carew. And a big round of applause to Matthew Lopez for putting on an outstanding performance as we continue on. Next up, we are going to be changing over to the women as we are going to be continuing with the mini-final.
Okay, Dan on the beach here with our finalist, James Carew. James, last year you were 4th, this year we're now in the final, looking to take the title. You've been very much tunnel vision, you want the victory here. Give us your thoughts on that heat against Matthew.
Yeah, that was good heat. I'm feeling good. We've got a couple good waves and just trying to keep that extreme level of focus and, you know, get the job done. It's not done yet, but we're close.
Yeah, and up next, Sebastian Ribeiro. He's had some good scores, some really solid heats throughout the competition. It's going to be a tough one for you. Mentally, physically, you're feeling really, really good. The conditions are there, the wind's pumping. Up next, what's your overall thoughts on Sebastian going into this one?
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian's a good rider and I came here to fight, so let's fight.
There we go, very much determined to take the win. James Carew off the back of that heat. Up next, we go to the ladies.
And there we can see, so we're getting ready to rumble. Coming up next, a mini-final of the women.
Okay. So here we go. We have Catalina Edin versus Zoe Basilio. Sweden against France in the 3rd and 4th fight out at the ladies event. So here we go, 22 minutes on the clock, the penultimate women's final event. After this, we go and join the men on the 3rd and 4th before hitting up the finals to round off what has been an incredible event so far. Tide's getting towards high now. And here we have Catalina Edin going back upwind. So the waves at the moment, not quite as big as the previous day. Sort of the sets aren't as regular at the moment, but hopefully Mother Nature will prevail in the last 20 minutes and we'll get some good waves. There we saw James Carew take out Matthew Lopez. Matthew with a good wave to round it up, was pretty amped with his little freestyle maneuver, but it wasn't enough to knock out our GKA Kite-Surf World Champion, who has made it through to the final against Sebastian Ribeiro later on this afternoon. Here we have Zoe looking at what is out there at the moment. Nothing just yet, but hopefully we'll start to get a score on the board on the first wave that goes down. As you can see there, pumping. Wind is probably, about sort of 16 to 18 knots, maybe gusting up towards the 20 size. The ladies, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Zoe is riding a 10 out there. And looks relatively powered, sort of pumping away. There's one in the back there that Catalina Edin is on. She's caught that one nicely. And we can see both of these ladies now. That wave has come in for Zoe, fighting it out. Picture perfect stuff here for you all. Zoe, 2 nice turns, but digs the front of the nose into the ocean, goes over the top, so unfortunately cuts that wave short. Catalina Edin probably saw that out in the corner of her eye, so she's going to maximise the opportunity here and get as many turns as possible on this wave. You can see getting nice and low, sort of putting the handbrake on a little bit there and cutting up towards the middle of the wave, not quite getting to the peak. This wave hollowing out, but not quite reforming for her, so right now, as you can see, here it go again. Nice turn there, getting in towards the judges, catching in one more before that wave starts to filter out, and a third, nice and low, bum to the water, turns around, and let's see what the judges will give that one. Both ladies here have had a very good competition. Zoe Basilia, first time on the tour for a GKA Kite-Surf event, and has definitely put her stamp on where she belongs, making it through to this stage. A tough stint for her, coming through most of the rounds, and yeah, up against a very experienced rider in Catalina Edin. As you can see here, both ladies tracking back towards the right-hand side, first part of the wave. There on the right, nice little wave there. It's a shame that none of them could get on that one. Struggling maybe to get a little bit upwind here. They really do want to try and find themselves towards the right-hand side, as you can see on our picture there, where Westpoint Dakhla is. That's ideally where they want to position and where the wave starts its break. And we've got some scores on the board. Catalina Edin first, Zoe in second. She needs a 2.43 to take the lead. Both only on one score at the moment, so one wave counted. Still plenty of time to get another score on the board. Hopefully, with the sets coming in, we'll see some bigger scores and some fighting competition. And it looks like here, Catalina Edin on the 10, I believe, as well. So similar to Zoe, both powered up nicely. Takes a turn. Didn't quite fancy that one. And there's definitely a lull in the swell here. Wind's good, but the waves aren't quite coming in just yet. But good job the judges made the heats 22 minutes, because we've still got 17 minutes remaining. And I'm definitely sure we're going to see some lovely maneuvers pulled through in those. And there we have the drone shot, lovely drone shot there, showing us all what a beautiful spot. And here we go, Zoe on this wave, pumping along one turn. That's what she wants to get there, nice and low. Could have got a little bit higher on the wave there. Not quite fancying this one, definitely needs to do some more, but needs another score on the board. So whatever we can get here will definitely put her into first place unless Katarina Edin is on a wave behind. That's what she was looking for. That's the turn we want to see. There's one, there's two, little wobble, but manages to stay on the board. Gets the third, slightly small one there, but it scores on the board, and scores is what we need because we've already got one score, so definitely after that one, Zoe should be looking at going into first. And here we go. Hopefully the second score for Katarina Edin here, but goes down on the front of the board again, catches an edge, gets caught in that foam ball, that white water. Not what we want to be, but again, 15 minutes on the clock. Just look at that view. So good that we have the drone up in the air covering all angles. All angles is what we need. This is a long surf break. The wave can go on from the first point all the way through to the third, where our judges' tower is. Plenty of camera angles here. The drone doing the business in the air. And here we can see, definitely, this heat has slowed down slightly. But two scores on the board for both ladies, and it's Zoe that goes into the lead with a 7.36 over Katarina Edin's 6.06. So Katarina, a little bit of chasing to do. It's only a 1.8 to take the lead, but with what's been happening so far, every wave that comes through counts. So these ladies need to be making the most of what's out there on the water. Here she is, our current leader, Zoe. Looking around, trying to see what's around her, if she can catch anything while making it in. But there we go, finds a wave. Not quite maybe what she wants, but we move over to Katarina Edin, who finds something with a little bit more power. Needs to get a little bit more higher on that wave. Kick those fins out at the top. Get a little bit more spray. But again, needs to improve on her 3.14 and just goes catapulting off the front of her board there. And Zoe definitely would have seen that, but unfortunately gets pulled off the top of the wave. Like we've said from the start, it's a little bit offshore here, so these riders can tend to get yanked off the wave with the big gusts.
Looking like there's some action out there on the water. Excuse me, I had to get out of here because the sand and contact lenses do not mix. I can tell you that. So I'm almost crying out here, but wow, action out here because already Katarina Edin 6.02 and a 5.56. Wow, she is throwing down Zoe Basile. Zoe Basile really starting to need to get some bigger scores there at the moment. And let's see how they're going to do as we have 13 minutes left. All right, so here we can see that is Zoe Basile starting to take off on that wave. And we can see Katarina Edin on the one behind. Zoe needing to start to get some bigger scores if she wants to be giving Katarina a run for her money, as this is the mini final. And going down there, unfortunately, getting her front edge caught. Let's see if she can improve on. She pretty much got two average 4.0 scores. Let's see if she can improve on that. She's definitely want to be getting some bigger numbers, as this is the mini final. Who's going to be making it through and claiming that third position? We will soon find out. And then we will be moving over to the mini final of the men. And then it is time, a 15-minute break, and we will be introducing our finalists here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup at Dakhla, Morocco. there's the beautiful drone shot of the view here of the Westpoint Hotel, our official partner. And what a way to start off this competition 2 days ago, where we had amazing waves coming our way. And now starting to enjoy the mini final here of the women as we continue to push through. Who is going to have that third position and be up on that podium? We will soon find out. Joanna Katerina Edin and Zoe Basile.
Yes, and following this one, Joe, we have Mathieu Lopez against the Moroccan Mohamed Ali in that mini-final as well. So another exciting heat to come before those finals do take place. We have 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Katerina Edin has a nice double comboed score. So Zoe Basile still needs 7.24 to lead.
All right, and here we can see Brazil looking left, right, and center, trying to find and to pick off a wave, as she knows she is in a sticky situation at the moment. She had the second top scoring heat on day number 2. And at the moment, she was definitely the favorite coming into this heat, but the experience of Katerina Edin, 6.02 and a 5.56, and a big bottom turn there from Kat. Let's see. Zoe Basile making her way through. Here we have Katerina Edin in the back, synchronized surfing. Losing the balance a little bit there. Nice wave. Looking like a nice wave there for Katerina Edin. As she comes forward, here it is. Just getting closed out a little bit there on the front. Can she make it past? No, she won't. So that's going to be yet another wave for both of these riders. And here we have Katerina Edin just getting a little bit underneath the lip there. Pushing forward, and she's starting to pump the board. She's hyped, she's amped. As we have third position up for grabs. And very good riding, because coming up next, let's not forget, we will have the mini-final of the men in between Mathieu Lopez and Mohamed Ali Bakani from Morocco. And then it is grand final times, as we will be having James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro, and Francis Kelly is going to be going up against Capucine Delanois.
Okay, so just under 7 minutes on the clock. We've got our lovely drone shot here. What an amazing location we have right now. Going through a slight low in the waves again. Waves aren't quite coming as consistently, but it was forecasted to drop off as the week went on. So we made the most of the best conditions that we had. First day providing some lovely waves. Second day again, very similar to the first. Wind today nice and strong. Swells definitely drop, but there's waves out there to be caught, and caught they are being. Both still 2 scores on the board. No improvements over the last 5 minutes. Not much action taking place right now, but 6 minutes and 10 seconds still on the clock. So Mother Nature, I'm sure, Joe, will prevail and come through, give us some more waves. Let's wait and see with 6 minutes left.
They definitely will prevail out there, Liam, because as you said, heat sets are coming in about maybe 6 to 7 minutes, so I reckon we're going to be able to see one more set coming our way. At the moment, Katerina Edin definitely dominating with 2 solid 6s up there. Zoe Bazil just unfortunately not quite getting some of those set waves. We saw her on day number 1 and day number 2 really producing the goods, but having quite a hard time out here. She was one of the favorites to make it through to the final, but as was Kessiani Rodriguez, and Kessiani just could not grab another wave, being taken out there by Francis Kelly, but this is looking like it's starting to form a nice wave. All right, so dropping in Zoe Basile from Brittany, France. Let's see what she has here for us. All right, starting to make it together. Linking some turns. Here it is. Can she time this right? Just getting in there, almost going off the top. That's a better turn. Can she get past the white water here? As it does look like there's something on the inside, and she is pushing, trying to make her way through to be able to get one more hit on it. And there it is. Beautiful shot there from the drone. Changing the perspective and getting it up. That's what we call footage. So Zoe putting in a solid ride. I tell you what, this could start to put a mix up here.
Yeah, that's exactly what she needed, Joe. That ride there, multiple turns, wave really peaked up. Like you said, the drone got the shot that we wanted. I'm really, really eager and excited to see what the judges will come back with that, because that's definitely going to mix things up a little bit. Katarina Eden might have some work to do.
Absolutely, just still waiting to see those scores come in. But yeah, I think that also, apart from being a good score that she's going to need, that's going to be a confident booster. Because she was a little low on the confidence in the middle parts of this heat, and she is definitely going to be happy with that. She's going to fly back out. She's quite far on the left, so she definitely is going to need to Speedy Gonzalez it across. And we are still waiting for some numbers to come up, but that was a nice wave.
Yeah, very, very nice wave. Definitely, I'd say, probably the best wave for her in this heat. So I would like to think that that score will come in nice. But as you mentioned, judges still calculating that one, and we should see it very shortly. But for now, tracking back upwind, getting back to that first point for hopefully a few more waves with just 3.5 minutes on the clock. Another shot here, and here we have Zoe coming back into the waves. Maybe she's seen something. She's looking over her left shoulder there. It looks like she sees something that maybe we don't.
Yeah, she is tracking. She is starting to gain speed, and there it is. Does look like a little bump. 3 minutes to go. She has definitely got to see something if she wants to be going on this one. And it does look like it's forming. And looking outside the stream booth, it looks like it's forming all the way down. Katarina there at the back in a little bit of a better position. Already starting on the wave. All right, wave for wave, both of these ladies. Here we have Zoe Bazil, Katarina Edin. That is a nice wave there from Zoe. Beautiful turns out there from Kata as well. The battle is on. The fight is on. And just missed timing that one going down. Zoe once again losing opportunity there. Kat going safe, not making sure that she doesn't hit the top of that one and see if she can get past this low point. But it is breaking right out in front of her, as it still seems that Kat is going to be in first position, and she is speed bumping it all the way down. And just turning in front of the white water there. That's not going to be a high score, as we are still waiting for scores to come in, because Zoe had a semi-decent start to that wave, but still trailing as it is there at the moment. And this is definitely going to be a costly mistake.
Yeah, Catalina in there getting the better wave, I'd say, probably of the two. That second wave definitely filtered through a little bit more, came towards us in front of the stream booth here, Joe, so we managed to see the back end of it. Few highlights here, wave for wave, you can see, lovely to see. It's great when we have both competitors going wave for wave and we can see them both in the same shot.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Double or nothing, as they would say. Put all your money on the black or on the red. And there we can see both of these ladies producing the goods, but it is Katarina Eddy in a 7.10 for that last wave, so increasing even more. Really definitely a force to be reckoned with at the moment, and a 5.48 for that last wave there. So now Zoe Bazil needs a 7.78. So I tell you what, with less than a minute on the clock, she is going to have to pray to see that there are some set waves coming her way, as we are now in the final minute of this mini final of the ladies.
So as we come into the final 30 seconds of this heat, again, a little bit of a lull out there. That last set that came through might well be the last. Zoe still chasing Catalina Edin by a 7.76. So really do need something special to happen here. I hope she's praying to the wind gods, because the wind and the wave gods, but hopefully a big score will come through soon. But it's looking like 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds to go. It might not happen for her, but still a great performance for this event. And Katarina Edin there looks to be finishing this heat strong and in third place. It's now finished. She takes the win. That's third position for her at the GKA Kite-Surf event out here at Dakhla, Morocco. Definitely would be happy with that event. A great performance all round. This heat showed that she picked the right waves at the right time. And let's go and catch up with her on the beach right now.
Yeah, Katarina Edin taking the win here. So she is third overall coming out of Sweden. And a solid performance for her, considering she's been 1 year off of the tour. She is definitely being happy. And also a big congratulations there to Zoe Brazil, who unfortunately just could not produce the goods there on that final heat. And she comes in at fourth. But hey, fourth position in her first appearance on a GK Kite-Surf World Cup. That is the way to do it, while we start to enjoy some highlights of that previous heat.
So that's it, the third and fourth spot has been decided, and joining me in just a few seconds running down the beach is Katarina Edin, taking third spot here over Zoe. A great heat, tough conditions, and we're going to get Katarina's thoughts right now as she does join me. Katarina, how do you feel? It's third place at this event, first kite surf event of the year. Your first time back on tour after a little bit of a break. Does it feel good to get in the water and get wet?
Yeah, man, that was such a good heat. I had a lot of fun, and I finally found a good rhythm. Well, I wish it was semi-final, because yeah, it's still a third place, but yeah, super happy. I had so many fourth places on tour, and I was like, I'm not gonna have another one, so yeah, stoked.
No, it's all good. All the training, all the camps they're paying off. What's next for you after this event?
Well, I'm headed to Cape Town, so I'm looking forward to spend the season there, and let's see, maybe I come to Brazil. Never know.
Oh, Brazil, it's not hard to be tempted by Brazil. It's a great spot, but for now, third place. Well done, congratulations. Yeah, I bet it does. And now we're going to go and catch up with the third and fourth spot. We've got Matthew Lopez against Muhammad Ali on the water now, so let's go and see what's going down on the water.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali, and we add the Bakali, that he is a champion. Fly like a bee, sting like a wasp. This man out there, Muhammad Ali Bakali, and Matthew Lopez for the battle for third position out there on the podium. And let's see who is going to be making that step up, as we have already started this heat, 22 minutes. And it looks like Muhammad Ali already is about to start. Ali Bakali already out there on the wave, and here we can see him going through the screen. And both of these boys started to engage as we are following Matthew there at the back. And we'll be getting replays of that other wave. Matthew Lopez dropping in. All right, off the top, this is a better set wave. This is what we want to see. Both of these guys going along. Oh, look at that. Getting both of them in the shot. Boom, yeah. All right, both Matthew and Matthew drops out of that way. Ali Bakali here all the way on the bottom side. Matthew opening it up, coming down again. Really nice ride in here from the Cape Verdean, as he already has a 4.27 and going front side so he can make it all the way to the end of this wave. Big vertical hit there, getting that board up and sending it down. Matthew Lopez here, landing a very nice wave and just waiting for the scores to come in for that last one there from Ali Bakali. Two big numbers coming up for both of these boys. What a way to start off, as we're only 3 minutes in to this heat. All right, and waiting for the scores from the judges there. 4.27 up there for Matthew, and I think that was his first wave, so I reckon one more going to be coming our way. And Ali Bakali here, waiting for his score to be dropped on that last one. At the moment, Matthew in the driving seat, as both of these boys, you can see them there on the left-hand side of the screen, powering back up to the top of the competition area, because it does look like now that tide is starting to be at the sweet point, where we will start to see the waves linking up all the way from the top. Seen some 9s out there from Sebastian, some high 8s from James Carew, who are going to be our 2 finalists. And then, of course, Francis Kelly and Capucine Delanois. Both of them are going to be making their way here in the 2 grand finals for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Day number 3, and what 3 days we have had. The best conditions we have had at this event, and it is so good to see the Western Sahara producing the goods of this point break, right-hand point break, right in front of the Westpoint Hotel, for us to enjoy the best of the best athletes here in the kitesurfing world. And there we can see Bakali up in front, starting to look as it does seem like there is some energy out there. And as you can see, it's getting quite windy. Guys are on 8 and 9 meter kites. It is definitely picking up, and we can feel it down here at the bottom. I wonder if we're going to see some of the riders drop in sizes. Let's not forget, Sebastian Ribeiro likes to go underpowered so he can stick to the power of the wave. He was on an 8 before. I wonder if he's going to drop to a 7. We will soon find out. And here we have Matthew Lopez making his way closer to the point break together with Ali Bakali to see who is going to be the 3rd position overall here at the Moroccan World Cup. Both of the boys out the back there next to that yellow boy, making sure they are in position. It looks like Matthew's taking off. All right, starting off with a big hack over the white water there on this first section. A little bit of a foam climb here to get himself back into position. Cut back turn. Now this is where he's going to wait it out to make sure this wave starts to get a little bit more hollow. Good. Open face, open arc. Nice little roundhouse all the way back to the power section of the wave, and this is where they have to start flying down because this is where it starts to open up. Matthew Lopez linking through a few turns. Little bit of a snap here, keeping the speed. Check turn again. And he is right next to the rocks, and we have the front row seats. And look at that, making his way all the way down to the competition area. Matthew Lopez. All right, so Matthew, a 7.90, 4.27. Ali with a 7.43. I'm waiting for his backup score, so quite close in between these two guys on general scores. But Matthew has that second wave, so Ali is looking for a second one. Both of the boys really performing hard here. But hey, it is for that spot on the podium. You ain't gonna leave anything in the tank. All right, Ali Bakali dropping in, needing a 7.11 if he wants to be taking the lead off of Matthew. Linking it together. Good timing there. Mixing it up, joining it there with another maneuver, making his way back to the whitewater. Now this is where he's going to go down. Good timing, big hack here from Bakali. Another good turn, letting it loose, putting the hand down, dragging himself down. And I can hear the crowd on the rocks giving their local hero some love. This is a very good wave here from Bakali. Milking it as much as possible. And ending it off with an air. And the crowd goes wild. Great ride in there from Bakali. And that is definitely going to be a good score. 7.11 is what he needs to take the first position. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Let's have a little look at the replay. And there's the air, getting the fins loose, getting into position, landing it nice and easy. So, Bakali and Lopez and Bakali as we approach 13 minutes to go. Let's not forget this heat, 22 minutes long, just so we can enjoy it a little bit more. After this heat, we will have a 15-minute break before we start to go into the final sequence of this competition, where we will be introducing our athletes and to see who are going to be crowning themselves champions. And then after the last final, we will be doing our beach podium of the top three of each elimination, as both of them are making their way out. And let's have a look. Oh, Ali has done it. Ali has done it. He's gone into first position, edging out Matthew. And Matthew now needs a 6.86 if he wants to be taking the lead. So we have a battle on our hands now. We have a battle on our hands. And here we can see it was this wave that gave him that second score to take him through to first position. Little wave, but being able to get the little nuggets. And here we can see him getting a nice little air, landing nicely on the whitewater. And judges really liking what they see, as Ali Bakali at the moment is your leader. But here we have Matthew Lopez dropping in, and this is looking like a better set wave. Let's see what the Cape Verdean has for us here. Big bottom turn off the top. Look at the release on that tail. Staying low, but just getting out of position there. That was a shame, because that was a big move there. And here we have Ali looking to improve on a 7.33, very consistent throughout this heat. 7.33, 7.43, two big scores. But he knows he's up against Matthew Lopez, one of the most stylish surfers we have out here on tour. And he is not going to leave anything up to chance. Bakali is going to be fighting all the way. Oh, big hack, one another. Another big smackaroo there from Bakali as he makes his way down. Is he going to be able to get another one? Little bit of a foam climb here. And this is where we see those air finishes off the top. Makes it happen. And that is another good surf wave there from him. Really getting the sinking on the wave. Very small, but getting the water sky high. Liking what we see. And if I'm not mistaken, I can see Matthew is back in position, and it looks like a set is coming his way. And those are the front row seats we have here in front of the beautiful Westpoint Hotel, with both of our athletes making their way out. On your screen, Mohamed Ali Bakali, the local hero, the underdog coming into this event, and it is so cool to see him performing here. He is up none less and none least than a past world champion, Matthew Lopez, and at the moment in first position. But Matthew does look like he has a set wave coming his way, and he is ready to throw down. All right, Matthew Lopez dropping in, pushing it forward. There it is, letting that tail loose, looking for a 6.9, 6.85. As he's looking to see if this wave will make it happen. Ali in the back, off the top there, linking it together with another one. A big hack. Matthew taking a look as he knows Ali is getting confidence boosters here as he has his local crowd in front of him. A little bit of a foam climb, letting that tail, almost losing his balance there, and trying to make the most of the waves and the winds. And we can even hear the drums up there. This is what we want to see as they are pushing very, very hard. And there they are getting ready, all of the locals, to see who is going to be going through as position number 3, bronze medal here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. Is it going to be Matthew Lopez, who looks like he's going to be adding up on a very nice set wave? Look at that coming towards you. As it does look like we have something, but Ali, he is just not stopping, keeping himself busy. There it is, better term. Maintaining it down here. All right, this is where it starts to get interesting. One hack, can he get past this whitewater? A little bit of a double pump. Making his way down. Here it is. Off he goes. Good hackaroo there. Matthew Lopez at the back. Check turn back to the whitewater. He knows what he has to do. A 6.86. Matthew throwing down. Both of these boys fighting to the end. This is what we want to see. Letting the hands loose there for Lopez. So much style. The Cape Verdean milking this to the very end. And a little bit of a floater to end off. Is that going to be enough? As we did miss that first couple of turns. 6.86. Let's find out as we are just approaching the final 6 minutes of this heat. All right, and Matthew has done it with that last wave, pulling out the goods, 8.33, going up in front. So now Ali is going to need an 8.80. The Cape Verdean absolutely destroying that last one, putting the goods where he needs it. At the moment, already with 1 foot on top of the podium in that 3rd overall position. As we just come up on 5 minutes left, both of the athletes going all the way out the back. I reckon we still have one more set, time for one more set. The mini-final here, day number 3 in Dakhla, Morocco. What an event it has been. We've seen the best conditions we have had till date here. And it is so good to see the best of the best ripping these waves apart. And let's not forget, because coming up next, we will be having a 15-minute break where we will be introducing our finalists. And I can even see some of our crew starting to get the jiggy, starting to get the wiggle and the dance on. We're getting excited. Watch out, watch out. And there we have both of them. So front and center on the screen, that is Ali Bakali, the underdog, the local hero. I tell you what, this is the story out there at the moment. Matthew Lopez in first position, but Ali is ready to throw down like Muhammad Ali himself. We got boxing gloves are off, knuckle punches, but the Cape Verdean Mr. Tropical at the moment in first position. Oh, we're getting excited. I tell you what, coming up next is going to be the finals. 15-minute break while we introduce our finalists. So first it's going to be in between Capucine Delanois and Francis Kelly. We will introduce them and get those girls to scream. And then it's another 15-minute break where we will put our 2 gladiators, Sebastian Ribeiro and James Carew. And tell you what, those boys want to battle out there as they are the 2 favorites. Current world champion James Carew, and at the moment the man to beat out here, Sebastian Ribeiro. Let's see what is going to happen. It's getting to be that magic moment of the afternoon where we start to hit the finals. Matthew Lopez at the moment in 3rd position with just 3 minutes to go. Let's see what is going to happen. Who is going to be on that podium? And the final 2 minutes, they're making their way as both of them are in position. There we can see Matthew with the grey, Ali Bakali with the red. Both of the boys turning round for one last matchup, one last set, as they know what is on the line. Ali needing an 8.80 because Matthew threw down with that 8.33 on that last wave. And it does look like there are some sets coming our way. I knew Mother Nature would not let us down. The first event of the season of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here at Dakhla, Morocco. After here, we will be going to Brazil, Taiba, to see who is going to be the Grand World Champion. And very soon, we will be over in Neom in Saudi Arabia for the twin tip freestyle of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. But the name of the game out there at the moment as we approach the final minutes is 100% surfing, slashing, hacking, turning, spraying waves. Let's see what the boys have for us, as it looks like they're going to be dropping in for the final time of this competition. Matthew Lopez, Mohamed Ali Bakali, as we have 40 seconds left on the ticker. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Oh, and the music on the beach is starting to get up. We got some of the classics playing down here as the vibe is getting more and more electric. Finals coming our way, as it is at the last 15 seconds. The last 15 seconds. And it does look like Bakali is making his way out. Has he seen something? Is it going to be enough time for him to get back into position? Is it going to be enough time for him to get back into position? We're going to have to wait, because I have a feeling he might be on a bump there. Can't quite see from this angle. As it stands, Matthew is in the lead. And yeah, that is going to be official. Okay, in third position, putting his foot on top of the podium. There it is. The high five to both of them. Your third position here in Dakhla from Cabo Verde, Matthew Lopez. And a big round of applause to the local rider, Mohamed Ali Bakali, putting on one hell of a show. The underdog, the local that has thrown down here at the World Cup. Incredible work out there. As we continue on, we have a 15-minute break, and we are going to be introducing our two women finalists, Frances Kelly and Capucine Delanois.
Okay, so there we have it. The men's third and fourth position has been finalised. Matthew Lopez came out on top after a great battle between the local Mohammed Ali Bakkali. You can probably see in the background here the Moroccans celebrating his success during this event, but it was Mathieu Lopez who took third position. We're just hoping that Mathieu will come and join us, but I don't think he will. I think he's gone to congratulate Mohammed Ali Bakkali on such a great event. Let me just double check. Yes, those guys are having a chat about their heat, but all round, Mathieu Lopez taking the third position. Up next, we have the finals of the ladies, and following that, the final of the men. So stay tuned, because these next two heats are going to be something else.
way they have done, as we just had the two mini-finals where we saw Joanna Catarina Edding and Machu Lopez take that third position. The quality of the surfing that we've seen throughout this whole GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco has been off the charts. We've seen the best conditions to date, but now it is time to get the electricity and to go, as it is time for our grand finals. Before we go into the water, we are going to go down to the beach with Liam, as he is going to be introducing those top two of each discipline.
So here we have it, our finalists for the GKA Kite-Surf event here in Morocco. And just before we get underway with some thrilling action, we're going to check in with our athletes and see how they're feeling before we go into competition mode. Capucine, a great event so far. Last year, we made the final, but it was shared. This year, hungry for the win?
Yeah, definitely. I have some unfinished business in Morocco, so yeah, I'm super excited to go in the final, and let's see how it goes.
Perfect stuff. And Francis Kelly, a great event so far for yourself. You've been loving every heat. You've been coming off surprise that you're going through, but you've had shown great riding. You've really understood the wave here. Just give us your thoughts on what it means for you to be in the final here.
Oh, it's huge. I'm so stoked, and yeah, really nice to share the final with Capucine. She's been ripping as well, so really excited to put on a good show, and you.
Well, there we go. There's our words from our ladies, who will get on the way shortly. And moving on to the men, we have a right battle on our hands. James, we're the kite-surf world champion at the moment. We're looking for our win here in Morocco. Mentally and physically ready to go. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. I had a couple good heats today, a couple good waves. Looks like it's getting a little better, so I'm ready. It's going to be good.
There we go, fighting talk, and over to Sebastian, who's been scoring some massive scores throughout the whole of the competition. Sebastian, a similar mindset here. You ready to go and hit the final hard?
Yeah, similar mindset. One more heat to go, and let's do it.
Okay, so we're going to let these athletes get ready in the mental mindset for what's going to be a thrilling and exciting two heats.
Oh, it's good to see the action. It's good to see the emotion. Just look at the eyes of the tiger out there, and we cannot wait to get these finals on the way. They have a few more minutes until that red flag goes up into the sky, and then we have the green flag, and it is go, go, go. So this is the time if you got to get a cold one, a coffee, depending what part of the world you are watching us. This is the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour, and we are at the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Day number 3, finals coming at you.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground. Reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond. And you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And welcome back, everybody. It is final time. It is final time. Coming up next, we have the grand finale of the women. We will have out there, Capucine Delanois is going up against Frances Kelly. I tell you what, we are going to have action out there on the water. As we heard there from Capucine, she has unfinished business here in Dakhla. And I tell you what, she is looking to get the crown. But Frances Kelly has been throwing down from the very beginning in this competition all the way, and she has a birthday wish, and I know which one that is going to be. We're going to have to see who is going to be crowned the queen here of the desert, who is going to be the champion in Dakhla. Let's go out to the water because the heat is about to begin. All right, so there it is. These are our two finalists. Frances Kelly from Canada up against Capucine Delanois from France. As we are just about a minute and a half to the start of this heat. Red flag is in the sky. And we are getting ready to rumble. Let's go, let's go, let's go! All right, welcome to the grand finale here of the Dakhla GK Kite-Surf World Cup here in Morocco. And I tell you what, Liam, you know what time it is? It is final time. Capucine Delanois going up against Frances Kelly. Two very, very experienced riders. As we said before, Capucine, she is hungry. She wants revenge over here, getting that joint first last year. But I tell you what, Frances Kelly has been throwing down, and in that last heat, did she grab a bomb?
No, Joe, for sure. And the energy, the buzz around us right now. The beach is busy. Riders are amped. Capucine, like you said, looking to take the win, doesn't want to share it this year. And sharing she will not, because Frances Kelly is fired up, ready to go. We've just begun the heat now. Sets look to be coming in. The sun is shining. Joe, I am so excited for this next 22 minutes.
I tell you what, mate, this sofa is going to be turned into a stool by the time I end with it. I am going to be up on my feet. And ladies and gentlemen, back in home and watching from all different parts of the world, I recommend to get a cold one, get some snacks, because we are going to have some action coming our way. Capucine Delanois versus Frances Kelly, the grand finale here of the ladies. Then we will have a 5-minute break in between heats, and we will get the raw emotion coming out of who is going to be the new queen of the desert, our winner here out of these two athletes. And then it is time for the battle in between the two titans that are Sebastian Ribeiro and James Carew.
Yeah, Joe, with these finals, I'm just super excited to see all these athletes compete. You know, win or lose, we're going to be in for 22 minutes of two crazy, crazy heats. And right now we see that Frances Kelly, by the looks of things, is on a wave. Mistake me if I'm wrong, it is Capucine getting that first score on the board. Waves, Joe, at the moment, what's your thoughts on how the sort of the tide and the waves have energized over this day?
Yeah, well, as we saw it yesterday, that hour before and after the high tide, that is kind of that 3-hour sweet spot. We can see now down at the bottom, it's a little bumpy as the waves come back. But, I mean, Capucine managing through this. She is hungry. She's been training here for the past 10 days, and she is looking like, I remember when this girl about 2 years ago didn't know what a traditional surfboard was.
No
She
way.
comes from the strapless, hangs out over there in Praia in the strapless freestyle paradise, and she has put in the effort, because let's not forget, what are we looking for at the GK Kite-Surf World Cups? We are looking for the most complete kite surfer out there. You've got to know how to throw it in the good, the bad, the hollow and the flat, but also you've got to know how to do the flips, the spins, the twirls and the loops of the strapless freestyle if you want to end up being a world champion. So very complete rider out there. And Frances Kelly, she hasn't been on tour for quite a while. She is one of the veterans here and showing her experience at this location. You can just hear the Stoke smiles left, right and center. She is enjoying herself, and talking about enjoyment, here is her first wave.
So here we have Frances Kelly on that wave and 2 riders in the shots. Really good to see. Oh, lovely little snap back there, hitting the top of the wave, but just getting pushed off a little bit. Capucine Delanoy in front, Frances Kelly behind, both just carving up the wave. Look at that, synchronized surfing. She's pretty stoked, or she's either calling for something else, but Frances Kelly in the background just going down face first, unfortunately. And it looks like, Joe, we've got a little bit of a change up here. Maybe it's a kite change. I think it might be.
Yeah, I think it does look like there's a kite change because the wind does seem like it's picked up a little bit. But as we've been seeing throughout this whole competition, that is a risky business. Because when you are out on that smaller kite, when you're up on that little wind-protected area up on the right-hand side, sometimes you can get dropped out. But it looks like Capucine already, she knows she's got a decent size up there. She has a 4.34, and there we can see Matthew Lopez helping out. This is what I love about this tour. It's one big family. Let's not forget, this is a community. Everybody helping out. Matthew literally just left his board down here in the streaming booth, because let's not forget, he's on the podium, has ran out, helping out Capucine Delanoy, getting her out onto the water. That is what it's about, and this is what we want to continue seeing for the new generations to come, because let's not forget, Capucine Delanoy, one of the new generations out there, and we're going to have to continue forward.
Yeah, I know, it's great to see. Everyone's a friend out here. It's really, really nice that everyone wants to help each other out. You know, the competitive spirit's definitely there on the water during the heats, but moments like that really make you, understand the kite surfing industry. They just share the stoke, Joe. Everyone loves being on the water, competing. When we've got conditions like this, where the waves are on from start to finish, the whole event has been brilliant. We've had wind and we've had waves. We couldn't have asked for any more at Dakhla.
Oh, no, absolutely. And let's not forget the underdog getting 4th position at this event. Muhammad Ali Bakali said on the first day, this is the best conditions he has seen for this time of the year in a very long time. It is the first swell of the season, the first wind of the season, and talk a bit about hitting the nail on the head. What a way to have a 100% wave competition. Some of the best surfing we've seen to date. And at the moment there we can see Frances Kelly, who is hungry, who has made it all the way through a lot of these heats. And now she's picking off a very nice wave, having good wave selection out there and making her way all the way from the top to the bottom, as it looks like she is onto a very nice outside bomb like we saw in the heat before.
Yeah, it's great. Frances Kelly's really put on a great show for this event. This wave looks to be closing out a little bit. Will she get one more turn? Definitely looks powered up. Puts that turn in that she wanted. Might come in for a kite change. We will see, but straight lining this wave, really struggling. It's a little bit offshore the wind, and you can see that just on this heat there, sort of getting yanked around a little bit. But it's actually interesting, Joe. Frances Kelly finished 3rd in her first heat.
Yeah, she definitely got a groove on. I reckon that loss in the beginning kind of got her a little bit angry, improved it. But I mean, look at this, Capucine Delanoy, making her way forward, already getting a couple of hits here on the inside. And I tell you what, the wind is up, it's picking up. We can start to hear it here in the stream booth. Waves are coming through. We've got lines starting to stack across the horizon. We were waiting for this perfect moment, because let's not forget, this is what we were after. We were after that little sweet spot of the tide to be able to have our grand finals, and it's looking like it is going to be that way. We have 15 more minutes for this grand final of the women, and then it is time for the boys to come out to play. We have wind, we have waves. It is on. GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco, firing one more day, day number 3 of competition.
There we have Westpoint, Dakhla on the right-hand side. This famous spot, one of the longest right-hand breaks in the Atlantic. So happy to be here. Both riders making it back upwind now. As Joe mentioned, the wind is building. We can see it. The white caps are on the water. The guys are getting ready, but right now we have 15 solid minutes of exciting action, which is keeping us on the edge of our seats, don't you think, Joe?
Oh, I'm on the edge and I'm about to jump across the screen. I can tell you that. Looking for those sets to come through. At the moment, a little bit chilled, but there we have it. 7.44 for that second wave there from Capucine, but very close in between them, because there's only 1.68 points as They have almost 15 minutes. Let's not forget where we started off this competition. 15 minutes was the complete heat time. So they have plenty of time to be able to get those waves, to be able to get into the flow. 2 good scores already on the board, but Kappel's in throwing down from the beginning. 11.94 in the lead.
Yeah, Frances Kelly there. 2 good average scores there. 2 5s, 1 5.1, 1 5.16. So 2 very good scores. If she can look to improve on one of those before Capucine gets a wave, we could see Frances Kelly take the win for the duration of the event.
I reckon we could. And I'll tell you what, it is Scooby snack time. Let's go. As it is. Both of these athletes making their way out. We've already had a couple of good set waves. They have been on it. And now they are starting to make their way down as another set looks like it's appearing. I tell you what, the race crew has been on the money. They were waiting for these conditions for the final. It's as if the planets have aligned. Wind has picked up. It is getting windy out there. If you stick your head out of the stream booth here, there is white caps left, right, and center. But this young lady, Kappel's ready to be able to get her first title here in Dakhla, is starting to move and starting to groove all the way down. Pushing away, Speedy Gonzalez. She has a lightning bolt out there off the top. Big bottom turn there from her. And getting a nice old smackaroo right in front of the judges. And she might as well stop and wave at them because that was as close as it gets. Next up, Frances Kelly, as it looks like she has another good wave coming her way.
Yeah, the sets are coming through now, Joe. Really, really nice waves. Plenty of turning maneuvers there from Capucine. Frances Kelly in the back. Don't think she's on a wave just yet, but there's a few rollers out there, and they're coming from the first to the third part of the wave. So they're from start to finish, right in front of the judges.
Yeah, and we can see there a nice little replay of that last wave from Delanoa. And we are just waiting as Frances definitely looks like she is in position. So obviously has priority. And one of the beauties with these surfing heats, there is a lot of time. We still have more than 12.5 minutes to go. The waves seem to definitely be pushing more and more out there at the moment. And here it looks like Frances Kelly is going to be dropping on yet another wave, and it's opening up very nicely. Let's see what the Canadian athlete has for us. Couple of check turns, and it is windy. You can really see she is getting yanked from that kite. Capucine has gone to a smaller size. I could see Luke Miller getting a smaller size ready for Frances. Is there going to be a pit stop? Are we going to see some Formula One wheel changes? We will soon find out.
And there we go. We've got another score coming from Capucine. We've got a 7.44 and a 7.9. So 15.34, which is just taken Frances Kelly. She needs a combined of 15.24. So 2 needs to improve on 2 scores. But still, 11 minutes, 40 seconds to go, so plenty of time. It is not over yet.
Oh, it ain't over, that is for sure. We'll be able to see the action as we're going to see who is going to become our queen, our champion over here in Dakhla. And there is the beautiful bird's eye view. As it does look like athletes are out on 7-meter kites. I reckon they're going to be dropping as well.
Wow. It's pretty windy out there. Definitely windy. You can see it on the water. And that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted these conditions, and it's really clicked at the right time. I imagine the men will be on the beach buzzing to get out there.
Oh, they definitely will. Can see some 7s here on the beach looking like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Frances is out there on a 9 and Capucine is out there on an 8. And I can see it, both Camille, her brother, and Frances. Luke is getting ready to see if they need a kite change as the wind is definitely picking up. But Frances powering through. Yet another inside bomb here, has 2 good 5s, looking to increase as she is comboed out at the moment. And Capucine, these girls are not stopping. It is wave for wave out there. Battle is on our hands.
Wave for wave, and that's how we want it to be. We want one rider on one wave, one rider on the other, both in the shot. And here we have Capucine coming in towards the beach. Puts in a nice little turn there, but back upwind. We've got 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes remaining, and there's that famous drone shot which me and you and everyone at home loves.
There's nothing like a bird's eye view. You got the eye in the sky here, and it doesn't even look that windy from there with that view, but I can tell you there is white caps across the water, and that is the beautiful Westpoint Hotel where we have this perfect peeling right-hander here for these grand finales of the Moroccan GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. And the conditions for this event have been spectacular. We could not ask for better. 3 to 4 foot, maybe the occasional 5-foot wave coming through, consistent throughout all the day, and now at this special, giving it its extra little bit of secret sauce as we have our finals on our hands. It is Capucine Delanois at the moment in the lead with a 15.94. Let's see what is going to happen as we continue on. Final is in the water.
So a little bit of a break in between the waves at the moment. Joe, 9 minutes left. What would you like to see? Nice big rolling waves coming in.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a few more sets because we saw that from Frances in the previous heat in that semi-final where she did get that bomb and rode it all the way to the bottom, giving her that win over Katarina Edding at the final moments. I always, when there's finals, I always prefer to see that the athletes have conditions, that they can perform, that it isn't someone has won just because they have had that one wave in the whole heat. I want it to be pumping throughout the whole 22 minutes so they can really demonstrate what they are made of, why they are here, and what they are here to do.
Yeah, that's exactly how it should be. And Morocco delivering on those conditions, firing on all cylinders. And here, the lovely drone shot. Frances Kelly definitely looking powered up on that kite, coming into sort of part one of the wave here, but there doesn't look to be much swirl. We might be mistaken, but it looks like there might be something here that she can catch. Let's wait and see if we get a heat start here.
Yeah, it looks like she's deciding against that, so trying to get a little bit more upwind ability, and you can see the restaurant there right on the corner open up. A couple of cold ones will be coming there very soon to enjoy the action. Because at the moment, we are definitely looking like we need some set waves if Frances Kelly can take the lead, because she has comboed out so far, because Capucine Delanois has definitely put in the groundwork with a 7.44 and a 7.90. And let's continue on and see as we have 7.5 minutes more of action. What a final, what a third day, what a competition. Who's going to be the queen of the desert? We are going to soon find out.
Okay, Frances Kelly here on this wave, but just backs out of it. Doesn't quite shape up like what she wanted it to. Both riders, as you can see, in shot here, getting back up. Capucine's clearly seen something. She's putting a little turn. So let's see, Joe, if she gets on this wave. That might be here.
It definitely looks like there's some motion in the ocean. I can see some energy out there. It's getting electric. Come on, Dakhla, send us a set. I want to see at least 1 or 2 more sets. And looking down the beach, I can also see the boys are starting to fire. And I tell you one thing, Liam, the looks in between these two, I can say I think the nicest thing these boys are going to be saying to each other is good day.
Is that everything? That's all they're going to say,
Oh.
especially before the heat.
They are on, and we want to see a battle. We want to see the fight. And out there at the moment, Capucine Delanois here, front and center, has been putting down the hammer as we are about 2/3 of the way through this final of the women. And Capucine coming down. Now this is looking like a nice wave. Can she get past it? Yes, she can. Here she has that section. Good time in there, hitting it right on the sweet pot. All the way down, opening up. Here we have the French athlete making her way. Trying to get as many turns into this wave as possible here for yet another score. Will it be more than a 7.44 backup wave? We will soon find out. But if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Frances Kelly at the top is also ready for yet another surf.
Yeah, that was a nice wave there, Joe. Went from start to finish, came into shore. You saw hear the crowd cheering her on there. Looking forward to seeing what the judges will score that one. Frances Kelly got a little bit of work to do, but has proven that she can, deliver when it's needed.
Oh, she definitely does. I mean, let's not forget that last heat. She got it at the final minute. It was all on the line, and she produced the goods. That's where a good competition rider comes. They can wait. We saw it with Pedro up against Camille Delanois over in day number 2 of the competition. He waited. And when the ocean gave him a chance, he produced the goods. And here we have Frances looking like one of the better waves of the day. Look at that wave and the bird's eye view. Beautiful surfing here from Frances Kelly right in the pocket. Now this is where it flattens out and it gets to this bottom section where it starts to get a little bit more hollow. Here she is zooming down because she needs to get past that power section. You can see she definitely is a little bit overpowered. This is where she can get a good vertical turn. Up she goes. Yes, she does. This is definitely going to be her best wave so far. This could put her back into contention for the title all the way along the Canadian athlete. Right until the front of the judges, going off the back. A very good wave there from Frances Kelly. Watch out, Canada. Oh, Canada.
That's the wave she would have been praying to the wind gods and the wave gods for. Exactly what she needed there. Really sort of eager to see what comes through there, because there's definitely, I would think, an increase in score there for her. Capucine still out the back, waiting to see what Mother Nature is going to provide. I bet she's looking at that wave thinking, come on, give me one of those ones. Give me one of those bad boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to be asking for some similar sections to be able to rip apart. She's definitely been producing the goods so far in first position, waiting for the scores to come on that one. We didn't quite see the first section, so I wonder if that is going to increase on her scores, but we'll soon find out. At the moment, it looks like Capucine Delanois is once again coming in on one of those. Nice little outside bombs. Here we have the young French athlete coming out of Brittany, but living most of her life over there in Praia, Brazil. A very good kiting family and starting to get the moves on. Already powering through. The wind is increasing. Look at this wave. It's getting combed as it gets a little bit more offshore. These are the conditions we were waiting for. Once again, all the way down, keeping it smooth, keeping it simple, but getting into the groove. Capucine Delanois. She's going to want to launch her kite down to be able to get a finisher here. What a wave! What a wave there from Capucine. As she makes her way back out, talk about answering back there to Kelly, to Frances Kelly, 2.5 minutes. And there is yet another set, Liam.
We are just getting treated. That's the wave she would have wanted. Really, really stoked for her there. Great performance on that wave. And here we have Frances Kelly finding yet again another wave. It just keeps delivering, keeps firing. Dakhla, Morocco, Westpoint. We are in zone right now. This is the conditions that we want.
Yes, it is. And here we can see both of the riders. Frances also from the top. Oh, nice little shebang there from her. Waiting to see if she can increase on her scores. Still waiting for some numbers to drop, as it looks like she is going to be making this one all the way down. Handbrake turn here in the minute. And now she's going to be turning out. And Capucine, Speedy Gonzalez in it. Lightning bolting across. Here comes Flash. Watch out. As this inside little roller deciding against it, as you see Frances going out, as she's going to try and protect priority. That is good competition knowledge right there.
Yeah, you saw that straight away. She saw in the corner of her eye that Frances had finished her wave and was making it back upwind. Good decision. I mean, and even that was a nice wave. She could have stayed on that, come all the way into the judges, but she chose otherwise. She's clearly got the watch on. She knows there's a minute and a half left. She knows that the sets are firing, the waves are coming, and hopefully, with priority now, she can dictate when she next chooses that next wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely Capucine that they're putting in the groundwork, and she saw that. That just shows the competition knowledge that she has. She saw, as you said, in the corner of her eye, going back up, and it's like, no, I'm going to have first priority, and the first set wave is going to be mine. Very intelligent and very impressive to see that at such a young age.
Yeah, Joe, 16. And you talk about this competition knowledge. She's 16.
It is incredible. I mean, she's already been on tour for probably 2 years. The first appearance out in Praia, Brazil, where it was strapless freestyle. But still, in the final 30 seconds, Capucine Delanois is going to be taking this home, as she is already comboing Frances Kelly. What a way for her to continue on and to take that thorn out of her foot here from the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. It is going to be the youngster from France, living out of Praia, Brazil. I give you the new champion here in Dakhla. Put your hands together for Capucine Delanois. Incredible riding there. and she is going to have a smile all over her face. The young French athlete, North Kiteboarding, coming down there, and we are going to get her right in front of the camera to see what she has to say. And I can say one thing, she is going to have a smile 360 around her face. And let's start to enjoy, because in 5 minutes time we are going to be having the grand finale of the men, James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro. But let's have a little look at our new champion here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco, Capucine Delanois.
Is the ladies champion out here in Dakhla, Morocco. Let's go and check out what's going on. We're going to go and grab a few words with Capucine. Capucine, tell us, you are the champion. You are the champion. How does that feel?
I am so stoked. My goal was definitely to win this event. Oops, I'm sorry. Are you okay?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just so stoked I won. It was a really great hit.
Oh, brilliant. Well, enjoy the moment. You are the champion. There we have it. The waves were bashing all around us, but who cares? Capucine is the champion down here in Dakhla, Morocco. She's stoked. She's got another title. And there we have it. We're going to move on to the men's now. And if we get a similar swell to that and the waves come through, I cannot wait to watch it and see who takes the victory between James Carew and Sebastian Ribeiro.
Ah, it is good to see, good to see. There it is, our new champion, Capucine Delanois, making her way through in first position. And we are going to be enjoying some of the highlights of that, because in less than 5 minutes, we're going to be starting off on the water with the grand finale of the men. James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro. I tell you what, we are going to have a battle out there. So let's continue as we enjoy some of these highlights, because next up, grand finale of the men.
Francis, a great heat all round for you, up against Capucine, coming short there, but just talk to us about, you know, the event itself. You're second. Overall, it's a great achievement for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's my best result. It's my first final appearance, so super stoked. I'm really happy to be here, and congratulations to Capucine. I didn't see any of your waves, and you know, super nerve-wracking because I know what she can do. So congratulations to Capucine, and thanks everyone back home for watching. Number 2.
Well, enjoy the moment, and congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if we can grab a quick chat with Capucine again, as she's just come off the water. Capucine. So we had a little chat earlier, but you've had about a minute or two to reflect on that. Just explain what it means to you to get the title here.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It makes me world first, the current world first for the moment. So I have my eyes on the second title this year, so the season is turning very well. Yeah, I'm just really happy. I did my best out there, and it was great.
Brilliant. And what's next for you? Where should we expect to see you next?
In Taida, in Brazil, near from where I live. There's the second event of the year, so yeah, I'll see you there.
Well, enjoy the moment, and massive congratulations. And right now, we're going to go and catch the men's final between James Carew and Sebastian Ribeiro.
Ah, yes, we are. And congratulations, Capucine. Well deserved. Nothing like hard work pays off. And there it shows. First position here in Dakhla. Incredible, 16 years of age. A very bright future for that young rider. Coming up next, we're going to have the grand finale. And I tell you, James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro, and there is going to be pain. There is going to be a battle out there on the water as we are getting ready to go in. Those are the two athletes that are going to be joining in on the fight. Rocky Balboa going up against Mike Tyson. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Green flag. All right, as we are waiting for the next grand finale of the men, we have a short break while we are going to be enjoying a little bit of a breather, getting a little bit of Red Bull, getting a coffee, getting ready to rumble, as we definitely have a fight down here in the desert. So while we do so, we are going to be back very shortly, but before, we're going to take a short commercial break.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
And welcome back, everybody. It is final time, the grand finale in between James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro, and I tell you one thing, Liam, the waves and the wind looks like it's picking up. I reckon the wind gods and the waves gods know that this is a final coming our way.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this. This is the heat we've all been waiting for. They've battled it out for the last 3 days, and now the action is underway, and I just cannot wait to see who takes it.
Yeah, definitely. And before, we already have that green flag in the sky, so let's go straight out onto the water because our final is about to start. All right, so there are the two athletes, Sebastian Ribeiro, James Carew. This is like the Muhammad Ali versus Mike Tyson. I can tell you that these boys are going to be knuckle punching all the way. Good friends off of the water, but when it comes to being out there, there is nothing but pain. Who's it going to be? Who is going to be crowned the king here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco? 22 minutes of action, and we are already 30 seconds in. No waves yet for either of these athletes, and it looks like all the way up the top I can see that Sebastian Ribeiro is on his 8, and it looks like James Carew is on his 9. Let's go, let's go. Green flag, green flag.
Ah, Joe, I am so amped for this. We're 2 minutes down, no waves caught yet. Oh, my mistake. Sebastian Ribeiro has caught a wave, 6.10. So on the scoreboard already. It's always nice just to get that feeler out there, just to get a wave under the belt.
Ah, yes, it is. And here we can see that James Carew is just about to drop in for the first wave of his final. Let's see how he does, because when he has good openers and good starters, James starts to get in his rhythm. Big open face hack there off of the top, linking it together. Really letting that tail loose. Sebastian Ribeiro seeing him at the back. James is got the power. You can see the spray coming off one more time. Already 5 nice turns. And now he's going to be making it all the way down, looking for the air. Yes, he does. Grabs it right onto the face. The Aussie is already on the way here with a very good wave opener. And Sebastian Ribeiro there in the backside also linking it up. These boys are move for move, turn for turn out there. But James Carew already has a 7.17 for his first wave. And we're waiting to see that score come in. I tell you what, these boys are going to have us shouting for the entire 22 minutes. Grand final down in Morocco. Let's go, let's go.
Oh, Joe, 3 minutes in and we are on it already. This is the heat that we wanted to see. I am just so excited for this. And here we have the highlights. Look at James. Fins out the back of the water. Massive spray. Giving the people what they want to see. Brings out that right side. Nice, curvy, swiveling turns across the wave. Makes use of every single part of that wave.
Absolutely, and behind there, Sebastian Ribeiro, you can also see him swerving, cruising and perusing through the background, as he is just also such good too surfing. They have the wave selection, they have the knowledge, both of them picking off the set, but I do reckon that James had a little bit of an upper hand on that one. But early days, let's not forget the highest wave of the competition, Sebastian Ribeiro with a 9.57, but already up there, James Carew at 8.20. He is meaning business out there, already 2 big scores. Sebastian Ribeiro needing an 8.37 to take the win. This is definitely going to come down to wave selection. Who wants it the most, digging deep and not leaving anything in the tank.
Not leaving anything in the tank, most definitely. But here's a question for you, Joe. We've seen big scores, but will we see a 10? If the waves keep filling in, do you reckon we could get that special number?
I don't know. I mean, there's always a possibility of 10 being thrown out. Let's not forget we haven't seen many athletes doing the additions of freestyle into the wave. So if one of these guys at the top of one of those big turns will be able to hit maybe one of the air reverses, we've seen James trying it, we've seen Sebastian try, and he's trying to maybe get a handle pass off the top. You never know. But look at the precise Swiss watch surfing that this guy has. He is always in the right position, right next to the whitewater, off the top. Once again, sweet spot. Comes round, opens up, little bit of a second pump. Boom, straight where he has to be. Smaller wave, making the most out of it, really making sure that he hits the wave wherever it is starting to peak up, and just making sure that the ocean knows who is boss.
Oh, exactly. And just look in the background there. James has managed to catch a wave as well, so he's putting in some big shifts. Look at that. The water traveling miles. He is putting on a show for us. Sebastian Ribeiro at the front has just finished his wave, so his score will come in, but James Carew isn't finished yet. He is getting busy.
Oh, James has definitely got the power. I tell you what, the Aussie is definitely hungry. He said it at the beginning of today. He was like, yeah, I got this. I want this. I want to have a good result in Dakhla. And at the moment, commanding in first position. We're going to have to see what score of that last wave from Sebastian, because that was very nice. Linking and really hitting it at the right moment. And an air finish there for Carew. He is definitely pushing forward. Both of these guys are not leaving anything up for granted. And you can just see, look at that, smack wave going the water all the way to the top. And then one of the things that the judges are really scoring well is when the athletes hit it at the top, come down with speed, and automatically engage in that bottom turn. And both of these guys, probably the 2 best surfing athletes out there at the moment. And what a good way to see them battling out head for head. And look at that synchronized snapperoos.
Oh, Joe, someone get the defib, because I need restarting. What is going on out here? There are some huge waves coming in. These guys are making the most of it. It's just so good. We've got 15.5 minutes left. We've only been going for 7 minutes, and we are off our seats. I mean, look at us.
I mean, I tell you, I'm already up on the top side of this sofa because we have a 9.0 already out there on the scorecards.
Stop it.
James Carew, 9.0. And as you said, only 7 minutes of action out here. Both of these teammates have been throwing down, but now it is time to start to get those big waves. But let's not forget, Sebastian Ribeiro has had multiple 9s in this event, so anything can happen, but definitely the Australian athlete putting down the hammer early on, and it is starting to get a little bit of a lead, so let's see how Sebastian handles that. But I will say one thing about Sebastian. He is a cool and smooth operator. He doesn't get affected by the emotions and by what else is happening in this heat. He's going to be waiting out the back. He knows now, after seeing those waves for James, he needs set waves. He needs good waves because he knows he needs to be producing the top scores. And here we have James Carew dropping in one more time, looking to improve already on an 8.20. Here we have it, going in. Open carving, hack rare back to it, times it, gets it off the top, right on the lip, automatically into another maneuver. Letting the fins loose, getting a little bit of a 180 little freestyle whip there. But that wave is going to be opening up down here. Looks like he's maybe going to be trying an air. Yes, he does, but ooh, almost landing on the fins. As that is obviously not going to be an increase on his score. So Sebastian all the way out the back, as once again he knows it is going to be coming down to set waves. But we could definitely tell it was going to come down to this at this final.
For sure. Set waves is what we wanted, and set waves is what we got. Earlier in the afternoon with the tide, you know, people like James Carew did say that it was slightly challenging. It wasn't quite firing, and then all of a sudden it's just turned itself on. And we are so happy that it's done it at the right time, in the right moment, because it's giving these guys, the top riders in the world on these waves, the best possible conditions to compete. And that is what we want to see in a final. The best of the best, doing what they love in the best conditions.
Absolutely, and it is so nice to see that Dakhla has delivered, because like you say, we don't want it to come down to a rider was in the right position and one set came through. We want to make sure that they have all of the waves possible and the wind possible to be able to go their hardest, to be able to make sure that they have left nothing in the tank. And at the moment, both of these athletes are giving it their all, and it is so good to see these kind of conditions at a final. We could not ask for anything better here the third day in Morocco, and I tell you what, Dakhla is living up to its name.
Yeah, 12.5 minutes remaining, just coming up to that now, and just throwing it back to Sebastian Ribeiro. Like you said, cool, calm and collective. There are no kinks in the chain with him. He knows exactly where he needs to be. His wave selection has been fantastic throughout the period of the event. Right now, we're obviously going through a slight period where the sets have gone a little bit quiet, but for us, I think me and you certainly needed that, but we want the action back now. We want to see those next rolling ones come in. There's big scores on the board, but I'm not going to be surprised because I have a good feeling that those will increase.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Sebastian is definitely going to be increasing on both of those scores. 7s is a medium score for him. He wants to be around the 8 points, and then he's going to have to up it up because he has already a 9 out there from James Carew. They are definitely going to have to dig deep, and James is not going to leave anything for granted. And there you can see, just so you know, enforcing that statement, going all the way off the top. One of the things we see with this Australian rider is the power he has. He drives through the fins. He does not leave anything out there, and he really pushes the wave. Make sure that he keeps that speed, and this is opening up. This wave is looking really nice, and Sebastian Ribeiro there at the back. All right, so James coming up, full speed ahead, just mistimed that section there, but able to get past the foam ball, and now he's going to be coming down, and this wave is starting to hollow out as we come down to the bottom. Sebastian deciding against that wave before. Mr. Carew getting in, maybe looking for a little bit of a shampoo there, once again smacking it off the top. Another little whopperooey. He is a big floater airing past this section. And is he going to be able to make it all the way down? And there's a little bit more. Bit of a foam climb there. And he is making his way back out as he is currently in first position.
Right in front of our booth there and in front of the judges. That was a great wave. Went on, sort of flatlining a little bit. It sort of closed out of him towards the end, but he managed to just pick up the speed, get that last maneuver in, and that sort of stuff is why he is so good and so talented. Here we see the replay. Nice big carve. Wab bam. Thanks for coming. Look at that.
Yeah, he just does get that power in there. And like I said about Sebastian, for me, the Roger Federer of our sport, he is chilled and he has the technique and he has the composure. He is out there waiting for the set waves. He knows now that he needs to get the big scores and he is going to pick off those waves. And I tell you what, if anybody could take out James Carew in a heat like this, by the way he is surfing throughout the whole contest, it is Sebastian Ribeiro. He has been proving he's been the man to beat out there at the moment. James has definitely put on 2 huge scores as he now has a 9.47.
There it is.
So Sebastian is now comboed out. I tell you what, it does not get much better than that. And here we have Sebastian Ribeiro, because this is actually looking like it is starting to be one of the nicer waves. What has the young Brazilian got for us?
Well, the wave starting. Here we go. One turn, gets on the lip of it there, closing out, but he gets past it. That lovely fluid motion that we always go on about. Here he is showing it, putting it down, getting down and dirty. Nice big turn, coming out of the foam ball here, gets low. Wants to probably get a little bit higher on the next one. Let's see what he does. There it is. That's the one he was looking for. Lovely, floaty, big spray. Backs it up with a nice, comfortable turn. Gets low, hand on the water. Wha-bam. Thank you. Right there. Lovely spray. This wave is purling up, and you can see in the background there James putting on a show, but it's Sebastian we follow right down here, coming in towards the judges, but goes down.
And James also putting it over there as he comes down as well. We saw the synchronized surfing, but that is definitely a much better wave there from Sebastian Ribeiro. He got some solid hits. We're going to see if that's going to be increasing his score as he needs to get out of that combo situation, because he needs to improve both waves at the moment. And we also saw the Australian powering in behind him. One of the things I like to see by both of these athletes is they are not phased. It doesn't matter if they see what each other are doing. They are literally just going to go full cylinders. The blood is flowing. The pistons are firing. It is a battle. And as Carew said before, I am here to fight. And I tell you what, he is throwing some punches at the moment.
Yeah, no, Joe, he definitely is. And just interesting there as well, when he came in, you know, he saw Sebastian Ribeiro downwind. James maybe could have stayed on that wave, just maybe, you know, a tad more, maybe the odd turn or two. But he saw, I want priority. I want to get up there before Sebastian and get on the next wave. And just their competition experience, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, you can see that is, especially up against a rider like Sebastian, you do not want that guy, if you are in the driving seat, to get the better wave of the set, because you know probably 9 out of 10 times that guy's going to get a 9 out of 10. Yep. You know he is going to be able to produce the goods, so you want to be in command up there on the top of the point, and that is what James has done. He knows he's got those scores. He knows he's in first. He is in a semi-comfortable position, but he is not going to get comfortable as we still have 7 minutes to go, so he is going to take control of the point, move himself forward, and make sure that Sebastian, if he's going to take off on the next set to come, that he is not going to be on the better wave of that set.
Yeah, and Joe, we're 2/3 of the way through this heat now, so a third left. 7 minutes, like you said, 7 minutes of us on the edge of our seats. These waves are not stopping. They're coming in quickly. The sets are coming in. Wind's pumping. These guys are absolutely loving it out here. They're giving us the display that we were praying for. Right now, will we see Sebastian Ribeiro catch a wave? The drone angle giving us all the feels. Joe, talk us through it. What does he need to do to compete with James right now?
Sebastian, to be honest, I think what he needs to do is keep his cool, which is exactly what he's doing. He knows it comes down now that if the ocean gives him the opportunity, he is just going to have to produce the goods. So he knows he needs 2 good set waves. He knows that if that set waves comes, he's about 6 minutes out. He has to just go full-hearted, and there's no holding back. 9's up on the board. You can't kind of semi hit it and go. You have to absolutely destroy that wave. So he is just going to have to wait up there, pick them off, and hopefully be able to have 2 waves to give James a run for his money. But I tell you what, James putting in the early work, applying the pressure. Is it going to be enough? In 6 minutes' time, we will soon find out.
Yeah, we will, Joe. And here we have 18.54 to Sebastian 16. So he's there, goes down on that wave, trying to, you know, the confidence is there now. He is feeling confident. He's putting in a little shifty there. He knows he's got the scores, like you said.
Yeah, that is when athletes of this potential, athletes of this level, when they start to, I'm not going to say play, But when they start to mix it up, they are dangerous.
Yeah.
Because the smile is there, they're showing the teeth, and they're ready to bite. That is when they know that if they want to increase it, they need that extra little bit. We saw it with Ayrton yesterday where he was starting to mix it up, play around, because he knew he was in the groove, he was in the mindset, and pretty much they think they're invincible. They're invincible. And that is what is happening now with James out there. He has those scores, and he's like, all right, I've got this. Now, if I'm going to get this, I'm going to get it even harder. And this is a very, very dangerous situation out there for Sebastian Ribeiro. But watch out, because Sebastian is just starting to throw down on a huge set.
Yeah, here he goes. 4 minutes, 48 seconds to go. It's getting tight, but here we have Sebastian Ribeiro finding the groove on this wave, waiting for it to get a little bit bigger, showing that lovely carving motion that he's so famous on tour for. Waiting for the wave to just continue to go. There it is. That's the one he wanted to get. He follows it off. Boom. Drone shot giving us a better angle right there. And he continues on this wave. Puts in another lovely, lovely turn as he comes in towards the judges. Sebastian, this is the one he wanted, maybe. Hopefully looking to increase on his current scores.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, we cannot bet Sebastian out as he's still working this wave all the way to the bottom. Beautiful open face hack there. Getting the fins out. And you can see him milking this all the way to the bottom. Is that going to be enough? He already has a 8.43, so he is getting close. Already has an 8.43, but he still needs to improve on 2 scores as he is comboed out, meaning that even if he had a 10-point ride on that wave, on this wave, he would still not be in first position. So it is getting very hard for Sebastian there, but I tell you what, he is going to be battling it until the very end and putting on a solid one there. 8.07, 2 very big scores, but he is just going to have to step it up one more level, because at the moment the Aussie in the driving seat.
Yeah, don't you think it's crazy, Joe? I mean, these scores that we're seeing, they are high. I mean, Sebastian's got 2 8s. James has got 2 9s. Sebastian, you know, then these scores are solid scores, which previously to the final would get you through to the next round. But right now, with James in this sort of mode that he's in, like you said, confidence, sort of playing with it now that he knows that he's got, you know, 2 good waves under his belt. He's still obviously taking it very seriously, but you know, he's very much sort of in the driving seat, and Sebastian's got some work to do.
Yes, he does, and we just come on under 3 minutes to go. And as you said, you know, already with those scores, he's made it all the way through to this final and with bigger scores. But at the moment, James there in the lead as we come and approach. It looks like there's a final set coming their way. Is it going to be enough? It is. The door is starting to close ever so slightly here for the Brazilian, but I am not rooting him out until the final seconds, because he is one of my favorite surfers. So stylish, so committed, so fluid. That is why he is considered one of the most dangerous riders out there, and was the guy to beat here in this final.
Yeah, his background in surfing is obviously very, very impressive. QS surfer, Brazil, they've got perfect waves out there. You know, the training that they have out there and the conditions that they get is exactly what Sebastian wants. And right now you can see it's close out there, sort of both fighting for priority a little bit. Getting towards the edge of the competition area now, just under 2 minutes. Sebastian needing 2 waves, so if it's going to happen, it's got to happen now.
And you can see Sebastian there, just kind of little false tack there to see if James would turn around, but James has kept himself on the top as he is now going to be searching for that top position out there on the priority. I mean, wow. What a way to have a final. It does not get much better than this. We've had sets stacking all the way from the horizon, making their way down. The boys are out on 9 and 8 meter kites. This is pretty much picture perfect.
Yep, it's what we want to see. And when we've got 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock, it's just going to be the final seconds of this heat. Everyone here on the beach is on their feet. The crowd are loving it. The riders are watching. Me and Joe are losing our minds. And we've got 1 minute left. Let's pray to the wave gods out there that we're going to get another purling set.
Yes, we are. I want one more. I want one more battle out there. We need to see both of these guys pushing down. We want to see both of these guys throwing down the final punches, because I don't know what's after knuckle punches. I reckon it's bone punches. The skin is off and they are going, and they have the thorns and they have the fire. Who is it going to be? James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro. At the moment, I think it is going to be safe to say, unless something miraculous happens, the Aussie has the upper hand, because it is going to be like that. It is going to be James Carew is going to be taking the win, because Sebastian is still comboed out, meaning that he is not going to be able to get 2 waves in the next 10 seconds. So there it is. What an incredible performance from both of these athletes. What an incredible ride here in the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. And I'm going to say it and I'm going to shout it. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie winning the event, James Carew.
Okay, Joe, I've got to do one thing and one thing only. Let's get down to that beach, get James on the mic and get those emotions, get the reactions. So I'm going to run now.
Oh, it is incredible. What a great way to finish off the event with James Carew. And there we can see Kapuzin there on the highlights, as we're going to be bringing very shortly the highlights out there of that amazing final. And a big congratulations there to Sebastian Ribeiro. He has put on such a fight and demonstrated some of the best surfing we have seen so far. And now let's just enjoy the highlights of that grand final.
So there we have it. After an excellent and battling heat, James Carew has taken the championship here in Morocco, and we're going to go right down now and check out the action and get some emotion from James Carew. James, you're the winner, you're the champion. How does it feel?
Fuck, feels unreal, you know. Dreams come true, huh?
Yeah, and you were saying that Dakhla, you struggled with it previously. Now you no more. Just anything else to say on the heat?
Yeah, I mean, fuck, he was insane. I think I got some of the best waves I ever had here, and fuck, so good to have a result here. But I don't know. I thought I lost. I came in thinking he beat me.
No, I mean the heat was great. You guys put on the show. Massive congratulations. Enjoy the moment, James Carew, everyone. So there we go. I'm going to run back to you guys who are tuning in. We're going to head over and catch some more chat with some people now. What an amazing heat. Sebastian Ribeiro yet to come in, so we'll make sure we catch up with him and see how he found the final. James Carew, as you saw, absolutely loving life. So right now, we're going to pop up there and get some more interviews.
I've thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience, and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.
Wow, what an incredible final we have just seen out there. James Carew with 2 big 9-point rides claiming the win here in Dakhla. Sebastian Rubedo throwing down from the very beginning. He was the man to beat, but the power of the Australian proved that he is the king down here in the desert. What a way to finish it off. We've seen hacks, we've seen power. It has been power surfing all the way. And now we're going to go down to the podiums as we are going to get an interview with our 2 champions, James Carew and Capucine Delanois.
Okay, so there we have it. The winners are next to me. We're going to have a quick chat with them both because they're both so amped. The conditions were firing. Capucine, you've had a few minutes now, sort of 10 minutes to reflect on the win. Just let us know, now it's all sort of calmed down a little bit, or if it hasn't calmed down, please let us know. But how do you feel?
I am so stoked. The final was great. We had epic condition. As I said before, I had unfinished business here and now it's done.
Yeah, it's the box that's been ticked, so a massive congratulations to you. James, throughout the day on your previous heats, you mentioned that the tide was sort of making the waves a little bit funky, but just then, it was absolutely firing. Me and Joe were losing our marbles in the live stream booth. Just sum it up for us. How do you feel? And you must have loved the conditions out there for the final.
Yeah, mate, that heat was insane. I was pushing myself so hard. My legs were, I never been so sore during a heat, you know. And I mean, shit, I had so many visions of this event. I never really thought I would win here, but here we are, you know. Dreams come true, and yeah, all the hard work is starting to pay off.
Well, massive congratulations to you both. Guys, let's get a massive cheer for our winners. And there we have it, the GKA Kite-Surf Dakhla Morocco champions. What an event. The conditions were firing from start to finish, and we just can't wait to come back again next year.
Ah, it is so good to see that raw emotion, and all I can say is hands are in the air. Capucine Delanois and James Carew, on behalf of the GKA and the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour, thank you for tuning in. What an incredible event it has been down here in Dakhla, Morocco. We have had the best of the best conditions possible. We've had strong winds, we've had great waves. We cannot wait to be back here next year. And let's not forget, we are going to be going over to Neom in Saudi Arabia in the next stop as we have the twin tip freestyle coming our way. So on behalf of all of us, thank you, and we will see you next time.
thought about this, I've dreamt about this. It's just been such a great experience and I'm so stoked. No words to describe how great I'm feeling right now.